same way and they want the same things, and it makes no sense because I feel like the younger generation has the younger generation of how everything operates down here has slowly gotten into the minds of the older generation, and now there's no one defending anyone and there's no one blaming anyone. Everybody's just all fucked up.
Do you think? But see, this is my thing. Like usually, like when I
If anybody needs me to elaborate, then just ask.
and this is my thing. Growing up, I came from a generation where the girl that was fast, she got made fun of or condemned. But even with the older generation, you look at the older generation, they're a bit more religious. So you have more of a bit of a level of religiosity where you won't find as much in the younger generation. And it still may vary. Some people maybe, but I would say at the very basic level, it comes down to a morality thing. Do you think that it's a morality thing, which you find immoral or not?
I think that is a valid point because morality does fall into the situation heavily because at some point you have to realize of course everyone has their preference, everyone has what they like and what they don't like, but you have to see your preference and see yourself as well as that preference. So what I mean by what I said earlier is basically okay, so I had this coworker and she was about I don't want to assume her age. I just say she's probably around, let's say between 50 and 60. Say she's around that age. So I was talking to her and she was basically telling me how she was she has a boyfriend at the time, right now she has a boyfriend and everything, and she was saying that and I was telling her about I was about to leave this job in order to get a new higher paying one, and she was like, nowadays I see all these little boys your age doing all that what's that stuff called when they be faking stuff on Cash App, and I was like, also scamming.
Scamming.
And she was like, yeah, I need me a scamming boyfriend. I was like, cause my boyfriend now he ain't making shit. I was like, wow. I was like, wow, you're 50 saying this type of stuff. And that's what I mean, how the younger generation is slowly coming into the older generation's mind. And now it's basically no one is taking accountability for anyone. Because it used to be like the older generation trying to get into the young mind saying that, oh, what you doing is not right. What you doing is not right. Look at what you're doing. You got to take accountability for yourself. Now you seeing 35-year-old women actually agreeing to these 16-year-old girls who own OnlyFans and everything like that. And it's what? It don't make sense to me.
Well, I think with the money thing, I think that's just a female nature. I think that women, I think women of all time would want a man that they would consider a winner, right? I think that, but it does become a bit immoral when you say that I want a man that is scamming people to make money, that is stealing from people,
and
right?
And she got kids with them. And she got kids with her boyfriend
too. That's even crazier. And you said she's 50 and not married.
Yeah, I don't even know.
I mean, but I can understand the money thing, but the fact that a woman would say that I need a scammer boyfriend, it goes to show you the values are not there, right? And that goes to show virtue. It shows her character. But don't make that mistake and think just because a woman is older that she's wiser. I've had women come up here and I literally had to teach them, and these women are my parents' age. Just because a woman is older, that doesn't necessarily make her wise. That doesn't make her more intelligent. You have very old, ignorant people.
Thank you for saying that. Oh my God.
Seriously.
That's what I be trying to get folks to say. I be trying to get folks to listen to that. And it be, bro, because so many older people, no disrespect to anybody in the chat who's considered older, I guess. But if you know you're not in the situation, then don't take it to offense. So many older people will sit here and try to basically turn around somebody and say that, oh, you don't know nothing about this, or you don't know how this is, or you don't know how that is, just because you've been here longer. That makes no sense. That's basically like an 80-year-old uneducated, basically dumbass,
right?
Trying to say that trying to prove wrong to a 20-year-old genius with like a doctorate degree or something like that. Come on, bro. Just because they've been here longer, that makes no sense.
But I mean, you do have this presupposition that if somebody's been on Earth longer, most likely they would have a more wisdom at that basic things. But that's not always the case, and I think that we shouldn't make that mistake to allow someone to think that just because you have a few more years on Earth that you are going to automatically have all the answers. That is not the case sometimes,
Yeah.
and sometimes it comes down to what people study.
Somebody in the chat says OnlyFans at 16 is illegal. Yeah, you'd be surprised. There's folks. I'm telling you, there's folks that I knew back when I was a freshman who had, well, not freshman, back when I was like, because OnlyFans came around like what, like
18,
2019,
2019, yeah.
So yeah, 20. Oh, actually, I was a freshman. Yeah, it was girls as a freshman that try to make some money while it was in high school. I kid you not. I know like 3 girls right now graduated pregnant, and they're either right now a stripper or OnlyFans model.
Yeah,
just to pay for their baby.
That's nuts. But anyway, let me drop you. We're gonna get somebody up. Just stay in the chat and run up the likes for me, guys. We're just try to get to 30K likes. Thank you. All right, man. Thank you for coming up.
No problem.
All right, let's get somebody else in here. We're the father. What? Oh, you talking about the pregnant girl? How you doing? Introduce yourself and let us know where you're from and what you think about the topic.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bonnie Warrior. I'm from Mississippi.
Okay.
Yeah. They're not misogynistic. At least in my opinion, I don't call them misogynistic.
So you don't. So if a man says that he wants to wife a girl, and he just doesn't want her to be somebody that has had a lot of sexual partners, so you don't think he's misogynistic for that preference?
No.
Okay.
That's misogynistic. Somebody who hates women, not somebody who has a preference.
I agree. You know what? Why do you think? Why do you think that when men declare their preference, why do you think women call them misogynistic? Why do you think that is?
I think women probably call them misogynistic. Misogynistic due to the history of what other men, the reason why other men wanted. You know what I'm saying? I think they basically simply blaming the men in this generation for what the men in older generations they did, because the men in the older generation they didn't actually like women. They were not women friendly. They were just simply taking advantage of them. So I guess they think because that was the reason for those men that the men in this generation they must want it because they're misogynistic too, just like the men in the other generation.
So my question for you is if you could explain or elaborate on how were the men in the last generation, how were they misogynistic exactly? Because I think we agree on the fact that a misogynist is somebody that has this arbitrary hate for women. But why do you think that people have this assumption that men with this preference are like the old men? What was it that the old men in the past did to women to make them hate women so bad? Why is this? Like, what was it?
You said what?
Why do you think that the older men from the past were considered misogynistic?
Because those men, they actually hated women. They were taking advantage of women in any sort of way. They actually hated women. They were doing it because
thank you for the heart. Women. But what was it exactly? What did they do that would consider them hate? Like, what was it exactly? Could you give us
they was stoning women, they was abusing them. Under the law, they labeled them as property and stuff. There were laws where, it was law. There laws back then were in men's favor. Like when the kids go automatically to the man. Nowadays the kids go to the woman, but there was once upon a time where the kids went to the man. There was a law where a man can be his woman, even if it's for no reason. Basically, they weren't women friendly. They actually hated women for whatever reason.
So that's interesting. What you said stone. How far back are you going?
They did get stoned. They was stoned.
No. I agree that was a thing, but how far back are you going? Like to which time period? Because I was thinking maybe 50s and 60s, 40s, 1920s, but you're talking about getting stoned. We might be talking millennia ago. Like how?
just talking about history. That's what it is. I'm just going back to I'm just describing the men from who actually hated women, who did things to women because they didn't like them.
But do you think that? But do you? And I didn't know. I'm not aware of what point in time in history where men were automatically granted the custody of children. But do you think that's misogynistic though?
No, I don't think that's misogyny.
Because there are.
I'm saying the things, the reason they're doing it. The act itself ain't misogynistic for the kids going with the father, but the reason they were doing it, it was a misogynistic reason. If you get what I'm saying.
No, I get that. I'm not sure if maybe I can understand the stoning thing. The stoning thing is like only time I really hear about that is like biblical or like if you're talking religious law. I'm not sure if that's necessarily misogynistic because I think the same thing went for men too. But there are statistics. It's funny you mentioned there are statistics that show when children are left with in the custody of the dad, on average, it is a lot better for the children as far as being raised, right?
I've heard that.
Yeah, so I mean, I could understand that point. So I wouldn't necessarily that makes it misogynistic. But do you think that a woman would fare better if she had a man to watch out for her, to care for her, to protect her? And basically gave men the right to just basically, just keep an eye on her. Do you think that's misogynistic though?
For a man to take care of a woman?
Mm-hmm. You can say that.
No, how is it misogynistic for him to take care of a woman? I never said it.
No, I'm asking you, do you think that?
No, I don't think it's misogynistic for a man to take care of a woman.
But I'm sorry if because I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to get down to like where it was clear hate, because I know back in the day, men, they usually took care of the woman and they probably, they probably had boundaries and restrictions. And I think me personally,
I'm going all the way back. I'm going all the way back.
Me personally, I think that it comes down to morality, right? Where in traditional gender roles, but I don't know. I just don't see the misogyny in it all. Even if you go back, I can understand where you say you don't want women to learn. It's like, all right, all right. And I'm pretty sure some people can make an argument for it. Why? But I think that may be a bit crazy. Like like in some countries where women aren't allowed to go to school, they don't want women to educate.
What are you talking about, the education part?
That I can understand why somebody would make that argument, right? It's like I don't want my bitch getting smart enough so she gets smart enough to leave me. Like I can understand that, but I don't think like I think that the natural inclination that a man has to protect and to provide and set boundaries and say that I think by a certain time it's inappropriate to be outside. I don't even think it's misogynistic. I think we've been indoctrinated to use this word because a lot of the times it doesn't even fit. Because I think women have been more free than they've ever been in the world, and people still talk misogyny, and I just don't.
A lot of things are not actually misogyny, to be honest. I can't agree with that.
Yeah, it's like when people, it's kind of like if the whole gender thing, right? If I believe that a man can't be a woman or a woman can't be a man, right? And I say, well, I just simply disagree with it. They call me a bigot. They call me a transphobe, homophobe, whatever the case may be. But like, I'm not. Like, I don't have any phobias of anything or anybody. Or if like, if a black man wants to date a white woman, he gets accused for self-hate, or he hates himself, or he doesn't love his people, right? And it's like I just feel like a lot of these words are just like attacks because somebody's not agreeing with your narrative on something. I feel like that's what it is.
That's what it be. A lot of the times. Ain't nothing wrong with somebody wanting to date outside their race. You want to date outside your race, go ahead. I think the problem that comes in is that you simply have to always let it be known. It's like you can go date outside your race, but you ain't got to try to bring down your own race all because you wanted to step out. That's the problem. I think it's simply trying to attack your own race. and brag about how you basically with I'm with a white man. Like say for example, I'm with a white man. I try to give you black men a chance. Okay, fine. You want to date a white man? That's cool. But you ain't got to try to bring that back in your own culture. Like we do not care, and vice versa. Like just stay over there with him or her and leave us alone.
But why do you think that so what do you say about the people who think that giving women getting like rights or free rights or rights to vote, that's what ruined society? What do you think about that?
I don't think that's what ruined. I don't think that's what ruined society. To be honest, I think society was always ruined. It was always ruined.
So you think like the sexual liberation movement for women, you don't think that became a problem for anything?
Not a problem for women itself, but not society. It don't affect society. It's not killing anybody.
Well,
just for women themselves.
Well,
probably
you know,
for women themselves.
When it comes to like the statistics about women, you know, having passed a certain body count, it said that certain like the certainty of keeping a long-term relationship goes down. And so if we have a sexual liberation and then women are having casual sex as men do, or just people in general having casual sex, some people can say that, you know what, I think this is what ruined it. And now the women are doing it like the men. So nobody's sticking around for long-term relationships, and that society is running rampant.
So if I'm hearing this correctly, right? Just now, I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but from other people's perspective, women being sexual is what destroyed it. But being sexual, everything was in place.
Well, not just men. I think
I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm saying you speaking from what you've seen everybody else say.
Well, some people make the argument. Yes, some people do make that argument. Some people do make the argument.
What I think.
Huh?
Do I think it destroyed the society?
Well, I'm just saying, what do you think about that? Because for millennia, men have been having multiple wives or multiple women, but it's not until now that, you know, half the women, it's like, you know, they say by 2030, over half the women in America will be single, meaning not married. And, you know, a lot of I'm pretty sure there's a multitude of reasons, but now you have a lot of people saying, well, this is a part of the reason. I don't want to marry a 304. I don't want a woman with a high body count and stuff like that. So do you think that, you know, that's contributing towards the reason, or what is it?
Do I think body count is destroying relationships?
Well,
if I'm hearing this correct.
Well, with that and nobody
sexual liberation.
Yeah, more or less sexual liberation for women. Yeah. Because some people make the argument
that women's sexual liberation is destroying relationships.
Well, it's contributing towards the fall of society.
Oh, society been falling, but if I had to put it in my own perspective, what I've seen, I think it's only destroying relationships for the men who are not seeking high body count women. For men who are okay with high body count women, I don't think that's falling for them. Basically, it's based off if the man is okay with it or not. If it's a man who cares about body count, then the relationship is not going to work. They're not going to get a relationship at all. If the man doesn't care, then cool. Everything can move on forward. I think it's just based off what both parties are okay with. Basically, both parties have to be on the same type of level.
Do you think, have you ever met a man? I mean, I'm pretty sure there are men that don't care about that. So that's kind of a silly question to say. Do you think any men don't care about that? But there are. It's a funny thing. It's a funny thing. But I think for the most part, we don't really disagree. You do agree that is a preference. But and what was your answer again for why you think women condemn this and why they don't think it's a preference? What would you say to that again? I just want to know why.
Hold on, what? I was saying what?
No, what because you said you do agree that if a man does want a woman he has a preference for a woman with a low body count, it's a preference. Yeah, but I was asking,
it's a preference,
right?
It's a preference.
So why do you think that some women call it misogynistic again? Oh, you said it because of the old men. You said the old men.
Yeah, I think they still thinking about the old time. I'm talking about going all the way back. Maybe not from your time, but I'm talking about going all the way back. Probably back where slavery was at.
Excuse the fuck out of me, my time. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
I'm saying I'm not talking about around your time. I'm talking about going all the way back.
And how old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, we it's like a 9-year difference. Don't try to make me old.
I thought you looked like you.
Damn, I look like an old motherfucker to you. Damn, let me go get a cane. Shit, I look that old.
Not like an old man. You look like Unc, basically.
Wow.
Like you can be Unc.
She said I look like, oh god damn, I am, but like I am 30, but like damn, like Unc is like 40, 50 years old. Like, gosh, shit. Whatever, man. Anyway, you got to go for that one. But thank you for joining. Oh, man, that's crazy. That ain't humble shit. Because it'd be young ass girls in my DMs all the time trying to harass me. I don't be bothered. I don't be answering nothing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Introduce yourself, Enrique, and let us know what you think about the topic.
Well, my name is Enrique, and I'm from Canada. And my perspective is basically it depends. Body count depends what age you're at, I believe.
Right.
And the reason why I say that is that if you're like a high school kid, you know, and you find out that this one girl's easy and whatever and whatnot, dude's wanting to sleep with that one girl. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree.
Whereas the women,
I do.
When they get older, they become a little bit more wiser.
No. I agree with that logic. You know, if I met a girl and she is maybe 28, and let's say maybe she has 6, 7, maybe 8 bodies, it's understandable, right? But now, given recent studies where it shows like, you know, past a certain amount may not be good. Now, I know that doesn't apply to everybody. There's always exceptions. But, you know, these debates happen so much that a lot of people are using studies and saying, you know, over this body count, then I'm not going to choose her. Or they can probably get an indicator like, how many boyfriends have you had? Oh, you had 7 boyfriends? Assuming that maybe she had sex with about, you know, all of them. You can assume, and then you have to take into consideration maybe she just had a fling or a sneaky link or somebody who she was just hooking up with. You can kind of come to a conclusion. Exactly. You can come to a conclusion to where her body count can be. But you know, the big conversation is why are women thinking it's misogynistic? And I truly think that women feel targeted. They feel like they're being attacked because maybe they're into having casual sex. So they could be attacked. But why do you think that anyone, or even why do you think that it's being considered an arbitrary hate towards women, right? Why do you think it's that? Why do you think that's the narrative?
I think that's more of an arbitrary hate between woman and woman when it comes to. The reason why I say that is because women are very, how can I put this? They get jealous between that. A woman has a good guy, you know, and he's well set up and all that and whatnot. And she, you know, she has been all that faithful towards the dudes and whatever, right? And she's had a big body count. And the reason why I said, well, you don't deserve him because I want him, especially if a woman doesn't have another woman. So they're massaging against her because they're judging each other in a way that, you know, whatever, right? Mm-hmm. Whatever the circumstances of that time for that in between that friendship, because that's who attacks each other a lot more than a man does. A man is just for him, it's just like a yes or no. Will I do it or won't I do it kind of deal, right? Where a lot of times for a man, it's more about getting to know the woman. And that's where the woman they have, I find that they don't have that understanding between man and woman. Mm-hmm. Is that if she is not 100% loyal towards a guy, then he brings up assumptions on her because, you know, why she has so many numbers in her trunk, per se, right? Mm-hmm. And that's why with the men, I find that when they want to be with a woman, it's more about a long-term relationship. Mm. which would lead into marriage, which whatever, right? Like, even that's one of the reasons why I find that there's a downfall to it, because for a man, he's got everything to lose, but a woman, she has everything to gain in a relationship.
So
whether the relationship is on or off.
So what would you say for the women that say, well, that's not true? Women somehow women don't gain from marriage. It doesn't benefit women to be married, which I think is nuts. But what would you say to those people?
Would women they say that they don't gain from it?
Yeah, because there have a group of women that believe that it doesn't benefit them to be married.
Well, to a degree, if you think about it, especially in America's rules and Canada's rules, if a woman gets a divorce, the dude's got to fight for everything he has, even if he earned it. A woman pretty well is given to her. And yeah, as far as it goes, where the dude, if the woman already has 2 kids and whatever, maybe 1 kid, whatever, even though they might go completely get married and everything else, whatever, the woman can cut that man off completely from that kid, even if he goes to court and if they're not biologically related. So I think that's one of the reasons why women that have kids is nothing against a woman. It's more against the man's mentality, because he knows what's going to happen. Because it's kind of like going to a casino, right? You go in there with $1 million, whether or not you're going to come out of it, it's totally up to the man's decision. And that's when I say $1 million. It's kind of like with a relationship. He can lose his house, his car, his 40, 30 years of building himself up to the standard. Like a woman these days, they say, well, I want a man that makes like a 6-figure income. But what does she want to bring to the table? Just her pretty looks. And when she walks away, she can walk away with half of everything he's built. And that's one of the reasons why I say with society, it's not so much about the woman, it's more about the law that has been built for her rights. Because guys are just kind of like, yeah, we're okay with what law there is, but at the same time, the woman they use to their full extent, not all women, but some women they use to the full extent of the law to take everything, because they think that they deserved all that stuff that they have taken from the man. So the guys are saying, well, if I have maybe 2 or 3 women and then have the same result, he's starting to look at himself like, yeah, you know what? I don't want to rebuild every time 5 years, 6 years, 10 years down the road and have the same outcome again. Once is a 50% divide, and the second time is a 75% divide, and the third time is 100% divide. So he's left with nothing. So the guys are saying, yeah, you know what? I'll pack my shit up and I'll just do this on my own.
Yeah, no.
And that's why with society, I don't think it's that much when it comes to the sex part, the woman count. It's more about the breakup count.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, because if you look at divorce rates, they're super high. But I do believe this is a contributing factor, is men not choosing the right woman to marry. And I think that one of the first things that a man should take into consideration is that woman's past, and take into consideration or try to, come to a conclusion and see how many people she's been with, because this does affect and it will affect your marriage long term. And I think that a lot of men should definitely start making this a criteria on choosing women that they want to be with. Now, I'm not saying that it should be, the all and be all, because there's always exceptions. There's always exceptions to situations. Some people can prove themselves. You might be the best she's ever had, and she might be head over heels for you, right? But I've seen women who are like that, and they have like was it like shiny object syndrome, where the new thing comes along and she's just like so in awe of this person. And because she's so in awe of this person, it's like, oh my God, like I just need him and I want him now. And then until the new next thing comes along, and then she wants that also. So I think that all these things should be taken into consideration, and because our generation is so different now, and nobody feels as if it's a wrong thing, and nobody wants to condemn other people for it. So I think that men need to be a little more strict with their preferences as far as the women that they want to stay with forever. And I think they need to stick to this strict criteria.
But I think so. A lot of it, these apps have contributed to this whole thing, this lust thing, with like Cupid and all the other apps that are out there, where have related to just like you swipe right, swipe left, right. And the reason why it's like an adrenaline rush for a woman and a man. Like, people have used these apps to get this rush, say, "Oh man, he's hot," and then they'll check out his picture, and then they'll check out what he makes, what he does for a living, right? So they get this rush of, my life is going to be so great. Now I'm going to have my fairy tale wedding. I'm going to spend all this money, and then they find out that, yeah, that's not going to happen, and then that lust is gone. And they snap their finger, and then the next one comes along. Oh, he's got the same thing. That lust, then the lust is gone. And it's the same thing for the guys, She's my trophy wife, I want her for this reason, that. I think so. The reason is that they haven't grown up out of their high school mentality on both sides, whether it's a man or female. Is that they have this lust, like they walk past this girl in the hallway in the gym, or whatever. She's all dolled up and whatever. She looks so good. Like, a lot of guys, they're all about the makeup, right? No, because she's put on the makeup. She's putting this lie on for this guy that her life is so perfect, just to find out she's just an average, normal person after she takes all that stuff off.
And another thing with the whole dating apps, I think women get it confused. I think that because a lot of these men want them and they're offering them, you got to understand, like, just because women are doing that doesn't mean men aren't doing it either. Men are doing it also. Yeah. So a lot of these men are seeing these women and just seeing as if it's just a smash and pass, like, smash and dash. Like, I'm going to do what I got to do to get in those cheeks, whether it takes 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. And exactly. And then it's on to the next. But I think they're conflating genuine viable options for men for marriage and men that want to just sleep with you. So, you can see this a lot, and it gets really confusing because they're like, oh, I can replace you whenever. Oh, I can easily just find. It's not that easy. You're going to have to kiss 1,000 frogs before you get Mr. Right. But then even still, the standards are so high that you may have to lower your standards a little bit. I've had some women on here that are in their 40s, and some say, well, I don't have a high body count, but I forgot. I think it was New York Times or the Washington Post or something like that put out an article in the 80s, and they put out a new one again saying that in the United States, a woman past 40, that she has a 2% chance of getting married at that age, right? But I think women are starting to come to this, so they're just conceding and saying, "Oh, I'm happy by myself," or "I don't need a man." But that's bullshit. I don't buy that for 1 second. Nobody wants to die alone, and nobody wants to be alone as a basic human being, right? And I think that people, if you do find somebody who you can share your life with, I think you'll be a lot happier. It's just nuts to me.
But even I think a lot of it is like career driven as well, though, right? See, now the women are getting in the same boat as the guys that are building their career too. Like, they're getting to the point, why do I want a dude that's not career driven?
I feel like you need to have at least somebody who has his shit together somewhat, right?
Yeah.
And then another thing women need to realize, men start to flourish, even statistically, men start to flourish in their 30s. So whereas women's a little different. Men go for more phenotypical characteristics at first, and I think some women do too, but not in all cases. It's more men, they like how a woman looks, but what you want from a man is starts to thrive when he's in his 30s, early 30s to late 30s. So I think that women need to take these things into consideration when they do. But let's let this new person that came up, Mish, just introduce yourself. Let us know where you're from and what do you think about the topic? Hello?
Miss, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Introduce yourself and let us know what you think about the topic.
Well, I find it interesting the body count.
You want to introduce yourself so we know what to call you? Let us know where you're from. Okay.
Mish, I'm from Canada also.
Okay. Canadians in the house. All right. Let us know what you think.
I'm Trinidadian. I am Trinidadian though.
Okay.
So I was born there. So I was
Trinidad?
just listening.
You said Trinidad?
Yes, I'm from Trinidad.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyways, for the body count thing, I think as women, and I don't want to offend any men, so nobody come for me, okay? I'm just saying that there's some things that we don't talk about out loud to men, or maybe you guys are not privy to, but I think there's why some women do have a bigger body count is because, how do I say this, Jeff?
Give it to us raw.
Listen, not all men know how to have sex, right? So when I'm an older woman, so I feel comfortable saying this. You know what I mean? When not all men know how to have sex properly. You men get the benefit of any woman you sleep with, good, bad, doesn't matter if she's big, small, little, tall, you're going to have an O, right?
He gonna get his, huh?
Yeah.
Right.
It's not the same with women. Like after you sleep with some guys, you're like, God damn. You know what I mean? Like
waste the body.
Right, and now it's a body count on me, but I can't go out and tell everybody he was terrible in bed. We spare you guys his feelings with that, right? So now I'm faulted because I gave this guy a chance. He was a waste of my time.
Complete waste,
so then I tried to do another guy, you know what I mean? And he's even worse. Some guys, before they even get it in, they're coming, and you're like, what? But now he gets to say he slept with me. I'm serious. You know what I mean? These are things that you men maybe not know. We women, we talk about it. And it's like pissed off, like, oh my God, after you got on a date, you like this guy, you've been talking for a while, and you finally sleep with him, you call your girl, and you're like, God damn it. Like now he gets to say, I slept with her, and he did it. Like he didn't even get his dick in, and he's coming already. Then you guys say, okay, well, give them a chance, because the first time the guys get nervous, and so we give you another chance, and you might do a little better, but by the third time we give you a chance, you suck. So now we move on to somebody else, and you know why there's 20% of men that get the girls? Because those 20% of those men can hit it right, and we're willing to be part of that group to get good sex because 80% of you suck.
So, no, so I do agree, but I do have to play devil's advocate a bit. I do agree that well, that statistic, 20% of the men, that actually comes from men with money. But it is my theory, even on a lower level, the men that don't have money are the men that are perhaps have other characteristics which make a woman stay with them. Obviously charm, their looks, and their ability to please a woman. Yeah, that I agree. But do you think that that should be your driving force if let's say a woman continues, let's say if a woman got with me, right, and I just made her come like she never did before, squirt and all, right, first time it's ever happened, and then she's like, that was a great experience, and then she stays with me for a while, so then she tries to get with the next guy, nowhere near, 2 seconds, next guy, nowhere near, third guy, he was all right, but it's still just not satisfying. Do you think that maybe sex shouldn't be the number one criteria for some people? If you have to keep going from person to person to get that satisfaction, do you think that maybe women should try to say, well, I'm gonna try to stick it out with this one guy instead of ghosting him because he couldn't blow my back out. Or maybe he'll get better over time. Maybe we could try different things. Maybe we can be creative. Do you think that's not a solution at all?
Okay, for solution with that, I think that comes with age, right? That
Comes with age.
To go like, well,
What do you mean by that?
What I mean by, let me explain it before. For the end of what you're saying, if you as a female, your first or second sexual experience is great, and then for whatever happens, like you said, you're trying to get back to that, right? It's like you're getting a hit of cocaine, say, and or heroin. They say you're always trying to feel like the first time,
trying to get that
right?
that dopamine hit. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, like the first time. So like you said, and what you explained to me, you said if your first time is great and then you're going after all these guys, you're trying to get back to that great feeling of whatever, right? No, sex shouldn't be the end all and be all of relationships. But when you're young, a lot of people don't have that mentality to know that it's like more, life is more than sex. There's a lot of people that the weekend will come, and if they don't get sex over the weekend, Monday they feel a way about themselves, right? You know what I mean? And this is when you're younger and you don't know yourself, right? When you start to learn who you are and know what sex is and feelings are, and having sex with a lot of people, you're letting a lot of things in your body, and you're dealing, and it goes down the line, right? But when you're a young teenager drinking in the clubs, you're not thinking about all that unless you're raised that way, right? Let's be honest, right?
Yep.
You kind of learn that as you go along, if it wasn't raised or taught to you. A lot of people are just taught as young people, don't have sex and don't come home pregnant. That's our teaching, right? Or the guys get told you better be using condom, and the girls get told don't come home pregnant. That's some people's extent of being taught about sex as they're born, right? So you kind of learn.
So hold on. So my question for you is, so because someone is young and quote unquote dumb and they're not making great decisions, why is that now a man's fault? Why is a man being called misogynistic because of your decisions you made, just like somebody else made the decision not to sleep around or made a conscious decision to not have a lot of sexual partners? Why is it that men have to be targeted or men have to be called names because they didn't want you, or they don't want that as a preference? Why are men being attacked for that?
What? Only, honestly, to me, I only heard about how many people you're sleeping with, how many ex-boyfriends you're sleeping with was high school talk, right? And then on TikTok, I've never really come across any man asking what's your body count, how many people you sleep with. I've had men ask me, when was the last time you were in a relationship?
Right.
Or when was your longest relationship or something like that. But I've never sat across from a man and he looked at me and asked me what my body count was.
Well, but that's the thing.
I don't know about other women.
This is the thing. This is the thing, because to beg the conversation, and maybe it should be done a lot more, right? Maybe that's a bit rude, but what happens when you do run into a man with standards? Because this has happened to me. Like, I've dated women, and I don't believe in wiping women right away. I feel like you have to get to know that person. I feel like there's a time period where you need to get to know them. You just can't take people as is, because that's why I truly believe divorce rates are so high. You have a lot of women, and I've only ever heard this from women. Maybe some men do say that, if you want her, if you want to be with her, and you'll wife her right away. But I think these are people that don't have the standards, are high standards. And I've talked to women where beautiful, voluptuous body, like look like the girls you see on, like, in the club, or just bad, straight bad. And as getting to know them, you know, through questioning, and I've never did that straight. I maybe when I was younger, but there's always other questions around that, like, oh, how many serious relationships,
Exactly.
how many serious relationships have you had, or if the answer always changing over time, and you know how fast this person gets attached. There's always little questions, there's always little things that you can ask to indicate, you know, where this person is at with that number. You can kind of guesstimate, or you know, estimate where that person's at. And then through that conclusion, I've done that, and come 6 months to a year dating this certain person, and they think that they start talking about, oh, I want a relationship, and I'm just like, yeah, nah, you don't qualify, or nah, I don't think this is something that I want, or because maybe they were sleeping with somebody else while we weren't mutually exclusive. But I've had situations where I just talk to a girl and they don't move like that. They're not sleeping with more than one person at a time. And then you get to yourself to a place where you really like me, and I'm just like, yeah, you don't qualify. I would never put you in a relationship the way you're moving, right? Because I'm used to a certain standard. So what if you run into a situation like that? You're talking to a guy and he's getting to know you. He's observing you, and what he's extrapolated from the few months he's been talking to you, that you're not the type of woman that he should wife. So what happens if you do that? Because you know, you said men don't ask you, but you know, maybe it's something that women should start to take into consideration.
To like to like volunteer that information.
What do you mean?
No, for your last part, I'm gonna answer the rest of the stuff that you say. But I mean, like, have you asked a woman straight up, what's your body count?
Not in recent years, but like I said, there's a lot of different things. There's a lot of different things that I can do to come to a certain conclusion, right? You know, I literally have a criteria.
I think he's probably referring to, like, you can ask somebody, you know, it's like, how long have you been in a relationship prior to him? Or like, how long has she gone between men? Like, oh, I was single for, like, say, a year or whatever, right? Or like, or she can say things in nature where I have had 3 boyfriends over the last year, and they were all assholes. She's blaming it all on the dude. But meanwhile, she's had 3 guys, you know? And that's what the kind of conclusion he's talking about.
And I don't want to necessarily give up on my techniques, because I'm going to make a book out of it, right? But one of the biggest things is to make someone feel comfortable, right? You make them feel comfortable, and they start talking about things, and you don't show any judgment. So if a woman's talking about, yeah, I've had 3 orgies, like, what? That's crazy. Was it fun? Oh my God, that's nuts. Like, I'm so jealous. But meanwhile, you're saying in the back of her, I am never putting this girl in a relationship, right? But you're making her seem like it's okay. There are literally, like I said, there's a list of things that you can do to come to a certain conclusion about somebody, right? Some people go as far as writing it down, like, oh, she did this, she did that. And if you're trying to date for marriage, if you're dating for something that is serious, you can come to this conclusion, but you just have to make that person feel comfortable. But what I'm asking you is, do you think, what would happen if you run into this issue? You're talking to a guy for a certain amount of months, and he's like the main dude you like, but meanwhile, you know, you got another dude who you hit up for sex, but his sex is pretty good too. But when he's not available, you hit up the other guy and stuff like that. But meanwhile, you know, he's just observing, and he's observing to see if you're fit to be with him in a relationship. And then when you're ready and you start hinting that that's something you want, he says no. How would you suggest people go about that? Because now you're gone.
Okay, well, here's my take on all that. Okay, and from I was very younger, like my thing is, why do you get the pleasure of sleeping with 2 women? I would never be that girl, because that's how I feel. How come this dude gets to sleep with me and another chick? You know what I mean? Like, what makes him so great that he gets that kind of pleasure?
I'm not saying that's necessarily the case, but nowadays, you see this, like, it's normal. Like, if you start talking to somebody and you say, well, yeah, I talked to this person, I talked to that person, before you, like, I know this is not a person that I'm going to take serious, but I want to take someone serious. That person isn't somebody that wants to be in a relationship. They just want to have sex. So there is somebody who I have been going to, but once I find somebody that I'm willing to be serious with, I'm willing to drop that person as soon as possible. So now you have conditions if the person's being honest with you, where you know and you're aware that maybe they could be hooking up with that person, right? As long as you get tested and everything is clear and clean, you can assume that you're not in danger, but now you're aware that this person is doing something. But let's say if I had a standard, right? And if I told another person that and they still didn't touch anybody, where this has really happened to me. I've talked to girls where they didn't touch anybody and they waited for a relationship and they got that. Whereas I talked to other girls, well, not many, but there's times where I have talked to women and they openly admitted that they're, sleeping with other people while simultaneously sleeping with me. So as a qualifier for a relationship, I'm not going to, they've been eliminated. And I'm not going to tell them, they just don't know. But that's what I'm saying. What if you run into a situation like that and somebody's not telling you because they want you to be open and honest, but they're going to make a judgment call whether they want to think you're suitable for a relationship or not? Because you said guys don't ask, but what if you're being judged?
No. What I said is guys don't ask me, come straight out and ask. I realize when they're asking me, when was your last relationship? That's what I said. When was your last serious relationship? I'm old enough and wise enough to know that just like I'm asking them. Do you know what I mean? And I'm looking at them and wondering, when was your last relationship? Who are you sleeping with? From the time you tell me you're sleeping with somebody or you're messing with somebody else, I'm done. So I think people need to get back to that. Like, you don't start something with someone and you're still trying to end something with someone else. How can you give somebody your undivided attention? And it seems to be like, it can't be okay. You guys need to not make it okay for that kind of behavior to be okay. You can't be messing with me and messing with him and trying to figure it out, and guy or girl expecting the person who's not doing anything and looking for a serious relationship.
Let's be realistic. It happens. And it happens more often than not.
Okay. So the person who is looking for a long-term relationship, that person should be the one to say, I'm out as soon as he finds out. Not just only say, okay, she's not a candidate and keep messing with her just because you want to sleep with her. You see where the problem is?
But wait, hold on. If she's already living a certain lifestyle, she's already doing that. Why should I give her the benefit of the doubt? If maybe I want sex too, and if she's, I think Straw Hat, you need to mute your mic. You got a bit of an echo going.
Okay.
But what if I say, she's already doing it. That's a decision she's making. I'm not forcing her. I'm not coercing her. I'm not putting any weapons to her head and making her do anything. So if she's already doing that, that's something she's okay with. Why should I take responsibility if she's a willing participant and it's a consensual? And it's fine. It's fine. I don't have to have sex with a multitude of people, but she's available. She'll hold me down until I get this person that I want. It's not like I'm doing it with 10 or 12. Some guys do. But what if that's the case? Why should I give her the benefit of the doubt? Why do I have to be the bigger person?
Okay, but are you telling her, okay, well, this is just for fun, and I'm not, this is not going to be serious. You're not the one. Like, are you being honest in that degree?
Well, this is my thing. If at the beginning, right? Let's say, for example, at the beginning, and I say, well, I'm looking for something serious. And I just think that I need to get to know somebody first to see if they're suitable for me to be in a relationship. This is our initial conversation, right? And now I'm getting to know you. And I'm getting to know you, and down the line that I find out that maybe you still are hooking up with somebody else, because a lot of women have this idea that, oh, they're not in a relationship. He's not your husband. He's not your boyfriend. You can do what you want, right? Some people still believe in going on dates. Some believe in still, hooking up with other men from time to time. So, and getting to know you, let's say 2 months in, I found out you've been doing that, where I've dated other girls and they don't do that. So why should I now tell you that, what is this? You're using too much memory. Why should I not tell you that, oh, you're not this, because you're still doing your thing, and I had to find that on my own. So why should I give you that? Why should I notify you?
Well, I can see where you're coming from, but I just think that if people are not clear, and if you are not clear, if you are the one, because did she say she was looking for something serious? Because if I'm the one out here dating and I'm looking for something serious, when I'm talking to someone in the first few conversations, I'm gonna let them know I want this. This is my expectation of you. You can take it or leave it, right?
Right.
Like, I'm not gonna just let it kind of see what happens with you. I'm gonna put what I expect. When me and you were talking, I don't expect you to be talking to anyone else. If you have a problem with that, then I guess we move on. But you're not going to be talking with me and still sleeping with somebody else. Like, you have to. I think people need to make onus of what you want. I set my boundaries. On my first date with me, you're going to know my boundaries.
Right.
And I can tell you by the end of the date, we're not going to get along. You know what I mean? Because I know myself that well, that I can tell you that. And guys are shocked when I say that to them, right? They're like, oh, no. And I tell them, no. You see, because in my case, I tell men, don't judge a book by its cover, because men get fooled very easily by a pretty face. Like, it's so unbelievable. Like, I look at them and I think, wow, you could, like, you know what I mean? It's just a true reality. But what I'm saying is, if you are the one out there looking for marriage and looking for things and dealing with these women that's actually got a real loose mindset, women are selling themselves short these days. That's my opinion. From I seen the Instagram girls came out years ago and showing booty parts and stuff, I'm like, you guys are cheapening women. Because now these men don't even have to pay for it. Before, they used to pay to talk to girls on the phone. They used to pay to go into the strip clubs to go see girls. They used to pay, you know what I mean? Now they can just swipe on Instagram and TikTok and this and that, right? So women need to pull up their socks and start valuing.
But back to your first point, and this is the point we never came to a conclusion on. What if a woman's just saying, he had some bad peen. The sex was trash, so I had to dump him on to the next until I find something good. All right, they said the next guy, he was all right, so I could stick with him for a while until I find I'm not compromising. She just running through men. So back to that main point, which we started.
It's sad, but it's the reality of what really happens.
Okay,
with a lot of women.
but then can
you know what I mean?
Okay, cool. But then can women call men misogynistic for that because the choices they made?
I think people need to be. I think women, we need to be more honest with men after we have sex with them and let them know, like, straight up, you sucked. If we're willing to help, we can help you or tell you or give you a little guidance. There are some women that are bold, but a lot of women, we're shy to say that kind of stuff.
But hold on. So, but this is the answer I'm looking for you. Is it misogynistic though?
No, I don't think women should be calling men misogynistic. Like, if you're running through a lot of men, women need to know that you're bringing in demons into your body. You're the one taking someone into you, right? You got to think of it that way. They're leaving things in you. Like, you are not a toilet bowl for men out there. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Her words, not mine. Her words, not mine. Guys, let's run up the likes. A little bit. Hold on. I want you to introduce yourself before you speak. But guys, please, let's run up the likes. Let's try to get to 10K. That's the next milestone. I want to try to get to 32 or 40K before for the live is over. So let's keep running up the likes, please, so we can get more people in the chat. Let's try to get to 10K likes. That's the next milestone. But no, I hear you, Mesh. And I want to thank you for your honesty, because I think you're being genuine, and I think you're being genuinely honest. But Straw Hat, I'm not sure what the rest of your username is. Just introduce yourself. Let us know what you're from and where you're from, and let us know what you think about the topic.
How y'all doing? I'm Burley. I'm from Atlanta. So the way I would put it, now I'm not calling women body parts cars, but I'm using an analogy, right? So say you got a car dealer, right? And let's say that the woman, and they trying to sell you a car, and let's say the woman's body part, you know what I'm saying, right? Is the car. You don't want a car that has mileage and wear and tear. You would want a car, and that's like, it's just, you wouldn't want a car that's drove by 40 people. You know what I'm saying? You would want a car that's drove by 3 people with less wear and tear. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to compare the two, but I'm saying it's just like you wouldn't want that, and it is vice versa at the same time, because I feel like when it comes down to having sex and stuff like that, I feel like people should make it more sacred rather than just going through everybody you see and you know what I'm saying.
I hear you, and I don't think that's a bad analogy. The only problem with that is sometimes you don't know. So I think men have to be a little more inquisitive, they have to be a little more wise, and they have to allow women to open up when these things come, because there's no Carfax on people. There's not a whole facts, right? Like, oh, this person has been with 32 people, this person has been with 100 people. You have to somehow, like I said, have a criteria in order for you to be able to come to these conclusions if she's been that type of girl or type of woman for a good period of her life. And now, is that something you want to tolerate? Is that a standard for yourself? So like I said, I don't think it's a bad analogy. Some people may not like it, but I don't really care what people think. You're trying to make a point, so I get it, but it may not be for some people.
Yeah. I like the way, because the way I mean it is genuine, but I don't want to because I know somebody probably feel offended by how I said it, but you know what I'm saying. But that's not how I meant it. If they thought I said it any kind of way, it's just
I don't think you should worry about that.
I feel like it really shouldn't be, only for the fact that I wouldn't want no girl that smashed the whole football team. You know what I'm saying? I would rather ask first before, but I'm not going to judge her about that. I'm just saying that's my preference. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm going to ask her first to decide if I want to do that or not.
So how would you go about a situation? You're talking to a girl and you're talking to her for a few weeks now, and some boxes check off, some don't. But one of the big deciding factors is her past. How would you go about trying to come to a conclusion with that? How would you go about finding out? Because most people don't ask, but if you ask, it's you. But I want to know, how would you go about that?
Me personally, I don't waste no time. I just ask straight up. I'm not gonna lie. I just be like, I don't ask how many body counts you got, but I'll be asking how was your past relationship? How many have you had? Type stuff like that. And you know what I'm saying? But usually I'm a cool person, so I know how to talk my way through situations and make people laugh and stuff, but it's still a big question. So I know how to work around asking a girl what's your body count without asking her and making her feel comfortable.
Yeah, no, and I think that's definitely the way to go. And it's definitely smarter, because I think if you come out straight up and say, "Hey, how many motherfuckers you done slept with?" They're gonna lie. They're gonna lie. They're gonna lie. Anybody's gonna lie, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's like that old J. Cole song. He said, "Whatever she says her body count is, you got to multiply by 3." So you always gotta, you gotta be a little tricky and savvy when it comes to these things. You can't just straight up ask, because you're more than likely you're not going to get a genuine answer. Sometimes you can, but you probably
that's
can.
why you gotta be smooth with it.
Exactly.
Try to work your way around it.
1,000%. There's a Damon. You want to introduce yourself and let us know what you think about the topic?
Yo, my name is Damon.
Okay.
And I guess the way I feel about the topic, I feel like it all kind of comes from preference in a way. I feel like my like direct answer on the topic, I don't feel like it's misogynistic to not want to like women with a high body count, but I feel like it depends on the reason why. So I feel like I guess looking at the world, I feel like there's dudes who like, fall in love with porn stars. There's girls. I mean, there's dudes who like, they like their woman with a little bit of experience, I guess. So I feel like
a little bit.
I guess looking at it, I guess to initially say, like, oh, I want to like initially like I'm gonna just curve a person just for the high body count. I feel like that's where you just like, you're not looking at them for what they are. You're just looking at them for the bodies they got,
So,
because
my question to you, would you choose a woman, like if you had your favorite go-to porn? I don't know if you watch porn or not, but damn, we can't say that. Sorry. Yeah, corn. Let's say corn. Sorry. If you had your favorite corn star, right? Adult film star. Corn sounds so fucking corny. No pun intended. But if you had your favorite adult film star, and let's say that you were given an opportunity to get to know her, and would you choose her? Is that something that you would try to take serious?
Nah, personally, I wouldn't go that route, but I would say I would say basically, okay, if you fall in love, I feel like you can't control feelings, you feel me? So I feel like if you were to fall in love with somebody, like with that many bodies, you can take the history into account or whatever. But I feel like if the love is there, you can't just be like, oh, since society is telling me, like, since she got a high body count, I need to curve her because the body, like, I feel like what you should do is take the history into account and then keep that in mind along with taking them into account as a person. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of how I look at it. But
yeah, no, I think you're right about that. You should definitely take everything into account. And like I said, there's always exceptions. There are people who get married and have successful relationships. It's just the probability is extremely low. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I feel like I would still take that into account even with the.
So let's say that you fell in love with a amazing, let's say a beautiful, voluptuous, abnormally big booty, little waist, 4-pack abs, nice chest, and you just naturally fell in love with her. But you see that she has over 200 films on xnxx.com.
See, like, yeah, I'm not that type of person to swing that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just me. I feel like I'm a little bit more open-minded when it comes to topics like this. Like I feel like I wouldn't label a dude misogynistic just because of the fact that they like, some dudes, they like through religion or just like, they want their girl with a low body count or to preferably be a virgin. So, I wouldn't label them as misogynistic for wanting that, or just, traditionally, like, where women with high body counts come with like, like cheating in their past or like, just like rough patches in life or, so generally like, high body counts come with higher risk, but at the same time to also be like just to disclude them out for just because that's generally the curve. I feel like that's what would make it misogynic. Like, to like, okay, like for instance, with Straw Hat Broly, when he says, I'm gonna straight up ask him, I feel like in an instance, like just to ask and then be like, that'd be the determining factor on where you can continue to like, engage with them afterwards. I feel like that would be a little bit misogynistic.
How?
Like
how?
Only because I feel like you didn't choose to get to know them as a person. You just heard a number and was like, I gotta go.
But what if that's like? But how can you say it's a preference, but then you say you hear their number and it's misogynistic now? What if that's their non-negotiable?
It's a tricky thing. Like me personally, I understand it. So but I also understand how you could like you. It's kind of in a way you just see in the number and not them as a person in a way. Like like. It's weird because, like I just said, like with a high number comes with a high risk. Usually comes with a high history of a lot of like, So
so with saying that, if you say just knowing the number comes with a high risk, and that's somebody's preference, and what if it's their non-negotiable? Tell me, how could that now be misogynistic? How is this person now giving arbitrary hate towards a woman he's trying to date?
I wouldn't necessarily label it as hate, though. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like,
that's how you define misogynistic, though.
I wouldn't even see it as that, though, because I feel like it's when looking at it generally, it's like it's a lot of things more than just hate. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't feel like it just boils down to the hate of women. So it's like I look at it as a more general term. Like it spreads down from like, you know, like rape jokes or like, I mean, my bad, grape jokes and stuff like that. You know, I feel like it stems from a lot of things rather than just hate. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Like even with the analogy to cars, he said, I'm not going to compare like women's parts to cars, but then he proceeds to like compare them to cars. You know what I'm saying? So,
and was he misogynistic? Was he misogynistic for that, though?
I wouldn't, like, I get the analogy. So it's like, I wouldn't inherently say that was backed by misogyny, but at the same time, you just compared the parts to cars. So like,
it's,
you know, like that.
But he gave a disclosure in saying it's an analogy, though.
I mean, but the analogy itself, what I feel like would be misogynistic, because you are inherently comparing it to cars. It'd be kind of like saying, not to be racist, but then it's like giving a disclosure for being racist, but then proceeding to saying some racist, even though you know it's not backed by racism or it has some sort of logic to it. But like you would understand the logic behind it. But even though he said, "Hey, not to be racist," but you understand.
Yeah, you're losing me.
You know, it's just like.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about your point. You can respond to it if you like.
What Straw was saying, that he was just using an analogy where, you know, he's.
Oh, I thought that was Straw talking.
What he was comparing it to, where not necessarily comparing a woman to a car, but he was comparing the car to a woman, in a sense where if that car has got 40 owners, you don't know what those 40 owners have done to the car. That's the analogy. It's the same thing as having a girl that has had 40 boyfriends. That was the analogy he was making. Like, what has she done with these 40 guys that's going to be that he's going to be better than that?
Yeah, it in no way was that misogynistic. In the simple fact that he gave a disclosure and said, I'm making an analogy, and I'm telling you guys it's just an analogy, right? But I think because he kind of made that thing a big deal, and he understood that he would probably get some pushback for it. He probably should never did that, but I don't think it's misogynistic.
I said vice versa at the end of my sentence, so that means I said it for men and women. Because I said even if dudes do the same thing, the dude has smashed.
I'm not saying
it's not special. It's not. I'm not special to them. I was telling them that I wasn't just saying it about women too. I was starting off about saying women because I wasn't trying to have my whole sentence saying the word vice versa. It's gonna make my sentence long, so I just saved it for the end after I was done saying my whole point. But I said vice versa at the end.
Damn. I feel like I wasn't trying to like say I don't understand. I understand the analogy. Like I'm not saying I don't get it. I was just, and I'm not even saying you are misogynistic, because I don't feel like you said that from a point of view of hating women, like the host said. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like the analogy in itself is comparing, like, even when you say like, oh, he's not comparing women to cars, but he's comparing cars to women. I feel like it's still on the same property, you know.
But all right, but if we're defining misogyny for what its definition is, it doesn't fit, because obviously this is somebody who still dates women. This is somebody obviously who still that is inclined towards women. We have nothing to say that this man hates women. So how are we using that word?
All right, I'll just explain it. I was just using that from my general point of view of how I feel.
Yeah, but that's what we're trying to understand. We're trying to understand how you came to that conclusion.
A general point of sense, and now I'm understanding it. You using it from a hate point of sense. So
no, I'm using it from the word, how it's defined. Like, you know, we use words because they mean things. We don't just arbitrarily use words.
That's the reason why I was saying I was just explaining it from my general sense. Now that I understand that you are explaining it from the definitive point of sense from hate, then I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to argue that. I was just explaining it from my sense earlier, because I feel like it trickles down more from like how would he just like that's what I was trying to say. I don't feel like he has a hate for women when he said that. I just feel like the innate analogy is comparing the women, like even when, it's like that's what all I was trying to explain earlier is when he said he had to give the disclosure. Why would you have to give the disclosure for that? Because I feel like the analogy itself is bad. But we understand the analogy, but you have to give the analogy. Like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain because it's weird to walk around.
It's hard to explain because that's not what I said, though. Because I said it's not me comparing just women. It's me comparing women and men. That's what vice versa means. That means that women and men. I'm not comparing just women. But I started off the sentence with women because I'm not finna compare both at the exact same time because then I'm gonna be talking way longer than I should. I was just trying to get my points out of what I mean. That's why at the end of my point, I said it goes both ways, not just for women. So I wasn't comparing it to just only women.
And I agree with you on that. I feel like at the end of the day, that's what I started with. I feel like it depends on preference. Like I said, there's people who date porn stars. There's people who
guys, stop with the word. Hey, stop with the P word. Don't, please stay adult film star. Just be aware and conscious of what you're saying.
There's people who date like adult film stars. There's people who want like their girls to have low body counts or virgins. There's people who have ranges. Or they'll say like, I want my girl to have 10 to 20, or I want my girl to have under 5. That's just where I feel like I don't feel like innately wanting a girl to have a low body count is misogynistic, or you have a hate for women for that. But I do feel like certain things like the analogy, not you per se using the analogy, but the analogy in itself, things like that, or grape jokes, or like stuff like that are like that tend to like go around like is normalized in society can be misogynistic, but not necessarily can come off as hatred. That's just what I was trying to point out.
So,
but
hold on.
Like now you are using.
I wanna ask you a question though, because you did something that I see a lot of women do, and don't. Oh damn, he just dropped. Well, I wanted to ask him why, and maybe anybody up on here on the panel right now maybe can answer this question, or you guys can answer in the comments. Why do we use words that don't mean, or try to apply words to situations that don't apply? Like, he basically tried to say your analogy was misogynistic. And I think that I'm not even sure if he knew what it meant. But why is this being done? I see women doing this a lot. They'll say somebody has a phobia in certain type of situations where that may not be the case. Why do people do that? Why are now people using words that don't fit a certain description? Like, it's almost like we're redefining words. According to the narrative in society, misogynist is anybody who says anything that they disagree with that a woman should be doing. And it's not necessarily what the word even means. Is it ignorance? Is it they don't know what the word? What do you guys think? Why do you think that is being done?
To be honest, I personally think in his specific argument, I don't know if he was or wasn't, but I think he was being disingenuous because even when he explained how he felt, he thought I explained it to him. I was talking about everybody. And the fact that he kept saying that he felt that it was misogynistic means that technically what he's saying is I don't know the word for it. What's the male version for misogyny?
Misandry.
Okay, so that's basically him saying I was both of those at the exact same time, which I don't think you can be because I feel like it's usually more of a biased thing.
Yeah. Because
if I said I'm talking about everybody, that means that I was misandry and misogynist, which I was just talking about everybody, including myself. Like if I were to do that, I can understand why a girl wouldn't want me if I've been with like 30 people if it's her preference. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have no problem with that.
And you know what?
I think so. He just came up here to think his word of context.
Yeah, definitely. Miss, you had a question?
Yeah, I just want to know from the guys. Do you guys feel responsible for turning girls into hoes?
No.
Nope. No, everybody.
I don't.
Everybody's grown up to make their own decisions.
Okay, so So when you're, talking to a girl and, she slept with Tom, right? And then she's saying, no, I don't, I want to wait and whatever. And then you guys go into, well, you slept with him kind of, and why you don't want to sleep with me? I mean, you guys don't feel guilty for kind of tricking or coercing or talking women into sleeping. Don't act like you not in a bad way, but you guys don't feel kind of
ma'am.
way.
Hold on, guys, ma'am.
Right,
hold on. How? Listen, you can't say that's like saying, oh, I talked somebody into committing a crime and now they're being convicted for that crime. I have to be responsible for it. You have to understand.
No, you do get charged for that, for being an accomplice or being the one.
No, being an accomplice. So if that doesn't work like that. If I'm home, no, hold on. If I'm home and I say, you know what? If I was you, I would definitely go handle that, because nobody would have came at my people like that. They wouldn't be alive. I'm not saying you got to, but you should, right? And they go on their own time, not cooperating with me, and go handle that person because I suggested to them that's something they should do. I would not be convicted for that at all.
No, you would not.
Yeah. So my thing is, how are you putting responsibility? Because if that's the case,
that's why I'm asking you. That's with the question of asking. I'm asking, do you feel?
And this is the thing. I think that men are. I'm not saying that all men take accountability. There are some men who make excuses and blame for things, but I think it's something that we see in men, that they take a little more accountability than women do. At no point can you blame somebody else if it's consensual, if that person wasn't forced, right? There's no point.
I'm not talking about anything like that. I'm just saying, in a consensual relationship, here is, you knew she slept with Tom and Joe, so you're just going in to have your turn, is what I'm saying. As men, do you feel any kind of guilt as being one of the 10 or one of the 20, because she's a run-through girl, so you can go there if you want easy sex?
So my question to you is, hold on. Yeah, my question to you is, how and why should we feel guilt? Because you keep posing the question, but I don't think anyone is understanding as to why we should. Tell me, why do you think that we should, after this girl has, that's like saying a girl that has 100 bodies, right? And I'm about to be 101st. You're telling me that I should feel guilty for contributing to 101 people that she's laid down with. She's made those decisions before me. It's not like if she was a virgin, I can understand when you say accountability, but even still, that still stands, that she has to take responsibility for the decision she made. So tell me how.
Oh, absolutely.
So tell me how could you even think or even bring up that point that a man should take responsibility for what someone else does?
No, I said, do you feel any kind of guilt? I'm curious. I just always want to ask.
But I understand that, but I'm just asking you, why do you?
It's not meaning that you're a bad person.
No.
You're 101, right?
I get that.
Accountability. I'm asking you.
But why do you pose the question? Why is it that you pose the question?
Answer a question.
Hold on. I just want to know why she poses the question.
Why? Well, I know if here's this is just a woman's point of view, because I think we deal more in emotions, right? If I knew this guy is a hoe, right? I don't want to be contributing to his whole behavior and going to sleep with him too. Do you know what I mean? And if for guys, I'm thinking, okay, if everybody's calling her a hoe, why am I going to be one of the ones to go sleep with her and add to her whoism, I guess? I don't know. Like, why would you want to add to that? I'm just curious, because you guys too, like, you jog her out because she's a hoe for sleeping with a lot of guys, but you are one of the guys that slept with her.
The logic still stands.
After a question.
Sure.
See, it's kind of like this. Let's say it's a profile thing, right? I'm not gonna say that. Let's say that she, two other guys were basically Michael Jordan, some other famous guy, maybe Brad Pitt, whatever, right? And if he was a third guy, it'd be like, a score saying, hey, you know, I had her because she slept with so-and-so. But if it was the reverse, the dudes were less, then he would feel more or less like third sloppy seconds, in a sense where he would feel probably dirty because she slept with some guys that were off the street and whatever. The guys would feel dirty about that. Whereas to the upper part, like you see how it is, it's a ranking system. If it's better, then he would feel better. If it was worse, then he'll feel worse. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah, I
on
do.
top of that, chances is if he knew about that she was sleeping with the dirty guys, then this guy probably wouldn't want her.
That if she was sleeping with the top guys, he's taking it as he's one of the.
Yep, it's a trophy thing.
Well, honestly, I would disagree. Honestly, I would disagree with that. I would even say that it really don't matter. I'm not contributing to anything. I can't say, even if it's like a girl that I want to be with, right? If I say, damn, she was a virgin, I'm gonna be her second one, I want to make this work, because if not, she's gonna be that far away from virginity. No, it's like I don't think that I'm contributing, right? And what if you say, well, oh, you don't want to contribute if somebody's a hoe, but what if he says, I want to change? And he does change and he stops sleeping around, he just gets with you, but y'all just didn't have chemistry. It just didn't work out. Like, you can't say that I'm contributing. It still goes back to a lack of accountability.
Okay. Can I get in here for a second?
Yeah, introduce yourself first and let us know what you think. Let us know what you think about the topic.
Oh, I love it. I'm an expert at this. Okay, can I just say something about a high body count?
Sure, say what you gotta say.
Nobody know how many times someone slept with someone else. You shouldn't even ask that question.
Right.
Because if you do and they tell you, that's gonna be a problem right there. Like me, I don't care if a girl slept with 1,000 dudes. I would never ask her how many dudes she slept with. So I would not know if she slept with 1,000 dudes.
Right.
And I would hope she never asked me, because she wouldn't like my body count. And that would be a problem in the relationship. Would never show any love in that relationship, because all you would worry about is the last person she slept with or how many people she slept with.
Right.
But
that's my feeling.
But that's the thing though. And I did say there are indicators. There are ways to find out or have a estimate, a rough estimate.
If you have a little Peter with it, you'll know off the jump.
Oh, wait, what?
You would say, whoa, girl, why is you so big? You must have slept with a lot of people.
But I don't think that has anything to knowing a woman's body count.
It'll be in the back of your mind. It'll be in the back of your mind. I don't care how thorough you are. It'll be there.
Honestly, I think that's left field. I don't think that has anything to do with what we were talking about.
That'll be another way you will suggest that she slept with a lot of people. If you can't handle her in bed and you're not equipped enough to satisfy her, you would think she slept with a lot of people.
Well, I could be honest with you. I've that doesn't resonate with me. I've never had that issue, even with girls who.
I'm saying a lot of people don't have them problems, but I'm saying when you bring them problems in a relationship, them problems gonna be there.
Regardless. No, even still, I'm not. I can't relate to that. I can't even, because I feel like I don't know. I feel like most women are genuinely tight, but maybe some may be tighter than others. I've never an issue that I've had. Maybe that's just me. But but back to what I was saying though.
Relationship right now?
What happened?
You dating someone right now?
Perhaps I could be married. Maybe not.
If you is or not, would you ask them how many people you slept with?
I didn't have to. I didn't have to. They told me, and quite proudly too.
People want to know that.
Quite proudly too.
When she told me how many people she slept with, I would leave her alone.
Well, it wasn't a high number. So I don't
care if it was 2 people.
Well, that's.
She told me she slept with 2 people. I would always think, who did you sleep with, or is it him? Well, it'll be there.
Well, yeah, but I know these things because they shared it with me. Like, if you only been with a limited amount of.
I'm just saying. After she told you it was 2 people, did you ever think about, damn, who was the 2 people?
Well, no, because this information was open and it was shared with me. And I said, I wonder who this person is. What happened?
He told you their names?
Well, subsequently, I have to know one, right? because of, you know, maybe that person has a kid or maybe their relation to that. So, but there's a lot of different reasons as to why I would know, but I never had to ask. And this is another way that this is hold on. This is another way that, you know, you can get to know that, because women that usually don't have a high body count, they usually brag about, oh, well, I can't relate to this girl because I only been with like 2 or 3 people. I only been with 5 people, right? But my thing is, even still, even if you don't know, you can indicate. There's a lot of indicators, right? There's a lot of different things to come to that conclusion. But my question for you is, why, if a woman come up to you and says, I only had 2 bodies, I don't have a lot of experience like that, so, you know, or if an instance came up where y'all were doing something in bed and she's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm inexperienced, why would you then stop talking to her if she told you?
I don't want to know that, because that's going to be messing about, well, who did you mess with? I don't want to know that. If I've been in a relationship, I'm not even going to count, but I got a son. And if somebody would tell me that she cheated on me like that, right? I wouldn't go up to her and say, man, somebody just told me you cheated. I would have to find this out on myself. I wouldn't even care about what they just said to me.
Right. Yeah, but somebody else talking about cheating and you come into a conclusion on your own from the person's mouth, that's something totally different. My thing is, so if somebody told you their body count, why are you so opposed to it? And why would you stop talking to them? What if it was a perfectly great relationship?
It'll be in the back of my mind all the time. It'll be there. If you never bring it into the forefront, the conversation would never come up.
But so do you keep do you keep this illusion that she's been with nobody before you?
Man, that's crazy talk.
How's that crazy talk?
Of course, I don't even believe a virgin when she says she's a virgin. I never even thought that she was a virgin if she come up to me and say, I'm a virgin. Man, stop playing. I wouldn't believe that.
So you think that there are no virgins in the world?
No, I just said I wouldn't believe it. So you see, when y'all talk for everyone. I only talk for myself.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Do you believe that there's no virgins in the world?
Oh yeah, it's many.
So how do you discern between, you know? It just doesn't make sense.
I just wouldn't feel it in my heart, because I don't know that person. I know she's a virgin. I don't know anything about her till I meet her, and then once I meet her, I still don't know she was a virgin. That's crazy talk. So if I come up to a girl, hold on. If I come up to a girl and say I'm a virgin, how would she believe me?
Okay. But my thing is, with that, you would have to have some.
Answer that one question I just asked you.
She probably wouldn't know, but there's always clues, there's always indicators. I think for men it's a lot harder, but we're not necessarily asking for virgins. I'm not saying a virgin. The question.
That's what I'm saying. So you would never know her body count. So why would you want that in your life?
Well, you can come to an indicator, but the reason why, right? One, some people have standards. Maybe that's not a standard. Maybe that's not a standard for you. Maybe you just sleep with any and everybody. It don't matter to you.
I just wouldn't ask that question.
But that's what I'm saying. Maybe you just sleep with any and everybody. I don't sleep with just any and everybody.
No, that's not why would you say that?
Because you just said that you don't ask about that.
Because I won't ask her how many people she slept with. I would sleep with anybody. That's crazy talk.
Okay. Okay, but look.
Could be something that you thinking that I am, but I'm not that dude.
But I'm not thinking. I'm not thinking anybody. I'm not thinking anything. All I'm saying is maybe you just sleep with any and everything. I'm not saying that you do. I said maybe. Maybe you don't have. Maybe you don't have the standards that I have. Maybe you don't have the standards that other people have. Some people have a level. It is about.
I wouldn't bring it in a relationship.
Yeah,
that would be a problem from day one.
But my thing is, hold on, but that's a problem for you though, right?
No, that's a problem for anybody that feels that their girl slept with a lot of people. Go always question
exactly
how many people she slept with.
But you said even if she didn't sleep with a lot of people, it would still be a problem for her, and you would stop talking to them. So.
No, I say if she tell me who she slept with, that would be a problem, because I'll be like, man, why would you even tell me that? I would never tell a girl I slept with another girl. She would just have to know that I slept with another girl on her own personal thoughts.
So if a girl slept with 2 people and she says, you know, I only slept with 2 people, sorry, I'm inexperienced. So you would stop talking to her because of that. And a girl And a girl who slept with 100 people, you would also stop talking to her because of that. So
she slept with one person and she told me who she slept with. Yes, I would leave her alone. Because there is a problem. I know who you slept with. So whenever we get in some type of disagreement, these things gonna come to light. I don't care what they say, it's gonna come to light.
I think you're.
You know what I'm talking about.
I don't.
You mess with a girl. Okay, if you mess with a girl.
Hold on. Let him finish.
If you mess with a girl, okay, and she feels that you messing with other girls on the side, she gonna come and ask you, right? She should come and ask you, right? That you messing with this girl right here, and then if you say no, and you know you didn't, she gonna have that in the back of her mind. As long as y'all in this relationship that you slept with that girl. So when y'all get into some type of argument or disagreement, that's gonna come up to the forefront no matter what.
I think what I think is going on here, I think you have a strong feeling about disclosures of honesty. I think that I think you're a bit extreme. I can even find women that probably wouldn't agree with you. I think that it's like, damn if you did, damn if you don't. You just don't want to know. But my question is, and I don't want to sound like a female, but who hurt you? Who hurt you? What type? No, my question. Hold on. My question to you is, what type of past did you have, or what type of?
I had a wonderful life, dog.
But my thing is, why are you so so insistent? Because obviously, like,
I been want to know that.
I would want to have some idea of who I'm getting involved with, even from a stance of just staying protected. But hold on. But my thing is, I've had people tell me who they were. It didn't scare me or scar me to the point where I'm like, now I can't even mess with this girl. Like, what in particular about that makes you just want to not mess with anybody after that? That just doesn't make sense to me.
Because when we get in any type of disagreement, it's gonna come to the forefront. I don't care what the argument about. All that stuff gonna be lingering in the back of my mind. And when I get angry at her or something, I might bring it up. Man, you slept with that? Oh, come on, man. All types of little weird little conversations we're gonna be having, because she gonna hate who I slept with, or she gonna hate how many people I slept with. She gonna always bring it up. You slept with all these girls, and who was that girl you slept with, and stuff like that. These arguments gonna come up, and I don't want them arguments in my life, so I don't ask them type of questions. I never asked that question in my whole entire life. Dating how many girls I dated, I never asked her, have you messed with any 2 or 3 guys you slept with before me? I never asked them questions. I don't care about that stuff right there.
I think obviously, and I never said I did ask the question, but I think that's you, and that's the women you dealt with. Even if a female's told me that, when we do have disagreements, that's not something that just comes up as, oh, you slept with this person, and that's not even a thing. And the only time that it has come up in the past where I remember I cheated, and it was like, oh, well, you want Catherine, or you want Stacy, oh, you want this person to come and do this, but like, that's one situation. Even if I'm with somebody and they told me who they were with, it's never an argument, because like, why is it an argument? I don't know. I think that's specific for you, and you may be projecting your in particular situations, but I don't see that in many situations. Even if I met the person, I don't feel insecure any type of way. I just, okay.
I never said this occur. I said it's gonna come up in your relationship.
But it does seem like some type of insecurity, because if somebody tells you that they slept with somebody, and automatically you're just, I'm gonna stop talking to you, and I wouldn't say it's an insecurity, but you said if the body count is high, if our body count is low, that's always going to be why is that so ingrained in your head for such a small thing? And I'm not even somebody who says that word a lot.
I never said that if her body count is low or high, I care about that. I said I don't want to.
But what you said was, you said you would stop talking to her.
Right, when she bring it up to me, because I've been in these type of relationships. When they find out who you mess with and stuff like that, they eat at it. They search for this argument. You see, sometimes.
But don't you think
we men, you are men. If I was a gay man and you was a gay man, You wouldn't know how many men I slept with, so why would you worry about how many girls I slept with?
Well,
why would you worry about how many girls?
Hold on.
Because she's a girl.
Hold on. I don't think that's the best analogy because I don't sleep with men, and I think that's a totally different. I think that's the worst analogy because, well, first of all, with men who sleep with men, you know, the gay and LGBT community have the highest rate of HIV and AIDS. So I don't think just for that reason, even I would never even go down that realm. So that's even more of a reason to question. That's first and foremost. No, because you brought in men. I didn't bring it in. You brought it somewhere else. I'm just saying that's the worst analogy.
Listen to what I'm saying. If I was a gay man,
right,
and you was a gay man,
right,
you wouldn't care. You wouldn't care about how many dudes that other guy slept with. You wouldn't even care about that.
Sir, hold on. All right, hold on. Let me respond to you, sir. I literally just told you, and this is according to the CDC, right? Men, gay and bisexual men have the highest rates of HIV and AIDS in the United States. So even more of a reason why you would ask that question. But even furthermore, I don't sleep with men, so I don't think that's the best analogy. And I think
I don't sleep with men either, but I'm just saying it's the same thing. It's just a male and a female. You just changing one of them.
Did you hear the statistic that I just gave you?
Yes.
Do you not think that's even more of a reason to ask?
So you don't think girls and dudes that don't sleep with other dudes and girls don't have that type of disease?
I'm not saying they don't, but the probability, it says that I think it's like 73 or like 83% of people in the United States who have that disease are amongst the gay and bisexual population. So I think even more of a reason to ask. So that you actually made my point even more, right? So I think that's even more of a reason to ask. So I don't think that's the best analogy that's helping you. But even furthermore, the reason why I say that, if you ask a woman, if a woman comes to you and tells you if she has a low body count or if she has a high body count, you say either way, I would stop talking to them. Now that makes me think that's an indicator that maybe what type of insecurity does that bring in you to say that I'm going to stop talking to her if she has a low or high body count, whether it's from 1 to 100, I'm going to stop talking. What exactly in your head?
I don't really care about who a girl slept with before she slept with me.
Right.
If I do, that's just bringing drama into our relationship.
So why would you stop talking to her if you don't care whether she has a high or low?
I don't want that drama in my relationship. See, I've been through this stuff before.
But see, that sounds disingenuous because if you didn't care, you wouldn't stop talking to them. And the very reason that you're stopping talking to them is like something is almost ruined. So it's you're saying you don't care, but your actions are saying the exact opposite.
No, they're not.
If you stop talking to somebody, how can you say you don't care? Clearly you care, especially if it's indiscriminate of her body count.
I want to know her dirt. And she do not need to know my dirt.
Okay, and why don't you?
If she know my dirt, whenever we get in some type of disagreement, she gonna always bring my dirt up. And every time I get mad at her or argue with her or see her around another dude, I'm gonna think she messing with that dude, and she could just be saying hi or bye.
So if it's dirt, that means you're insinuating that it's something that was done that is nasty, something that disgusts you. So
dirt could be all types of things.
Okay, but the simple fact that you're putting a negative connotation on her sleeping with other people in regards to her past, maybe it's something that you care about. Because otherwise, why would you stop talking to her?
You think I'm caring about that? I say I don't care about. I don't. See, listen, I don't care how many people that she slept with before I came into her life, because that was her life before she met me.
Right.
So I don't care about that. I only care about our life together.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, cool.
Thing I would care about.
All right, so help me understand this. So you said you don't care about who she's been sleeping with, right?
Yeah, and I don't want to know it.
Okay, so but why? So what if she told you just voluntarily, even if you never asked, you're gonna still stop talking to her?
Why did she tell me that? What, you sleeping with somebody else now? You get it? I would question everything she's saying because she's bringing this stuff to me, and why would I even want to know that? I've been in a relationship with a girl that was married before, right? I never even spoke his name in our relationship because I don't care about that. See, a lot of people care about the little simple things, and when they start putting so much effort on the little simple things, they don't even recognize the big picture. The big picture is love. As long as you love someone, that's the only thing should count.
But Tony, so I have a question. You just said something that was very interesting. You said that if she comes to you and tell you that she slept with someone in the past, you said, does that mean you're sleeping with someone now? Why would you?
I said if I see her with some guy that's talking, random guy, I would think she is about to mess with this guy. Because I'm thinking she got a high body count, and so she would mess with anybody. But not knowing that she loved me so deeply, she would not do this stuff to me now because I see that she loved me. I don't care about what she done before she met me. I just care about, do she love me when she with me now?
But you just said you didn't care about body count. You just didn't want to know.
I just want her to love me when she with me. I don't care what she done before me because I didn't know her then.
But
so when I get to know her, I just want to know her. I don't want to know nothing she done in the past unless she harmed someone or killed someone or just disrespectful to babies or hate elder people or hate me because I'm black or hate me because I'm white. Them to be the problems. I don't care about who she slept with.
But security issues.
But
you have insecurity issues when it comes to a woman open opinion.
Insecurity if you need to know who a girl slept with.
But Tony, if
I'm not saying, hey, Tony, I'm not saying this to insult you in any way, man. But
I don't care about that, bro. I'm not getting angry. I'm not that type of dude. I don't get angry at that stuff right there, bro.
But
I'm just saying, okay. I think you got insecurity because I think if your wife you murdered, I don't care. But if you are, if your wife you would see your wife hugging some guy at work, you wouldn't say anything.
But Tony, see that's hold on.
Let him answer this question.
Okay, cool.
Let it say anything. If you come up and just see your wife hugging on some guy, would you say anything to her about that, or would you just forget about it?
Well, if it's in the past, it's in the past. It's a past relationship.
See, I didn't say that. I said when you see her hugging a guy, would you say anything about that to her?
I would just ask him, how do you know him? Leave it at that.
There you go.
So
I wouldn't ask her.
You wouldn't ask her about the guy she's hugging on?
If I see her hugging a guy, her response would show me what this hug is about. Now, if I walk up on her, she hugging a guy, she give me some type of shock response. Okay, something fishy going on. If I see her hugging a guy, she just say, "Oh well, okay, I see you tomorrow. I have a nice day. I see you at work." I wouldn't really make too much out of it.
But see, Tony, I'm
fishing for trouble.
Hold on. So, but do you see the problem and why everybody thinks you have major insecurities? Because even if hold on, let me reply. Even if I say that I want a woman with a low body count, if I see my girl hugging someone at work, I would ask her about it. Be like, hey, who's the guy you hugging up on? Who is that? Why are you being all friendly buddy with this guy? And she would explain to me, and then I would say, okay, and I would drop it. But I think
if you're in a relationship,
hold on.
No, I got you right there. If you're in a relationship and she don't see you hug on a girl, would you tell her that you hugged a girl?
Perhaps.
If she didn't see you, would you come up to her and say, "Well, I hugged this girl and I was just saying bye and I gave her a hug"? Would you tell her that, or would you keep that to yourself?
Well, a situation had happened a while back, and some girl had gave me a kiss on the cheek. And that's just, I don't know, just how she operates. She's Hispanic, so she just kisses everybody when she sees them. And I didn't necessarily, she didn't see it, but I told her about it. She was like, why do you got glitter on your lip, on your cheek? And I told her what happened. But that was the end of that. But what's your point? What's your point in mentioning that?
Because what you don't see shouldn't hurt you. What you don't know shouldn't hurt you. So if you don't know these things, it shouldn't bother you. So that's what I'm saying. When you bring these things into your relationship, it's gonna bother your relationship. I don't care how strong you are of a man. I don't care how strong she is of a woman. It's gonna come up.
But this is the part I'm not understanding. Why if that happens, why is it automatically a problem? Why can't it just happen and then you let it go? Is there no trust for your partner? Because these things happen, but I don't hold on. These things happen, but I don't just be like, oh, now I'm thinking about if she's cheating or not, or if she tells me her body count with another person, I'm thinking if it's that person, she got to be cheating. My mind doesn't go to that dark place. It seems as if your mind goes to a very dark place, which is why we're calling it insecurities.
I think y'all forgetting what I'm saying when I say stuff, because I think y'all just want y'all point to count and y'all don't care about nobody else's point.
No, I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not. Hold on a second. Hold on, Tony. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm not saying you don't have a point, right? All I'm saying is it's just not making sense because you're contradicting yourself. I'm not saying that you can't be insecure, but I'm just saying that's what it sounds like. I'm not saying that can't be your reasoning. I'm just saying I would rather know before I get deeply involved than never knowing who I'm dealing with, right? Whether that be body count, whether that be her past, I need to know something, right?
Now,
But
that person that got a high body count,
right,
was truly your true love, and you just let her go because she got a high body count, and now you never found true love. Just because that one girl messed with a couple of dudes, you feel that her body count is a problem.
Well,
hey Tony, you have a kid, right?
Yes.
And let's say you get involved with this person, but you don't want to know her past, but you get involved with her. Let's say she's got some kind of deadly disease, right? And you say that, well, I don't want to know your past, but now she passes that deadly disease off onto you, knowing that you're going to die prematurely because of you didn't ask her the question of how many bodies she had been with.
Okay, that's a good question. And you know what? I'm going to change it.
That's the point. That's part of the point that we're trying to make, where...
You said what you said, let me speak. Okay, so suppose she came to you as a virgin, okay? And y'all been dating for 20 years, and she give you a disease. Isn't that like the same thing?
That just means somebody cheated.
No, it doesn't depend.
It doesn't mean that she cheated. It doesn't mean that she cheated. She could have started maybe with something else, maybe a blood transfusion or a doctor, whatever. She could have got a
yeah, you know, diseases are contracted, not only sexual. People are getting. I read an article. I think it was in New York Times, how people were getting herpes outside of sex.
Look, your thing say women. Hold on.
You get herpes from eating chicken.
I read that too.
Hold on, y'all. Your thing up here say women with a high body count, right?
Right.
Your thing do not say women with a disease.
But you brought it up. You guys brought it up. You just gave us an example.
Why would you bring it in the conversation when we only talk about women with a high body count?
Well, hold on. Tony, let me answer some of your questions, because you said a lot. Well, first and foremost, like I said, I never ask anybody that exact question, but there are ways around it. There are ways you can come to a conclusion of finding out. That's first and foremost. Yeah, there is, and I do it all the time. I do it all the time. Maybe you would never do it, but I do it all the time.
No, I said you would never know, dog.
No, you do. I'll give you an example, and I hate to do it.
Never know, dog.
Hold on. I'll give you an example. I'll give you two examples. Well, one, dealing with certain type of women, if they're happy about it, if they're in a content place and they know it's something to brag, they'll tell you straight up. I don't have a problem with women telling me that. But another thing I don't come off. Hold on. I don't come off as judgmental, right? When the conversation of sex comes up and a woman says, oh, or I'll say something that maybe I don't have an issue with certain things. I'd be like, I was with this one girl, and we were together for a while, and we had all types of orgies and threesomes, and this is really what happens. I've had girls openly tell me, oh yeah, like that's happened a few times with me, but most guys don't like that. I don't care, like, if that's something you did, that's fine. And I've had girls tell me like, oh well, I've had an orgy before with like 12 people, or I've had a threesome before with like 2 guys. I'm like, oh my God, was it good? Like, was it worth it? And like, I seemed as if I'm interested. So they're open up to telling me. And now they're like telling me all this stuff. And then I was like, well, is there any more? Like, you never had like a 5-some? I've never had a 5-some either, but have you ever had one? And so sometimes, like, well, it doesn't happen. I'm not gonna lie. Most girls are not, at least the ones I talk to, they're not doing that. But there are a lot of times where girls open up and they will tell me, right? Because I'm not being openly judgmental. And a lot of times girls won't tell you because if you're being judgmental and if they like you, they're going to think, oh, maybe I shouldn't do this because this is not something he's going to like. And perhaps he won't choose me as a relationship. So when they tell me, and I'm like, okay, now I'm going down the list of criteria that I need to find somebody who is wifey material. So and that's not only it. There's a lot of different criteria that you can add on to use that to see if a woman's that type of woman. But you absolutely can come to an estimation or a guesstimation. You'll never know the exact number, but to be that closed-minded is nuts. And you said one more thing about finding your true love. But what would you say? You said, what if I didn't choose a girl because...
I said, what if the girl with a high body count that you don't like the high body count was really your really true love, but you let her go because she got a high body count, and then you meet another girl with a one body count, and y'all never hit it off, never cracked up the ceiling to love each other. You would never find these things out because you let your true love go away just because a simple little thing as she slept with more than one dude.
Well,
that's crazy.
Well, I think that for starters, I think we have a different mindset. I think I'm a little more on the optimist side. Like I'm a little more of an optimist. I think you're just a tad bit negative, and I say that because yes, if I have chemistry with one girl, right, and I see that we have chemistry, I understand, right? I've been with enough women to understand that. Okay, cool. This girl might be super beautiful. She may be super like a nice person, great personality, great looks. But if she doesn't meet my criteria, hold on. If she doesn't meet my criteria, I'm going to stick to that. But in the back of my head, I understand, right? I understand that just with that, what I found with that other girl, it's not impossible to find with someone else. It's not impossible because I understand that, yes, she's beautiful, she's pretty, and maybe she looks good, but I understand that I can also find that with somebody else. Maybe somebody who doesn't have a lot of options, maybe somebody who doesn't get a lot of options, maybe they have a limited scope, maybe they don't get offers like that. But so maybe their mindset is a bit different, like, oh my God, this is the best thing that I've ever had. So maybe I need to stick with this girl because this is all I can get. But I don't have that kind of mindset. I understand that you can find love again eventually. So your mindset is completely different from mine. You're already looking at the world totally different than I'm looking at the world. Totally. I don't see the world like that. And I don't think love is impossible to find. And I feel like when it comes to love, I feel like there's a frequency. But you made it seem like you just came from a place of scarcity where you were like, oh my God, well, this one girl, she's a hoe, but you know, she might be a hoe, but I love her and she loves me, so I gotta keep her. No, like there's other women out there. But I'm just saying your mindset, you're coming from a scarcity mindset. And that's what it sounds like. I simply don't think like that. And there are a lot of men who don't think like that, right? Especially United States. If you're in the United States, women outnumber us. So there's a lot to go around if you don't find it in one person.
Okay. You in a relationship right now?
Why does that matter? I don't want to disclose that because I could be married, but why does that matter? Why does that matter?
Okay, cool. It doesn't even matter if you married or that's in a relationship. Would you give her your phone, unlock, and leave the house and walk away, come back and get your phone 5 hours from now?
I've done it.
I would.
I've done it. It's not something I do often, but I've done it. And by the way, I have 3 phones. So yeah, I could give her one.
Okay. Do you go on your woman phone? If your woman phone ring and she in the bathroom, her phone right there, do you care?
My the password is my birthday.
Okay, cool. My password is TB. Tony, it's nothing wrong with that.
So, but what was the point in you asking that though?
Crazy.
But what was the point in you asking that though? Huh?
Nah, because some people would go crazy just to look at someone's cell phone. And some people would just be like, don't see the phone. See, no one is in the same relationship as another one. So we're going to always go through different hurdles. And when you jump these hurdles and you leap these these hurdles, that should be the only thing that you're really concerned about. You're not really concerned about these things. You're only concerned about these things when you get angry. You don't care if she got a high body count unless you get angry or you see her with some dude. That's when you start really caring about this stuff. You only care about if she got a high body count. If you can't satisfy her, you must think she slept with a lot of dudes because you couldn't satisfy her. It's just
no. That's not how I think, because I've been with girls who've had a multitude of dudes, and they told me I was the best they ever had. That's not the but hold on, but that's not why I think about it. The reason why I think about it is I want to choose somebody that has a level of morality. I'm a God-fearing person, right? So I practice a religion where I don't want somebody to be all out there. And then aside from religion, there are studies that show a woman past a certain type of body count has a more of a probability of not being in a successful marriage or a relationship. So there's a lot of different determining factors as to why somebody could come to that conclusion. And aside from all of that, there's the idea of scarcity. Maybe I just don't want to be with somebody that's been with everybody. Maybe I want to be with somebody who says that, well, I haven't been with that person. A lot of people, I don't have that much experience. There's this idea of scarcity. Scarcity translates to every aspect of life, even relationships, sales, it translates. So I think, and what I think is, and I truly think is, I think that you're projecting your ideals and how you conceptualize relationships, because you more than once now, you made a reference to pleasing a woman and knowing what she's been with in the past and whether she has the high body count or low body count. Now you have to stop talking to her. I think that maybe you have some, and then you said something about if you know she's loose, then you're gonna think that she's been around. Like I've never met a girl that's so loose that I didn't enjoy the sex and I didn't come, right? So I just think that you're projecting some deep insecurities you have, especially when you says you don't care about body count, but if you know it, that you're going to stop talking to her, whether it's high or low. I think that you're projecting these deep insecurities that you have. Huh?
That's going to bring a lot of drama in the relationship. I don't care. See, if I cared about it, I would ask her off the break. How many dudes you slept with? She tell me one. You think I really would believe that?
But
she only slept with one. But she told me 100. You think I would believe she only? That's what I said. I said, you think I really would believe that?
But why? Okay. But why stop talking? But why stop talking to her?
Just like that lady said, would you care about a girl? Do y'all think y'all have any hand in a girl who slept with a lot of dudes? And I said no off the break. No, I don't care. That's like a man. Should a girl care? Should a girl say she had her hand and a guy sleeping with a lot of girls?
But my thing.
See, y'all beating up the girl. I'm bringing both parties in. I'm bringing the male in and the female in. But the male shouldn't care about the female before he met her, and the female shouldn't care about the man before she met him.
But my thing is, and this is the problem. You say you don't. You say you don't care, but if you find out, you'll stop talking to her off the rip.
I said if she started talking to me about this stuff, I don't want her telling me she slept with some dudes. Let's just act like I don't know.
So if she had one or two bodies before you, you're still gonna stop talking to her if she told you?
No, I don't want to know this. See, bro, you're not catching on. I don't want to know this.
Okay.
So why would she? If I don't bring it up, if we don't bring this stuff up, I mean, we would never know, right?
Okay, but look, but how can you then say that's not an insecurity?
Because it's not. Because we don't bring this. Okay. If you got a girlfriend and you get in a fight with a dude, and she say, you might not ever fight me again because you didn't even beat him up. You might not ever hit me again. You should have never hit a girl from the jump. That's one thing. And two, that's just like a relationship. Why would you mess with another girl and you messing with me? Because I want you.
But my thing. Hold on.
Handle what I do in this relationship. Jump off the boat.
Tony. Tony, hold on. I think, but I think you keep referring to these like crazy situations. I don't know. I understand some women do that. I personally don't choose women like that. Do you think it's maybe just the woman that you're choosing? Because not everybody goes through that.
How you know you didn't choose that woman?
Huh?
Was that way?
Huh?
How you know you didn't choose that woman if she was that way?
Because I have a criteria for choosing certain type of women. Usually women that are vindictive women that say, oh, I'm gonna get my lick back, or I'm gonna say something out of spite for you to do something like that. And usually when you talk to a woman for a few months, maybe 4 to 5 to 6 months, 7 months before you actually make her your girlfriend or your wife, well, wife should take years, you'll see those characteristics start to come up. But if you see that's something consistent, I wouldn't take that type of person serious. But this is why I say that I think me and you have different standards. And you keep making this reference to, if you say something about your past, is going to continue to come up. But that's why, what I extrapolate is that maybe you deal with certain type of women that are vindictive. I don't deal with women like that. When I tell them something, they're not, unless we're joking, and I'm not going to take it serious, but they don't use that against me in a serious argument. And I don't hit women. So I just, a lot of the situations you're bringing up, I think are very specific to you. And maybe there are people who can relate, but I think there's a lot of projection on your behalf. And I think that, and I do think there's some insecurities you have to deal with either way, because it just doesn't make sense. Like if she just trying to be open and be honest with you and have an open, like, transparent relationship, and she just trying to tell you you're going to stop talking to her, I don't think that's fair. So
Yeah,
I can't agree with a lot of things that you're saying.
I'm in a relationship with a woman. That's all I need to know. Do she love me? I do not need to know what her life was before me, unless she is some type of person that do evil stuff. I would want to know that. Her actions, her life would come to me when we're in a relationship. It will all come to light. And you know that. It will all come to light when you're in a relationship with a girl. You'll know if she's a nice girl. You'll know if she's a mean girl. You'll know if she will help somebody when they down. And you'll know if she won't help somebody when they down. You'll know this by being in a relationship with a girl. The body count shouldn't matter. Only reason I say the body count don't matter to me, because I don't want to know that. And as soon as we start talking about this stuff, I'm going to be in the back of my mind, why the hell is you telling me how many dudes you slept with? Why would you even bring that up? That's all I'm saying. Like, stuff like that to be creeping in the back of my mind. Like, why would you even bring? I never once asked you how many dudes you slept with. So why would you tell me how many? But
Tony,
dudes
you can't say that you don't care then, because if it comes out, you're gonna care.
I mean, I do care, bruh. I just don't care about
But you just said you don't.
Her life before me. I just don't care about her life before me.
But it doesn't matter though. You see what I was saying earlier? How things matter on one step to another step. It's kind of like saying you buy a house, with 3 rooms in it, but you don't. There's a whole bunch of shit in one room. You know that room is there, and then you get another room that's neutral, and you got another room that's good. You can't just live your whole life pretending that everything is good, because as long as you know that dirty room is in there, you're always going to wonder what's in that room. Either way, if she wants to know how many girls you've been with, or vice versa, how many she's been with, that question is going to come up. If you have a son, obviously you had a girl. I
said that question going to come up. See, now you heard everything I said, because you most definitely said that question going to come up.
Because it comes up sooner or later. The dirt will, like you said earlier, the dirt will come up itself. Because at the end of the day, it's kind of like when you're having sex, she loves something. How did you find out about that? What are you going to say? I'm an expert at women. I know everything about women.
But my point is, my point, Tony, is that you do care. Maybe you don't want to know, but you do care, because your reaction is, if you say that in despite of her body count, you don't want to know it. But if you could share, I really want to get down to the reason as to why, like, why is it so severe? Why is it such a travesty for you to know her body count, even if you don't want to know so much, so like you're saying you don't care to know, but you do care if you find out. Why is it that when you find out, thank you for the flowers, why is it that when you find out, you have to stop talking to her, whether that body count is high or low?
How can you find out that?
What if she told you? What if she told you? She's like, well,
she could be lying to you.
Okay, but you said you would stop talking to her.
That's what I'm talking about. Why would you even care about that? She could be lying to you even if she told you one.
Well, for me, I don't. I try to take people for their word. That's first and foremost until they show me otherwise. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt until they prove to me they can't be trust. I don't think that. I think everybody comes with a degree of trust. I just don't put 1,000% of mistrust in people until they give me a reason, right? That's first and foremost. Second,
is when she with you.
huh?
What she done before you. You should only care about what she do when she with you.
No,
Not what she done before you.
People's past, no, I definitely do think people's past definitely matter. Even if you don't say body count, if I ask her how she treated her, if I asked her how her past relationships went, and I'm trying to get to know her, and I see a pattern of her mistreating her last boyfriends or her last husband, I would think maybe I'm in store for that same type of treatment also. So this way I don't have to waste years. If I don't have to waste a certain amount of time, I think it's very intelligent for somebody to want to know about somebody's past, despite body count, right?
You don't know how you was treating her, so you don't know why she treated him that way because you don't know how you was treating her.
No, I understand. There's always three sides to a story, but I can draw a conclusion. You got to understand, there's not just one component that I'm factoring in that I want to be with this person. There are there's a list. There's a list that you have to go down before. And I think for somebody who's trying to choose somebody seriously, there's a list that you go down. You just don't I'm just going to choose this person because I like the way they look and they're a fairly good person. No, my standards are a little higher. I don't just fucking choose anybody. But
I hope you don't choose somebody on how they look. I hope you really don't do that.
I mean, I'm not gonna pick a fucking ugly duckling. We got to be at least aesthetically matched.
I never seen an ugly female a day in my life, bro.
But see, look, prime example. That's a standard thing. If you just said you never seen an ugly female a day in your life, that's a prime example that me and you have different standards. Boom, you said it. Because I see ugly girls all the time, and I would never give them the light of day. Not saying that they're not good people, but I have standards. I just wouldn't choose somebody. Honestly, like if I see a girl and she got a nice body and her face is, I might have to pass on it. But if she has a presentable face and I know what I like and it's enough for me, then I'm like, okay, cool. Now let's take it to the next step. Let's see what she's all about. I might go approach her, try to get her number, and let's take it from there. Let's see what she's all about. I just don't think anybody's beautiful. Like,
beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, absolutely. And beauty can also be measured.
Not to me.
Well,
I never said an ugly human being a day in my life,
oh,
bro.
Okay. And I think we have it. And I think we have it solved. There's a big gap between standards, and I think that
no.
Yeah.
That's not a standard. I just don't look at people and judge them by their looks. I never seen the ugly person in my life.
Oh, okay, but and maybe that's how you operate. I do and I don't believe that. I think everyone judges, because if you see somebody, you'll know if somebody else looks better. So you can use that, even that as a basic criteria. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I do judge, and maybe not in a negative way. Even if it's in the back of my head. Hold on. Let me finish. I do judge, even if it's in the back of my head, even if it's not in a negative way, even if it's not openly. You have to have discernment in life. I feel like if you don't have discernment in life in general, I think you're not going to be able to make great decisions. And you alluded to that after. You talked from a place of scarcity where you were like, well, if I fall in love with a woman and she has all these faults that I don't like, but I love her and she loves me, and I'm never going to find love again. And I think that's another example as to our experience with women and with life, that I know that eventually I could find that again, right? It's not impossible. Yeah, maybe my heart will be broken for a little bit. Maybe I'll miss her. But if I bagged a girl like that and she bad, I know I can do it again. And my past has said, usually the women that I talk to are of a certain caliber, right? So I'm not just, I know it's possible to find again.
I also hear you talk too, and you always talk about looks and stuff. But is she bad? you appreciate her more than somebody that's not bad, as you say. Just because she look good, you appreciate her more just because she look good.
Well, I think I definitely said once I find a girl and I like the way she looks, whether it should be an 8, 9, or 10 in my book. I just asked you one little simple question. Hold on. I'm gonna answer it. Let me finish. I said after I see how she looks, then I said on to the next stage. Let's see what she's all about. Then that criteria that I was telling you about, then that comes into play. So it's not just about looks, and that stands true because I already said that. I said that once I see how she looks and she passed the looks, and that's the look card for me, for my standards, because I don't date ugly people. And I do think that there are some people that are ugly. They could be nice, genuinely people. I'm not going to go tell them they're ugly. But if I see somebody ugly, they're fucking ugly. Right? Straight up. So I've never seen the ugly. Like I said, I think that's the difference between me and you. We have a different level of standards, and it's that simple.
That's not a standard.
It is a standard.
When somebody bring this stuff to you, so only people bring this stuff to you when you get as a child, you get older, and you start being with friends and stuff, and they start judging your relationship. Oh, she ugly. Hey, that'll make you not even want to date her no more because somebody that said she was ugly. What type of stuff is that? Somebody can make me judge a girl by his standards. I would never do that. You think she ugly? That's you. That's your problem. I don't care. I'm going with my heart taking me right there to that girl that you just called ugly.
Wait, so
but can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead. Say what you got to say.
So the difference standards with the host's standard and your standard is that your opinion matters only if the girl speaks out of line. That's your standard. Your line happens to be your standard has to be that she can't talk about certain things. Well, the host's standards are about girls. If she's attractive, there's more to it than just attraction.
Hold on, let him finish. Tony. Tony, let him finish talking. Let him get his point out.
I'm not disrespecting either side here, man. But you've been talking a lot, so give us a chance a little bit too. So the host's standard is an attractive standard. He also thinks about, sleeping with this girl as a standard, dating her as a standard, marrying her as a standard. Like, there's more standards to his standards than just about the looks. Like, one box checks off, oh, she's good looking. Now, can I communicate with her? Another checkbox. So on and so forth. So you see how the standards are different between you and his? Where he has all these different kinds of standards at the end of the day, where your standard is just, yeah, that's a woman, I'll date her, I'll sleep with her, as long as she stays out of my territory where I don't talk about my past. That's it.
And beyond just like,
can you clear that up, female?
Hold on, beyond just standards.
Rini, introduce yourself first and then say what you gotta say.
Hi, my name is Rini. Hi.
Hi, what's up?
But even beyond just like standards, for men, and this is like psychologically for men, the first thing is sight. Like, that's the first thing they see is appearance with women. That's typically how it works for men.
Don't speak for all people. You can never do that. That's false witness. Do not speak for all people. Only speak for yourself. Only speak for yourself.
That's the first thing guys typically notice is physical appearance.
No, don't say guys. Say your guy. You don't know what other guys. You don't know what other guys think in their heart.
This is speaking of majority.
No, don't even say majority. Only speak about the ones you know, because you don't know the majority of the men in this world.
No, you're the exception. But the majority of men see appearance first.
We can take a poll.
You don't.
Where is it at?
I agree with Brenda. The reason is that I agree with Brenda. The reason is that we identify woman first. Is she a male or female? If we identify her as a female, then it's an attraction. And yeah.
No.
Yeah, same with you. So you're saying that? So you say that if it was a drag queen, if she was a drag queen, he was a drag queen, you would say, yeah, she's good enough for me?
No.
Or somebody that identifies as a woman. You just said you never seen an ugly woman in your life. So what if she was a...
I've never seen an ugly never said that ugly person. Don't.
Okay.
I said that.
So,
I never said that.
But that still applies though. If it's a person, they're women. So they're still a person. It still applies, right? So if you never see,
you judge people on how they look.
I do.
I get that.
Initially, yeah.
You make sure she the cutest thing in the room, right?
Not the cutest thing in the room, but no, I'm not saying she has to be the best looking thing in the room, but she has to fit my standards. I'm gonna.
You want her to be beautiful, right?
I want her phenotypical characteristics to be up to my standard, meaning that I know if I want to be with this person long term, I have to be attracted to them, right? And I have a standard.
Attracted to herself, her body, her work, her life, her love. Why you have to look for looks before you find all these other things? Well, can I say something? If a less attractive woman, if a less attractive woman was to come up to you, you in the club. If a less attractive woman that you see that's less attracted to you come up to you and ask you, can she have your phone number? And you say no. And it's pretty girl as you see her come up to ask you, and can I have your phone number? And you give it to her. Do you know how weird that is, bro?
Can I address what he just said? Can I address it?
One at a time. Just introduce yourself. Let us know your name, where you're from, and but hold on, just let somebody else reply, and then I'll let you speak. But I think Rini was saying something. Just
no, because for me to say it's weird, it's quite normal. When you first meet somebody, the first thing you see is appearance. You don't know their character, you don't know their personality, you don't know their background, you don't know anything about them. So of course, the first thing you base anything off of is appearance. I mean, you know nothing else about them in that moment. So you're going to base meeting somebody off your standard of what you find to be appealing to the eye.
And then also, I never said, hold on. Tony, hold on. Tony, hold on. Let me answer. And then I never said that it's just looks. I said I have to get to know them after. So if that first girl,
don't you have to meet them first to know them?
Yeah, but if she doesn't pass the look test, she don't qualify to date me.
There you go. You into looks, and I'm not into looks. I'm not into looks, bruh. I don't care what you think is beauty, because only beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You can call her beautiful. I can call her trash. I call her dirt. I call her mud. Okay. That's only what you see.
Okay, but isn't that not a standard thing? If you're down for anything, if you're down to give any girl a chance, regardless of how she looks, whether she was crippled, whether she had a lazy eye, whether she was blind in one eye, whether she had a droopy face, you give anybody a chance. But don't you think that I have a different standard than you? Is that not?
All right, suppose they judge you like that.
Okay, then I don't meet their standard. Go on to the next.
Their preference.
That's okay.
They don't even care about how she look. They care she got some dudes. Some dudes judge girls by their body.
Okay,
They do.
That's their standard.
There you go. Thank you for agreeing with me.
And
not trying to be so ego-minded. Thank you for agreeing with me.
I don't think I'm coming from a place of ego at all. Like, I could have standards. You make it sound.
I never said that to you. Listen, I never said that to you. I only said thank you to him for agreeing with me. So you're not so ego-minded. See, there you go. There y'all go again. Listen to what I'm saying before you jump down my throat. I think y'all jump down people's throats before y'all even pay attention to what they said. Just because they said something, you wasn't even listening. You just got a point in your mind that you want to get out. I don't care what they talking about. You got to get your point out. So you going to make sure you get your point out and don't care about what the other people are saying. So you going to disregard what they're saying. That's because you want your point to be the biggest point on the table.
Tony,
I don't care about that. If you beat me with words, I'm agree with you 100%. That's like you said with that disease stuff. You could be with her for 100 years, and one day she bring a disease to you. Okay, that's like a girl you been with one day and she bringing a disease. It's no difference.
Yeah, I don't know where that went.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jay Sean. I'm just let that die what Tony just said. I just want to say that what's good for the goose is good for the gander, as I understand it. So Tony is an exception of an anomaly. He does not see color, shape, form.
Oh my God.
He's around here feeling the auras and the you know, he's out here feeling the light. So what I want to say is that's good for you, but I wouldn't advise people to do that in mass.
That's why I'm only speaking for me.
But Tony,
I never said y'all.
But don't you think
I do? I said I do what I do.
But Tony, don't you think
I never said you do what I do. I said I do what I do.
But Tony, don't you think that's probably why you have maybe these insecurities and why you run into women that hold on, let me finish my question. Let me ask you a question. Don't you think that this is why you don't you think this is why you perhaps have like such like trust issues, because you probably just you just give anyone a chance. You don't have any type of discrimination on what can for somebody who can qualify for you. Huh?
You gave me two things. You said two things about me I never said about me. I didn't say anything about trust. I never said that first. I said I don't want her to tell me that she slept with a lot of dudes when I meet her, because I really don't want to know that. And so when she started telling me these things, I'm thinking, why are you telling me these things? I'm not even telling you how many girls I slept with. It seems like you searching for problems.
But Tony, but there's a lot of indicators that you do have trust, right? Trust issues, because if you stop talking to someone because they simply tell you their body count, whether it's high or low, and that's not something you wanted to know, and that's going to be in the back of your head, and then you also said if she comes and tell you her body count, you're going to think that maybe she's cheating, because why did she tell you that? Or if you said you saw her hugging somebody at work, automatically you're going to think that something's going on. You said a lot of things that imply hold on. You said a lot of things that imply that perhaps you have trust issues, severe trust issues.
I didn't say if I see her at work, I'm going to question her. I said if I see her hugging a dude, I'm not even going to bring that stuff up. Is that show me when I woke up on this hugging moment at time, her actions would show me what type of hug this is. She would play some type of game if it's a type of lover she with. And if it's not a lover, she would let me know right then and there. I ain't messing with this clown. I'm only giving them a hug. She would show me these things as soon as I see it.
Just in case she's not that all she seems, just in case she's not all that she should be, just put my number by her side, and don't delay. Because you got the JT going on, brother. You got the JT picture, so we don't really know what you look like. So it sounds funny.
You want to see what I look like?
Sure.
Man, how you put my camera up, right?
I mean, why'd you even make this a thing? We don't. Why does that matter? Why does it matter?
He don't discriminate, brother. He has no type. He's Sway Lee or Slim Jimmy. One of them.
Let me get out the dock for a minute.
I don't understand why do we need to see how this man looks? I don't.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm gonna let him know how I look before you want to think I'm some type of monster.
Listen, I don't really think it. I don't think it matters.
Let him go. Let him do it. He has to prove himself.
Well, what is that? What is this proving by this man showing his face?
He has to prove himself.
That's him having a bad hair day.
Oh, I got a bush, bro. I was laying down, bro. Let me see your hair. You probably don't have any. So shut up.
I have a little bit of hair.
There you go. I got a bush. I got an afro.
So
can you see me, bro? I'm kind of like blurry or something for some reason.
I had a piece of tape that's messing up my camera. Now we know what he looks like. What did that do for you by him showing his face? You see the curly waist right there? That head curly is a motherfucker. You see that skin tone right there? That thing attracts a lot of women, bro. This is not a game, bro.
I ain't been in no one trip relationship. I've been in a lot of relationships.
R. Kelly, he's the older man who loves all women.
Nah, bro.
Loves all women.
Somebody say use Boost Mobile.
I don't love all women in the sense of being in a relationship.
Oh my God.
I love all people. I love everybody. Every last person on this earth I love.
But so what is you talking conversation about relationships? It's
that's
saying,
what I say. I'm talking about high body. Y'all jumping in other stuff. Go ahead, man. Don't talk to me, bro. You're a child. But back to you, dog. I'm gonna get off this live, all right?
All right, Tony. You have a nice day now.
A high body count don't mean nothing to me, though, bro.
I understand it doesn't mean anything to you because you don't have much standards when it comes to women. You just like anything, right?
Are you crazy? Bro, you couldn't even date some of the girls I dated.
Well, I know I don't date ugly ones. I think if we discriminate between what's ugly and what's not, I think that does matter.
You think you gonna get somebody out just a date because she pretty? You think you could get one of them because you think she pretty?
I think
because you think she look good, you think you could get one of the girls I was dating or dated before or dating now?
I mean, now I do. You done gave us so much information. I think I can.
Man, you can never ride on my. You can never ride in the car I'm riding in, bro.
We could post them. We can. I know you're not, because we could post them, but we could post it. I'll post them. I don't mind.
Bruh, I wouldn't show a girl picture on somebody else's phone for the world to see her, and she don't want me to do that. She will have to.
It's not a nude. It'd be pictures from her profile. Maybe I'm in a picture with her, just so you don't think I'm lying. We could do that if you want to do that. Wait, what?
How did we get here? We're in a pissing match. How did we get here?
This is your fault because you told him to show his face.
I was just making fun of his profile picture because it was from the 5 Heartbeat, and he went on this tangent about he got the pearly whites. He's an older man that loves all women. It's given. I might need to get a girl. Might need to go lay down, bro.
Get a girl, bro. So don't think I can't get a girl, bro.
We didn't say you couldn't get a girl, man. But I'm just.
Y'all say anything else y'all want to try to think y'all top shit. Most of y'all, not all y'all. I'm sorry to say that, but most of y'all say shit on this motherfucker just to act like y'all top dog or something. But in the real world, man, you just a coward in a corner crying. So that's all you is, bro. Not you, not the host. I'm talking to this dude that came in with his little 2 cents, threw it in the bucket.
Yeah, 2 cents. Last $2.
All right. Somebody said.
Back to the topic at hand. Why are men misogynistic for not wanting women with high counts?
Yeah, let us know what you think about the topic, and then Rini, you can do the same thing, because I think you just came on and responded, but I don't think we actually heard what you guys think about the topic. So, give us your opinion.
I think that body count is not just scrutinized. Both men and women are scrutinized just about disproportionately. Women are scrutinized more by body count, and men are to a degree. Like if his number is also high, but you get what I'm saying, they tend to think he's a player, playboy, and they won't take him serious beyond just like sexual favors, if that makes sense. And the guys think equally the same about women. Like, I can lay with this woman because she's indiscriminate, like Tony, indiscriminate.
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
I think so with Tony. We're not having whatever you want to call it, what he has going on in his head. I think that's one of the reasons why women have such high body counts, because as soon as they say the wrong thing, he just drops them and gets another one. Sorry to say, but the woman, I think that's maybe what the problem was, that he's probably had a few girls and whatnot. He just probably heard them because first he told them what they wanted to hear, and after that, oh, you were bringing up my exes? Oh, no, you're not going to get out of here.
Out the door. Right? And despite of their body count, that man said, If she, why you tell me that? It's done now. It's like, and it's an indicator of a deep insecurity, because it's like, dude, why are you cutting them off just because they told you? What if they're just trying to be transparent? Like, there's a level
I
of.
didn't need to know the whole facts. I didn't need to know that. You giving me the cat facts, and I ain't asked for it.
But it's like, why cut him off for that? Like, it's like, it's irregardless, he doesn't want to know, and that is an indicator of a deep insecurity. Like, this man just says so many things. Like, from the jump, he was like, well, oh, if you get in it, if it's feel loose, then she probably, like, first of all, I genuinely feel like most girls, it is tight. Maybe but that's the thing. Maybe he's just been with girls because he don't have really a standard on looks. So maybe he's been with a girl that just had some gaping hole. I don't know what it is. I've never personally experienced that. I mean, some are tighter than others, but I've never felt none that was just like, I'm falling in. Like, that's nuts to me. But that man had some deep insecurity.
He's throwing that hot dog down the hallway. That's what he's saying. Throwing that bug down the hallway.
I don't think, honestly, I don't think that's a thing. Like, I don't think that, like, maybe if she just had a baby or something, but I don't think that's a real thing. I don't think that's even possible.
Actually, when a woman has a baby, she actually becomes tighter, just so you know.
I know you can't have sex for a few months after, though. But
well, it's weird at the beginning. Well, you can.
I think you're going against the
saying
rules.
I want to.
I think you're going against the rules there, brother.
Enrique, you leave that woman alone.
No. I'm just saying that some man,
nah, you just hey, Enrique, you just snitched on yourself. He said it's a little weird at first, but it's still good.
No. I'm not down to that. Like, there's some dudes that like it when the woman's on the period and all that stuff.
All right.
Stuff, it's just weird. No, I'm just saying, it's true. It happens.
Listen, I don't know,
you're
but
45. I'm just saying.
Listen, I've never had, well, not maybe by accident, but I don't do no period sex. I've never had a hallway. Yeah, I don't do that. I've never had a hallway for a vagina. I don't think that's true. I don't even think, like, I don't even understand how women say, like, oh, I didn't feel it. Like, that's impossible, bro. Like I just don't understand. But then again, I don't know. I used to think that, like, micro penises were a myth too, but maybe, I don't know. We're just getting too off topic. Anyway, Rini,
there's certain things where the women that talk about hitting the spot, right? Mm-hmm. There's the outside, and then there's the inside.
Okay.
But when a woman talks about hitting the spot, that's usually on the inside. Like, what's on the outside, you can do with your fingers and all that stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean,
but what's on the inside, where the woman's like, where she's like, you're hitting it. That's all in the inside, right? I mean, that's usually the upper part. But yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't need a sex lesson.
Right. I was like, where we going with this, Enrique? We need to leave it alone for a minute.
Yeah, no, I get that part. I
Why is it misogynistic? I think it's misogynistic because I feel like people downplay women's ability to, catch men. So I think that's maybe a form of misogyny.
What do you mean by that? Downplay a woman's ability to catch men. How does that? I don't even understand what that means. What do you mean by that?
What does that mean?
Okay, so as we understand the term misogynistic by definition is what? Hatred and downplaying women. Hating and downplaying women.
Well, an arbitrary hate for women. I actually have the definition. An arbitrary or a strongly prejudice against women, or some type of discriminatory without reason. So that's the definition. Yeah.
So it sounds like it's like saying that, is it human for us to have premarital sex as we know it?
Is it human?
Yeah, it's amoral. Is it typically amoral for people to have sex out of wedlock? Like,
I think it happens. I think it's more common now, but it depends on the society. I think it is pretty common though.
So yeah, it's basically amoral. Like, nobody looks at it as a bad thing, and then the people who do are like small minority groups.
But that depends from that's like from society to society, because if you live in a society where it's more religious, even if it's done, it's going to be it's not going to be flaunted. It's not going to be talked about publicly, you know? So that depends on the society that you're in.
I'm from Michigan, so as far as I got, this is normal. Premarital sex is normal.
Right. I think in America it is.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, so if you saying like I can't have sex before I meet you, you saying like I'm not human, like I'm some anomaly that's gonna be some weirdo that's never had sex and I'm 24.
Yeah, but that's not what's being done here. The only thing that's being done here is just saying that you can do whatever you want. I just don't want somebody that's been super passed around. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you're not human. I'm not saying that you don't have the ability to get with somebody. I'm just saying that, well, you know, I'm not going to choose you, right? If I find out, if I haven't indicated that you've had 15 boyfriends, I can only imagine that maybe you had a few one night stands, or maybe you talked to a few guys that you wanted to take serious, but it didn't go anywhere. I can only assume that you know, this is how things are happening. You know, and with that information, I'm probably not going to want you to be my life partner. I don't think that's misogynistic at all.
But you judging somebody off of they compatibility thusly with those people.
Yeah, but does that make it misogynistic? That doesn't mean I hate all women, or I'm prejudiced against you.
But you're thinking badly about 15. Like 15 might be a modest number.
All right, I get it. That's subjective, but that doesn't make it misogynistic, though. I don't have any prejudice against women. It's just my preference. The whole point of this conversation is because usually the word doesn't fit. There's very few situations where you can call somebody misogynistic if we're using the word by its definition. The only reason it's a problem because there's a lot of people, not even women, men too, who use this word, but it doesn't fit. You can't call somebody misogynistic because they have a certain preference. Nobody's even asking like, what is your reason? It's just my reason. I don't want it. They don't even know your reason. The word doesn't fit. You know, I usually, in most cases, you can't even twist it. Like, how can you say that anybody has a prejudice or a hate for women if I date women? Like, it's nuts. You can't.
Nah, I'm saying individually on a case by case basis. She's 25. You've been dating. You ask her how many relationships she's been in. She say I've been in 8 relationships, right?
Okay.
And then you assume like, okay, maybe she had some one night stands in the midst of blah 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 blah, whatever.
Okay.
It's the determination or the root cause, like what you believe philosophically about like a person who's had a lot of boyfriends or whatever.
Right.
So that's like like you say a standard, or is it an expectation or a standard? I'm running around.
I think it's a standard.
Okay, what I'm trying to get to is she like, you don't even know me though. I might be real cool. I might be real good to you, and da 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 da. I was always good to my exes. Da 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 da. We never ended on bad terms. Yada yada yada.
Right.
But you don't want me because you saying that's too many, and I'm like, but you don't know how I am right now. I guess you're not accepting me right now as I am.
Well, I don't think it's always that simple. Like I said, I don't usually just ask that question to anybody, and I haven't asked that question in a very long time because I just think the women that I deal with, they just come out and tell me that I don't even have to ask. And I think that age is something that you take into consideration. If I'm dating somebody in their 30s, I don't expect them to just have a fucking body count of 2 or 3, right? You can understand maybe they had a few relationships, a few failed relationships, you know, 1 or 2 hookups. But even if that was the case, me making my determination, obviously it's going to be a judgment call. If we're being realistic, everyone judges. You have to have discernment in life. It's just like certainty. That's impossible to not judge, especially for someone who's going to be a part of your life. But you making a judgment call because of someone's past that doesn't mean I hate women. I can still treat this woman like gold. I can still treat her like a gentleman. But at the end of the day, when it's time to decide whether I want to move forward with this person or not, that's up to me. That doesn't mean that I'm misogynistic. I'm just choosing not to choose you indefinitely. And it's that simple. I don't even understand how could you even begin to to even use that word. It just doesn't make sense.
Because rejection looks like misogyny.
What about women who reject men based off their criteria? Like what?
Oh, what? They honestly, like, sometimes they be like, he can be my friend, but guys be like, I can't even be your friend because I like you.
Okay, well, I'm not saying me. I'm not bullshitting with them. I'm saying you can be my friend. I don't want to be friends. I don't think it's appropriate for me. Even if we are friends, the type of friendship we would have wouldn't be any benefit for her. You're not going to be calling me at 2 a.m. You're not going to be. We're not going to be hanging out alone. You're not going to be spending the night at my house. We're not going to go on dates, right? Because that's not something that I want for my. And I think out of respect for my partner, I'm not going to do that. So, like me, no, like I don't. That's still not misogynistic because women do it too. Are these women misandrous or misogynist also because they have a preference? And we don't put these standards on women. So why are you doing it for men?
It is because I don't get rejected at the rate that you do. So I'm not desensitized to rejection.
Wait, me or women? What do you mean that?
Women, this is what I understand. Women don't receive the same level of rejection as guys.
Okay.
Hence that they don't approach.
Okay. That's not true. Some women do approach. I got approached the other day in Starbucks.
Let's do the generality. We have to do the generalities.
Right.
Generalities is not for nothing. So
right.
I'm making these blanket statements.
Right. No, I get it.
I can put it on a general basis. So I would think that if she doesn't approach, she's going to be more sensitive to that rejection because I might have liked this one way more far than this guy who's so used to rejection. Does he really like any one girl like Tony? Does he like any one girl? Right.
So, but that doesn't make it misogynistic just because they're getting rejected, and that doesn't make it okay for them to use that word, right?
I'm gonna call you out.
What happened?
You know, it'd be like you hurt somebody's feelings. You thusly assaulted them. So that's violence against women. That's misogyny.
Yeah, but that doesn't. But are you playing devil's advocate, or do you really think that that's the case? Like,
no, I'm playing devil's advocate because the psychology behind it is not like I don't think it's a bad thing that like the psychology behind it. I just think that it's just a feature of people. I think it's a feature. Like if I was a guy who was shy, right, and then people were like, well, you need to put yourself out there and stuff like that. So I'm already coming with this rejection sensitivity.
Right. Yeah, but I'm sorry. But that doesn't make it okay, though. You know, if you attack somebody because you were rejected, that still doesn't make it okay, and it's not right. Like, you know, and at the end of the day, it's still a preference. I think some people may think that, you know, it's not cool, but either way you look at it, it's still a lack of accountability. You can't say that. Like, I'm
not going to lower my standards to somebody who I'm equivalent with, though. I'm not going to do that because I want to be hypergamous. Everybody generally wants to be hypergamous to some degree. I want the bigger, better deal. I do want the bigger, better deal. And if that deal is that I have to put out a little just to, you know, catch and release or whatever, until I find that meal that I can, you know, eat off of for a lifetime, then so be it. That's a lot of people's dating strategy nowadays.
Well, that's one of the risks of doing that, right? If you're going to live that lifestyle, if you're going to put out, because usually that's just how people are, right? And that's just a society norms, having sex, but you can't then blame somebody else for the decision that you make. Like, if you're going to put out because you want to let this person know what you got or what you're working with or how great it is, that's cool. You have to trust that this person is somebody who, you know, who won't take advantage of that. You have to have a good filtering mechanism. You know, all these things you have to take into account, but I don't think never can you just blame somebody because, you know, because you made a certain decision.
Add it to my body count. I blame you because you didn't work out for me.
You can't blame me. I didn't put a gun to your head. You made those decisions on your own.
But I was vulnerable to your whatever. I'm vulnerable to whatever that I found attractive in that person.
Still has nothing to do with accountability. That's you. That's on you.
Most people don't don't want to take accountability. That means I have to be responsible for me.
Oh, it sounds like a tough fucking world, right? You got to be responsible for the things that you do. Holy shit. Holy
but we
shit.
in this together. We're a community.
Yeah, fuck, man, you talking crazy. Anyway, Rini, can you let us know what you think about the topic? Let's try to get somebody else up here.
Okay, so why are men misogynistic for not wanting women with? Okay, so for starters, I don't think that men are misogynistic for wanting women or for not wanting women with a high body count. From a woman's perspective, I think sometimes where that stems from, that belief, is there are, men that, especially like I watch a lot of these specific TikToks, like these lives where it's talking about like misogyny and like women and different topics. And a lot of what I see from like the men is like there's a standard for the women, but that standard is not the same for the men. And so there's expectations of the women as far as like the woman's body count and things of that nature. And reason being is because a woman with a higher body count is of less value to a man. And so, or is less valuable in a sense, like pretty much a man can't flaunt something that everybody done had. Mm-hmm. Pretty much. And so I always ask the question, like when men bring this up, I don't necessarily think it's misogynistic. I don't even think that would make sense, but I do question, like, as far as like men, like, does that standard apply to men as well? And I know there's double standards, and I know that's a real thing, and it, you know what I mean? It is what it is, but sometimes there are men that, come on this app and everything is, the woman is supposed to be this way and this way and this way, but the men are not required to, be, I guess in the same, like they're not viewed in the same light. You have sex with 37 women and it's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like to the men, that's when I start to get on the more like, are you like, I don't even view it as misogynistic. I don't know. I just view it as everybody has preferences. And I think I talk about this a lot where I'm like, we all have preferences. So why do we care about what other women do or other men do? Like, just stick to what your preference is. And if you like women that don't have a high body count, then that is your right and that is your preference. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Just like if a man is okay with women that have bodies, then that's his preference and whatever. But I don't view that to be misogynistic. But I know for women, a lot of the times it's when the men don't hold themselves to the standards in which they want the women to hold themselves.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, so you basically agree it's not misogynistic, and that's cool. That was the answer I wanted.
I don't think so.
But to entertain the conversation, the double standard thing is such a tricky thing because it's like there are things that women benefit from that men usually don't, right? I'm not saying that a man can't never find a woman to take care of him because it does happen, but he's usually shamed and he's not defining what, not just society, but the world calls a man, right? I think there's both things that we both can benefit from that that the other doesn't, but I just think that's because we're different. Like I think society has things confused where and I guess you can blame the whole feminist movement where women think that they are completely the same as men under the guidelines that we're equal. And I do believe that we're equal, maybe as far as basic human rights goes, as how we should be treated. If you're a God-fearing person, I think that we're equal in the eyes of God. But I don't think we're equal as far as capability goes, even down to our biological makeup. And I just think that women benefit from things that men don't, and men benefit from things that women don't. But I don't know. I just, like you said, I just think it's something that is, and I don't think that it's okay for a man to just do anything that he wills. I think men are just going to be men at the end of the day. And I don't want to sound like a hypocrite. Like I haven't had the luxury of having certain privileges, but I think that with me and my beliefs and just being a God-fearing person, I think that I don't think it's just okay for anybody to just do anything. I think that we should have rules and laws, because what would separate us from the animals? But I think that now is just, I think it is, nobody wants to be condemned and everybody just wants to do whatever they want to do, but you can't just do whatever you want to do. There are consequences. There are consequences for yourself. There's consequences for society. What this whole idea of individualism, it does take effect on society in a negative way. So I just don't think that I don't think it's okay either way, but I think that I don't think I disagree with you either, to be honest.
I just want to say, I want to say something to Rima about what she said. She said that there's no men don't check men for having high body counts. That's what it sounded like she said. But they'll check women about having a high body count also, or versely. So I'm wondering,
I don't think.
Are the men with high body counts looking for male validation or female validation then?
Well, I personally think that men do get praised. I know when I was younger, if I got with a girl and she looked good, I definitely got praised. Or I always usually, I don't know, maybe where I grew up, I always got praised. If I show up with a girl, if I show,
I mean, like a chronic bachelor. He never plans to get married, start a family, and settle down, get out these streets. I think men look down on that.
I don't think so, because
I don't think so.
Yeah, because nowadays,
I think women do though.
Because nowadays it's men like they don't see the upside from having a marriage by law, right? They think that there's a negative connotation with it. Men lose everything. Women benefit from it more. I think unless you have a certain belief system where that's something that you need to do, or unless you are in love with somebody, you want to spend the rest of your life with that person. Usually, if it doesn't fall into those two categories, I think even personally, if I didn't have my personal beliefs, I would probably never get married. I think I love women, but it's nowadays it's gotten a lot easier than when I was younger. Especially now that I have money. Well, not like saying I'm rich or anything, but like I have sources of income, so I can work, and now my reach goes even further, right? I can take trips, I can travel. So it almost seems unlimited, the possibilities that I can have, but I think it's my basis for morality that keeps me from doing that. So I don't think that men condemn that, because even when I know men that are like that, I would say you shouldn't cheat, you just be single. But I don't think men are condemning that. But women don't do it either, though. I have so many women come here and say they don't care about a man's body count. That's not something they ask him. And especially when the idea of celebrities get involved, they just like the first thing on their mind, oh, damn, I bet his body counts in the high thousands. No, I'm just waiting for the opportunity to get next to him. So I think it's on both sides. Maybe specifically, but I don't see it a lot.
I don't know. Only reason I'm saying that, well, then I guess I need to elaborate more. We're not a family-driven society then, if that makes sense. In the sense of a nuclear family, like father, mother, and child sort of thing. Because if you get what I'm saying, a guy who has a harem, as I understand it, even if they're not like married or nothing like that, but it's like there isn't enough. I don't think it's right. I just don't think it's right in order to build a productive society. And I could be wrong, but I would think that, like, when it comes down to it, like, it's kind of selfish not to get out the streets, or not to aspire to get out the streets. I'm saying make y'all money, but get out the streets. Find your life mate or whatever, or whoever they may be, because it could be more than one. Some people are with the poly lifestyle. But you get what I'm saying? It does. If you're consistent, the degree where you're just trying to get laid, like Leo DiCaprio or some stuff like that, never finding a woman over. You get what you know I was going there. I think you knew I was going there because you brought up celebrities. So when it came down to Leo, like I don't think that's a good thing. I think it's kind of just like kind of bad. They made a movie. with what's his name? He played in Anger Management with Adam Sandler. He was an older cat, kind of well off, dating a lot of young chicks, and then he ended up getting with this chick he was dating's mom and lived happily ever after or whatever. So it's something that society puts out there, like, hey, you can be a bachelor, but get out these streets one day at least.
You think it's wrong for a man to have multiple women?
No. I'm saying it's not wrong. I'm saying get out these streets, aspire to get out these streets eventually.
But what if he has a situation where he has multiple women, but for him?
Are they going to be the mothers of his children?
Perhaps.
Is he going to be able to provide and protect those same children?
Perhaps, but see, that's the thing, though. Like,
that's what we're looking for. Because then we want those children to be folded back into society to be productive citizens and the like, instead of leaving some poor woman out there with several kids. And
but that's the thing. You have the context when you say that, because you like, I agree, a family unit is better and it's preferable and it's better for society. But when you say that, that a man having multiple, like, we didn't get 9 billion people on Earth through monogamy. And if you look at in the United States alone, women outnumber men in the United States. And then on top of that, you have to take into account a lot of those men are in jail. And then you have a growing population where a lot of those men don't even want women. And then you have even another growing smaller population that some men think that they are women. So, to say that you think that it's going to be one man for every woman I think is a little unrealistic. And
I'm not saying that. Like I said, they can have, like, but it's called bigotry in America to have multiple wives. But yeah, it's the bigotry law. It's the bigotry law. You can't marry somebody after, like, while you're married legally.
Well, that's legally, but you have tons of religion where that's okay.
Yeah, the Mormons do it and stuff like that. You got some of the hotel guys who do it and whatever. But it's still like, you can't have that for an average guy. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to actually pinpoint the problem in, like,
perhaps. Well,
you get what I'm saying?
If you're doing things traditionally, perhaps that wouldn't work. Perhaps it wouldn't work if you have a man who can't take care of all of them and you're expecting all of them to not work. Your average man, no, he can't do that. But if you have a structure where it's one man and you have a multiple women and everybody's working and contributing to one big family, perhaps that probably could work. I know a lot of people wouldn't be with it, so that's why it's probably condemned. But I wouldn't necessarily say that that is wrong, or I wouldn't say that it's not inconceivable. It could happen, but it's just most women don't prefer it. They don't want to share, but a lot of them are sharing anyway, and they just don't know. If we being real about it,
they basically rearranged and switched the whole joint, because, like, it was like early on, it was like you could have people were married, like a large majority of the population of the people in America were married. I think like in early 1960s, right? And then it switched so dramatically, like after the 70s, where people started getting divorces, people started like not having the nuclear family, not even going down to the courthouse and stuff like that. And then it's turning into like where people are like openly sharing or not committing so they can be as free as they want to be.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's like, I don't know if you think, I think it's more detrimental unless we just come to the grips, like, it's gonna be like that. Like how you're saying, like, there's gonna be more women than men, and men should be able to be poly, and then men should have enough wealth to be able to provide for those women and children.
Well, but I think it's 80% of households in the United States are single parent households. So yeah, you're looking at it's more predominant nowadays. But hey, what can we say?
Can we ask the women, is they gonna be willing to share? Is that something you can have from as an average man? Can I have more than one?
No.
And that's ludicrous. It's ludicrous.
You said, can you ask?
That's probably based on an individual woman, though, I believe.
It is.
Some might care, some don't.
I've been on lives with some women, and honestly, more than I actually thought, are really open to like that life, and like I believe that, you know what I mean. You do what makes you happy, but yeah,
I'm thinking to that 80% that he was talking about of them single parent households.
I mean, that's not all women though. Some could be men.
But even though, like, if they have a high income, doesn't mean the woman will be faithful or the man will be faithful. Like, there's a good example with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like, he's dating his cleaner lady, you know? He had a child with her.
I can understand that though. I can really understand.
So
she cleaning the house. Like, what you doing? I can
He was
understand
taking
that.
care of her though. He was paying her bills for her basically with her work.
But that's different though. He's a wealthy man, right? So you could see the difference. But so my thing is, so Rena, you say no, but what if you sharing a man anyway and you don't know it?
what I don't know won't kill me, but I ain't willing to openly do that. I'm not willing to openly and knowingly share my partner. I just don't see, like, for me. So a lot of people, like, when I've like looked into, because I've spoken to people that are in like polygamous relationships and stuff, and it seems like for a lot of them it's really financial, and there's a financial benefit to it. And then there's some people that I feel like when I spoke with them, I felt like it was more for the benefit of the man to be able to have multiple women and not have to explain themselves for cheating. And so I don't know. I just, like I said, everybody is, entitled to do what they want and choose. It's just not the lifestyle for me. I'm already naturally like a catty person. I don't want to be dealing with no females and their emotions.
I'm glad you admit that.
Rima is the archetype. She is the archetype of most women. They don't want to share unless they don't know about it.
I don't want the woman's energy. I don't want to have to. No.
What about Rena? What about if you had a woman, like, let's say in your house, and you had the same responsibilities, right? Mm-hmm. Please your man, right? I'm not saying this is what you want. Let's say that your payload became a lot less. Like, she did 50% of the cleaning, she did 50% of everything. Then, wouldn't that be an easier life for you to live?
Not necessarily.
She's not saying that.
No. I mean, like I said, for me, it's not even about. For me, it would be more about the personalities and having to shit. Like I said, like, I have 7 sisters. All right, I lived in a house with 7+ women. I couldn't share my man with another woman. I just couldn't. It's too much energy. I ain't got the time.
I hear you there.
I feel like
I'm not trying to convince you to be anything. I'm just saying that if you want to do it for the benefits would outweigh the harm on it, right?
I think I don't. Yeah, no.
I want to say for me.
One woman's enough for me too.
The concept is called mate guarding, wherein like most people like imprint like what's his name? Jacob imprinted on.
Are you talking about Twilight?
Right. It's easier to use analogies a lot of times. It's a lot easier for me. Because as I understand things, I like to find a corresponding movie or something. But we understand mate guarding is like the cattiness. The cattiness is mate guarding. So we understand like most women and most men are gonna do that. Like, this is my P word, or this is my D. This is like, we claim our partners.
Did you mean property? Were you saying property?
I ain't trying to say it like that, because a lot of times it's just the heart. It's just the heart. Like, I don't want nobody to like I couldn't be like in a polygynous or poly relationship. Like, I couldn't imagine somebody get to pork my woman.
Well, polygamy and polygyny is 2 different things.
I understand that, but you get what I'm saying, where the woman is able to be out there too.
Well, that's polyamorous. I think polygyny is is where a man has a multitude of women and they're all for him. I think that's always preferable. But I think also just dealing with yeah, dealing.
There's polygamy, there's polygyny, and then there's polyamory, right? There's three different classes.
I think it's only two.
Women are able to go out and be like, she got a whole husband at home, but she's still able to be.
But I've had I forget this lady's name. She's from South Africa, but she always comes up and she has a polyamorous relationship where her husband and her share a multitude of people. I think if she ever comes up, that's really interesting for her to talk about that. But I think that I don't know. I just think that a lot of women are sharing their man, and they're sharing them in anyway. They just don't know it. I've also, what Rini said, I've also had somebody tell me that also, like, I don't want to see it, I don't want to hear it. You might be doing it, but just don't bring me back any STDs or any kids, and we straight. I've had that. I've had women tell me that before also, but I didn't. But I still didn't like it because it kind of made me like it kind of felt like
you
a pass.
Still sneaking. It make you feel like you still sneaking.
Yeah, it kind of felt like a pass. So I kind of just wanted to be transparent about everything, you know. But it kind of felt like a pass. But I wanted to be honest. Yeah. So
I think people don't want that. People don't want that. It's called mate guarding. I don't want you to be for everybody. And then even if it's a closed sort of deal, like a polygamous relationship, like where everybody's pulling into the pool, that's still gonna be infighting.
Well, I don't think what Rini said was mate guarding. I think that was something different.
What would you consider mate guarding? I think you're familiar with the term. I think you're familiar with the term.
Not really, but I think for how you're using it is different for what she said, because there's this idea that a woman may know, but it's kind of almost like how Tony's mindset was. Well, Tony was a bit different, but that idea of just not knowing almost made it comfortable, right? It kind of made it easier, and I think it's a little something like that.
I just I don't know, like, realistically, as a woman, do I know that there's like, I'm a realist when it comes to certain things. Relationships is one of those things. So I know that there's a chance that like my partner will, you know what I mean, dibble and dabble. Yeah. Don't let me find out about that shit. That's where I go with it. I can't physically watch something like that take place. Like, I always ask men, like, would you be comfortable with watching your woman? And my thing is, like, I'm not attracted to women. Like, obviously, if I see a woman in my, like, oh, she's pretty, but like, I'm not in any way, shape, or form attracted to women. So I could never envision myself like even doing something like that for the sake of like pleasing a man. Like, I just couldn't. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not something I'm into.
I don't think that was the conversation. I'm not saying that everybody got to be in bed sleeping together. I'm not gonna lie and say I've never done it. I'm not gonna even get into that, but I don't want that for somebody I'm marrying or somebody that's gonna be a wife of mine. I don't want us to. I just feel like when it comes to my morality, that's not something I want for that specific individual. So I don't think that's something I would indulge in. But no, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, and is for some people it's just not. It's just like, you know. I think it's a little unrealistic, especially I had somebody tell me, like, off the rip, like, I didn't even like weren't even talking that long. She was like, I know if you can get a girl like me, there's other girls that do. And not trying to praise me like I'm some fucking don, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I am, but like she said, you know, if I know you can get a girl like me, I know you can get other girls. But so there's this idea that, you know, if a man's capable of doing certain things, especially if you guys aren't like mutually exclusive yet, you know, it's kind of hard sometimes, and I feel like I do have self-control, but I feel like it's still hard. It's hard because especially when you get into a situation and you tell someone no, and then they insist, that's when things get a little challenging, especially when they're not fucking ugly and they look good. It's like, all right, no. Like, it happens, and that's when things get a little difficult. And I feel like for men, that's when things might get difficult.
This man to be attractive.
What happened?
Ooh, it's hard for you to. It's so hard being attractive.
No, that's not. I wasn't even trying to go there with it. I'm just saying like that. If you're put in those type of situations, it does get difficult. Like you're saying no, but they insist. You don't necessarily have to be attractive for that.
That temptation.
Yeah, but it's hard though
You
sometimes.
sound like, oh baby, I slipped in some pussy. I'm so sorry.
That nigga said I slipped in some pussy.
Hey, you have to see the situation. The way it was set up, it was like
no,
left floor side.
No, you know what? No, you know what? I actually started doing. I actually started like like I remember my past relationship. I actually just started showing the screenshots, and I had to start blocking people because it was getting crazy. I was like, yo, see, look, I said no. I'm doing what I got to do, but it's like, come on now, like what the fuck? I got to go to work with this person. I got, you know, so it's like there's a lot of situations. Sometimes you get into situations and shit gets difficult. Like I'm a fucking human, you know, and I understand men are human too. So it's like sometimes it's not always easy. And I don't think all women are understanding of that. Like some men aren't going to be in certain situations. I've heard women say, I don't date a man who if I think he looks too good for that reason. I'm not saying that I'm some like type of fucking Don, but I'm just saying I've heard women use that type of logic. If they feel like he get too many girls or he get more girls than she get, like, you know, offers, then she's not gonna date him. Like I've heard logic like that. But
and let's be transparent. Like, you know, there was a point in time where there's always been temptation when it comes, and we've always heard about this. But I think nowadays, let's be real, like women are a lot more like upfront and honest and open about their sexuality, and they're not as like reserved. And so, I mean, I can't imagine it being any less tempting. I mean, yeah, like tempting when it comes to like women, because I feel like now, like more than ever, women are a lot more, like I said, out there and in your face about, like, there's women that's out there talking about they don't care about if you're married, they don't care about you got a man, I mean a woman, they don't care about none of that stuff. They just, it's so,
that's
like,
1,000% true. Like I would have to blur some things out. I would even post a screenshot the other day. Somebody DM'd me on Instagram, and I was like, oh, you know what? Thank you for the offer, but you know, I'm currently, you know, I'm with somebody, and they was like, oh, because I think for a while I just kept saying no, but I didn't get to the point. But after a certain point, she was really going out. I was like, nah, you know what? I'm kind of got a thing going on. They was like, oh, is that the reason? She was like, I'll join. She was just straight up, I'll join. So it was just like, damn, you dead ass.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a team player.
He said, I'm a team player.
When women find out you're successful,
huh?
When women find out you're successful, you are more attractive that way.
I ain't no fucking millionaire. I mean, I ain't no brokey, but I ain't no fucking millionaire. So it ain't even always that.
That's what I mean, though. Have you noticed that, though?
I think
when women find out you're more successful, you are more attractive because of it.
That is true to a degree, but I also think that if a woman just finds you attractive, these women are different nowadays. They're just different. I think it's like Greenie said, like some women, they don't care. If they want it, they're gonna go for it, and some will insist.
That's what I mean. Well, that's what I mean, though, because of that, right? Because that spreads like wildfire. Oh, he's making like 3 figures, 6 figures, 8 figures.
But it's not always the case. Like I'm not, like I said, I'm not a millionaire. But like I said, I have income. I make money. I make good money for myself. Maybe even a little above average. But I don't think that's always the case all the time. I think women make certain exceptions for certain people.
No, and I'm gonna be honest. I don't necessarily think like money has a lot to do with it. I mean, obviously some women hear money and it's dollar signs, but like I'm telling you, I think we've gotten to a day and age where women are just, you know, overconfident and just way too open about just like, women are not as reserved as they once were. It's almost like cool for women to be like the Cardi B's, and like it's not the way it used to be. So it's like women don't have like for me, the morals and values for me with some of the women have gone out the window. It's like it doesn't exist. And so I think
I won't get pregnant. I won't get pregnant if I don't want to. or I don't stay pregnant if I don't want to. So I don't have that area of being reserved with my body because we out here. We out here now.
Listen, there was a point in time where, you know what I mean, psychologically for me and like studying psychology, like there were times where I would say things like, you know, I try not to judge women based off of like their body count, because in certain circumstances, like I don't know people's lives and circumstances and the things they've been through. And sometimes trauma causes women to view their bodies as objects and not as temples. But I feel like we're not there anymore. Sometimes I feel like the women we're seeing and the way it's just really the culture and the way I think it's just the way things are in today's culture. It's just where women are trying to normalize, you know, this behavior.
And that's why, and I think that's why they condemning men.
They didn't try. It's normal.
But I also think that's why they condemn men for if a men say they have a preference like that. I had a woman come up here not too long ago. I think it was the other topic that I normally do. I forgot what it was, but she was like, "Oh well, when you do that, you're shaming women." I'm like, "How am I shaming women? I never said somebody's wrong for doing what they do." She was like, "Well, I have casual sex, and if I have casual sex," she straight up said, "I have casual sex, so if you know." If I do that, I feel like you targeted me. So I was like, basically what you're saying is you have casual sex. So in a year, your body count may go up, and you feel as if a man says no to this, and he has certain criteria, you kind of don't qualify, and you feel attacked. She basically said, yeah. And I think that's more or less what it is. But I'll tell you a secret. If you tell women no, that'll make it worse. If you want to get a girl, some women are really not used to being told no. And I think that's another part of the issue too. And what I find sometimes, if you tell a woman no, they either block you, or they're hurt because their ego's hurt because they're not used to it. Either that, or they're gonna try harder. Like,
bitch, you just said it. You said it already. You don't say no. You be like, stop. Get off me.
Yo, you're a clown. You're dead ass a clown for that, because you're a clown, bro. It don't matter as long as I'm not doing nothing I ain't got to be doing. I'm fighting the good fight.
Why you playing? Don't be playing with me. I take you down through it. You know I'm in a relationship. Stop.
Oh my god, this guy's a clown. Mika Null, you want to introduce yourself? Let us know where you're from and what you think about the topic.
Hey Fisher, how are you?
Uh-oh.
We just talked not too long ago.
Crazy woman back.
Congratulations. I see your eyes look real bright and clear.
It's just the light. It's
the
just the light.
Couple of weeks working on your stuff, your skincare.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. So now coming back in here. Right. No, but you let them people beat me up the last time. We was on this thing for about 5-6 hours.
No, I didn't let nobody beat you up. You was talking crazy.
How so? Nope. I'm not even gonna. Nope. I'm not gonna do that. Mm-hmm. But hey, Fisher, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing tonight? Everything going good?
I'm good. Absolutely, always.
I'm good. I'm glad as things are progressing for you in your personal life. Everything going better? Is there progress?
Progress in what?
I don't want to get specific. I'm just asking, just in general, are things getting better? Yeah, is everything going good for you? Are you seeing progress in your life?
Well, I mean, I'm a Rolling Stone, but I'm not gonna ever gather any moss. So, you know, it's just me. Like I'm doing well. I'm doing well. So what are we talking about tonight? I see the question is, why is it misogynistic for men wanting women with a high body count, or not wanting women with a high body count?
Right.
So, you know, my question is, why is that important to you, the body count number, or any man?
Well, it's just my preference. I feel like, well, I think it's a virtue thing. I think a woman who doesn't allow anybody to just have her, I think it shows character. I think she has respect for herself on a basic level. There's this idea of exclusivity. I just know that it doesn't matter how she looks, but I mean it does matter how she looks, but outside of that, when we're not just looking at looks, I want that connection. I want that sexual connection to mean a lot. I want us to connect. There's a lot of different reasons as to why. There's studies on it, when it comes to sexual partners. There's a lot of different reasons. I think the basic idea of scarcity, if you don't have no other reason, if somebody that hasn't been with somebody's with everybody is always a little more special than somebody who's been with a ton of people.
Yeah, that goes the same for both men and women, though, if we're going to look at it in that light. But I would say that the reason why it's misogynistic is because, you guys, men are not holding themselves to the same standard. So if you're not creating that scarcity, as you say, if you've got several women on the roster, and you decide to choose a woman just because she's less experienced, then that's where the misogynistic comes in at.
You was activating his trap card.
I activated his what?
His trap card.
What does that mean?
Because it's not really misogynistic, but you just said one of the points that I was saying when I was playing devil's advocate for it.
Sure. And I just got in here not too long ago. So what did you say?
It's really a lose-lose conversation, but that's not even the conversation. If we're not holding ourselves to a different standard, it's not, the word wouldn't be misogyny. I can understand if you said maybe hypocritical.
The word would be hypocrisy.
Perhaps I can see how you would try to make an argument for that. But I can play devil's advocate with that too, to try to justify it. You can say, well, what if I had a religion, right? And my religion allows me to have more than one wife. And I say that, you know what? Before marriage, I was a virgin and I already have 2 wives and one maybe divorced. And I want a third. I'm a rich man, I can afford it all. So I want a virgin. And only details you have is that I have 3 or 4 bodies. And maybe if I've been married a few times and I want a virgin. Under that context, you would probably call me a hypocrite, but I'm not being a hypocrite because I'm abiding by my beliefs. By the definition of hypocrisy, I'm not being a hypocrite. I think the word, you can't apply this word to the situation at all. I think it's, and like you said, if you're not holding yourself to the same standard, like it was said, I think women want to be treated equal to men so bad that we try to attack men for I guess not holding themselves to the same standard. Like a man's not going to say, well, I want you to pay my bills. You need to be, you need to have like a certain type of body, and there's no body autonomy. Like we had a man on here that said he don't see ugly. He like all types of women, whether they ugly or not. He don't see ugly. So, what if his criteria is different, So I still don't think that's misogyny, especially by the definition of the word.
Okay, all right, so what I just heard, you know me, what I just heard you say was, for one, we're not in a biblical, we're not talking a religious situation. That's number one. We're not talking that. Number two, what was the other point you just tried to make? You said that men are, I forgot exactly what you just said. But at the end of the day, if you're talking about the definition of misogyny, then you're imposing a certain will that you're not. Well, first of all, misogyny is about men not liking women. Okay, it's, but you if you're not going to uphold the same standard for yourself as you're going to uphold towards the woman, do you like what how does that work?
That's what I was saying earlier. Do you remember Fish? Remember what I said earlier? It's about like you not expecting me as a human being to get play. And then I was like, you saying like I can't have play and be good to you, even though I was getting play before you.
Yeah,
and Tony, like, I don't want to know that. I don't want you to tell me about your body count. And then I'm looking like, well, when you upfront about it, it's kind of like they being bashed because you downplaying my ability to get some ass. As a human being, when we know in this society it's straight to get some ass when you want to.
Well, even still, but like, even if you said that, if I don't hold myself to the same standard, even you say it's hypocrisy, I think we established that it's not misogyny. But I'm not saying that somebody can't do what they want to do, but you can't come at me.
But why do you want to know that information? Like, if I were to, and we know I'm married, we already discussed that, but if I were to go on a date with someone a couple times and they ask me what my body count is, it's the conversation is over.
Well,
why do you want to know that information?
Well, like I said, I never just ask somebody that information. Usually women, some women just come out and tell it, but I think it's a great indicator to know the type of person you're dealing with, right? I would always want to know the type of person that I'm getting involved with, especially if I'm dating with a purpose. If I'm dating to marry somebody, if I'm dating to to find a life partner, and if I look at divorce rates, logically speaking, I want to make sure that I have a good criteria for choosing somebody that I want to be with. There are studies that show, like, a woman past a certain body count has a low probability of being in a successful relationship or marriage.
And what's the studies on that, and equivalent as an equivalent to men? Because I'm sure that men with a high body
count. There's one study. I know a lot of people quote it. I see it all the time. I can't pull it. I don't know the exact website in which it comes from, but they give an exact number. Now, the one that I pull from is from psychologicalscience.org, and they talk about how for both men and women who've had a lot of sexual partners, that when they try to then get in a monogamous relationship, it was hard for both of them. Now, the difference between those two individuals that were men and women from the people that was used from the study is that over time, men were able to be comfortably in a monogamous relationship, meaning that they were able to change, even so much so that their brain structure changed. And over time, questioning them, they said it became easy for them. They didn't have this inclination for wanting to be with more women and, spending more time around their partner. Things got easier. Whereas for the women could do it, but it wasn't the same. Any woman that wanted to do that, they almost had to willpower themselves to be in that monogamous relationship, which alludes to this fact that, as far as capabilities go, once again, men and women aren't equal on that playing field. And there's, that coupled with the other study is just, from a psychological standpoint, it's probably not the best ideal to get one. And I think it's just a virtual thing. Somebody who just gives herself to anybody, I see a problem there. I see a problem there mentally. I see, like, maybe this person has some types of insecurities. Maybe this person, wants so much validation where they just, maybe this person has, X amount of bodies. It's like, damn, like, well, maybe her ability to stick with one person, her ability to stick through a tough situation. Because if I want to get married to you, it's for better, for worse. So, that means we have to stick through. You're just not going to leave at the first sight of adversity. You're going to try to stick it through.
But leaving is not the difference as a body count. You know what I'm saying? So I would love to see the studies that you're talking about. Please DM it to me.
Leaving ain't the same thing as body count. Yes, it is.
Hello?
Yeah, yes, it is. Leaving is the same thing as body count.
1 second, Jay Sean. I want to see that study that you're talking about.
Go on psychologicalscience.org.
Okay. What is the name of it? Like, I want to see that specific study that you're talking about. I want to see that. I really would want to. I need to see that.
Right.
Send it to me whenever you get a chance. I know you're always busy and doing your thing, and I'm proud of you and congratulations. But at the end of the day, we're talking.
Well, hold on. I'm trying to tell you now because I probably won't remember to message you. I'm gonna be honest.
I know that. That's right. So I want to see the stuff. You say it's on psychologicalscience.org.
Yeah, but I think the name of it, I don't know, remember the exact name, but when you put in keywords, it'll definitely come up. It's like sexual connection or something like that. If you put in keywords, it'll be real easy to find.
All right, that's enough for me. But at the end of the day, you're saying all the same things about like a woman. If you're looking at that, like if you don't think that we look at that too, like if we have to, if we figure out you're a hoe, you know what I'm saying?
Parabonding.
Like a male whore, we don't want that shit either.
But I don't find that to be true amongst women, though. I've had a lot of.
We might try to change y'all. Every woman, like we try to like change you guys, be the one to rope him in and reel him in, but essentially we don't want that shit either.
But you just said that you might try to change a man, and I've seen that a lot. Women give a lot of men the benefit of the doubt, and that's why I think
it's not the benefit of the doubt. We know the truth.
Yeah, but
we just might try to like.
Yeah, but still, it is. Well, if you look at it, if you look at a situation,
you know what I'm saying?
I've seen a lot of situations where women be like, I know he's this, I know he's that, but he's so cute and he's really nice to me, and this and that and the third, which is why I think
it's not about that. It's about our feeling towards male whores or gigolos or whatever, and we try to like we want to be the one to change or fix them. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not about, oh, he's so cute or he's so this. It's about, I think I could be the one to fix him. Yeah, he's done a couple of things. He's taken me on great dates or loved me or sex is great.
Yeah,
whatever.
Sex is great.
We want to be the one that gets in him and change him.
But my thing is that in itself can be seen as a reason why some women, they don't really take account to body count, right? And I've had so many women come up here and say, I've never heard a woman talk about she's concerned about a man's body count. And you basically just said it, the reasons as to why they don't. But maybe I believe some women specifically won't do that. But realistically, if you want a good looking man and this man probably gets a lot of options and he's trying to get with you, what are the chances of that, other women don't want him to? You can come to these conclusions on your own. Like if I date a good looking woman, I know she's probably going to get, if I dated my last girl don't look as good as her. I know my last girl actually looked really good. And I know how much people trying to talk to her. I know people talking to her, you're going to come to that conclusion. So I think that, you can know, but if you're still willing to talk to that person, say you can come to these conclusions on your own,
Can I just... You're talking about good looks. You're talking that like all that stuff you're talking about right now is like completely superficial. Like it's not about looks. It's not about body count. It's not about anything but character of that other person. A person with a high body count can also still have great moral character.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If a person is single and dating, and they decide to sleep with whomever, protected or whatever, that doesn't make them a terrible person that lacks morals inside. You understand what I'm saying? If a person is out here not loving themselves and not caring about themselves and out here having unprotected sex and they have a super high body count, that's different. Those two things aren't comparable. All I hear you saying, Fisher, is very superficial things. You understand? A person could have one partner and still be a motherfucker and still be a terrible person. Do you understand what I'm saying? Those things, why take someone on a date or whatever and say, well, what's your body count? Or if they offer the information to you, why do you need to know it? If they don't ever tell you, date the person because you like them, because of their character, because of what you've seen. Why do you need to know how many people that this person has been with?
That's what I want to talk about. This what you said something like that earlier. Because you leave, that don't mean you got a high body count. what you saying is dudes will do this. We'll disguise the question. We'll be like, how many relationships you been in? How many boyfriends you had or something like this?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
If you want to know what that tells us, because then we'd be like, how long did that one last? Or how long did that one last?
Mm-hmm.
And then we'd be like, okay, because we're going to take your age into account. So if you say, I had, 15 boyfriends? That was the number earlier. If you got 15 boyfriends since you started like at maybe 17, and you're 34 now,
mm-hmm.
we're going to be like, okay, say you only had like 5 boyfriends from the age of 17 to 34. If you say 5, and then you be like, my last one only lasted like 6 months. And then we be like, how long ago was that? We're trying to measure time, and then we looking at you like, okay, in this time, why she had either a dry spell working on herself, and then when we hear like quote these keywords, we start to discern different levels of where you might be at on the sexual spectrum, like whether you get down or not.
Mm-hmm.
So it's mainly like y'all tell on y'all stuff, or y'all will start saying stuff like, "Oh, you look like a player. You look like a player. You look like a player." Or something like that.
And you've already deduced the situation. So, like you just said, if you ask those questions in a different, in a covert narcissistic sort of way, well, how many people have you been with? Well, how long did this last or that last? Why not just get to know the person that you're on the date with?
Because it might be a waste of time. It might be a waste of time.
So that means to me that you're asking me these questions. You're truly not concerned with the type of person I am.
That's the person you is. Your memories are everything that you are.
Characteristics of a person.
No, your memories are everything that you are. Everything that you remember or are part of is you. That's you. Like
so
the
can
birthday,
I didn't hear. Wait a minute. Say it one more time, sir. I didn't hear you.
Your memories are you.
Memories?
Yes.
Nobody's thinking about that shit though if they're on a date with you at the moment.
That's a lie.
Yeah, they are.
That's not a lie.
That's a lie.
Guys ask these questions so it's for future planning that he's doing.
It's future planning. Okay, great. Not a problem. But what I'm saying is this. Just because someone has been with other... So guess what? A woman could have five boyfriends from the ages of 17 to 34. Yeah. That's boyfriends.
But you also got to realize that
count.
In most relationships, the guy is the breadwinner, right?
Huh?
In most relationships...
We're not saying that. We're saying what we trying to say that if you have these spans of boyfriends, you have these spans of boyfriends.
That's what it comes down to, is that was he willing to share this with somebody that has lots of body counts? And that's what he's making those plans saying that.
Asking those questions. Listen,
no,
17 34. She might have had 5 boyfriends. That don't include the ones that she don't really count. Just like with you guys, y'all might have 5 girlfriends between the ages of 17 and 34, but we're not including the bitches that you just fuck on the side.
We're not saying that. We're saying the palatability of you being able to hang on
in a way
in these relationships.
We're not just looking at it as human to human versus man to woman.
This is human. We talking about the rate at when women leave. We talking about that. We talking about the rate of how women leave. If you gonna leave me after time gets off or whatever,
I'll let you up in a little bit.
I'm gonna take that into consideration. Like, why you in such and such breakup? If it's all about him, we know that you deflecting from your responsibility. One, you ain't gonna hang out
before you even get there.
So really quick, because for me, I mean, before you got in, we talked a little bit about this, and I don't necessarily find men wanting to know about or not wanting a high body count being misogynistic, because I think there's other things that would be required for a man to be misogynistic. I believe that the issue is men don't hold themselves to that standard, which I kind of went over a little bit. But what I can also agree with on the men's side is that there's a big part of why like men would want this sort of information, because in a lot of cases, and this isn't every woman, I speak majority wise, but for the majority of women that go through these cycles of sleeping with multiple men, psychologically, a lot of that has to do with something that goes on in their life that causes some level of trauma or mental health, or it's something that has to do with the psyche. And so in a lot of cases, it's important to go into those things, because it is a part of who they are and their, you know, who they are as their character. It's a part of who.
I'm definitely glad that you brought up mental health.
No, we say the key word. You start saying that stuff, we're gonna be like, she working on herself. She out there smashing dudes.
Listen.
That's exactly what we understand.
But that's why it's knows that I actually work in a mental health facility with men and women, right? So sexual deviance, guess what? It is a mental health issue. And just as I see women in this particular situation being completely sexual deviant, the men do the same thing. So I'm glad you brought up that it is a mental health issue, that if anyone has a super high body count, the same things that you just said about a woman, young lady, is the same thing that goes for men. I'm watching men who identify as heterosexual participate in like homosexual activities just because they're in the situation.
Whoa. How did we get here?
Guys, hold on.
I think the whole point of me bringing it up though is because
so if a man has
But guys, hold on. One at a time.
So hold on. So I think the whole purpose of me bringing it up though is because when you're getting to know somebody, that is a choice. And so if I don't want to deal with somebody that has a high body count because they may come with baggage of their own that I don't really want to deal with, maybe that's a part of who they are and they choose to, you know, sleep with multiple people as a way to not be attached to people for whatever attachment disorder they may have. Like if that's a choice that a person, like I said, it's all about preference. That's why I say it has nothing to do with misogyny. It has everything to do with preference. And so for me, you know, for men especially, I mean, in my experience, a lot of times it feels like men don't want to walk in a room where a woman, there's going to be multiple men that have touched on their woman or slept with their woman. And same goes for women. I'm not saying that as a woman, I want men with multiple bodies either. I don't want that either. But I think that's where some of the misogyny comes in. I think the word is kind of I don't think it's kind of.
I want to say this before because I'm at 10% on my battery life. I want to say this before I go. The thing is, women don't know what an average guy is per se, because y'all don't really like average guys. So when y'all say, like, let's put this scenario back in reverse for men, like 17 to 34. He say he had 5 relationships. You can take that to the bank, because that's how many he about damn near had as an average guy. But we say an average girl, if she say 17 to 34 and she had 5 relationships, we're gonna add, and like they use it all the time. He said J. Cole, I say American Pop. We're gonna multiply that by 3. Because we can assume and assess that women who are average will get way more play than guys who are average.
Agreed.
Definitely don't agree. Here's the thing about it. The reason why we would deduce that number and reduce it is because we know y'all can't handle the damn truth. Let's be clear. So if you said if a woman told you 3, multiply it by 3. Okay, 6, 9.
No, that's 9, baby. That's
9. She lied already.
It's not being a hypocrite what she just said. Like she said, we can't handle the truth.
It's because you can't handle it.
But that doesn't hold on. But that doesn't evade from his point. He literally just said that you're gonna lie about it. So that's why he has to multiply by a higher number. Yeah. So you're not. So
why can't you guys handle the truth?
Hold on. So you're justifying it. You're not saying that it's not okay.
Here's the thing. Nobody's should be promiscuous, men or women. You know what I'm saying?
We know your point.
It comes down to like, especially if a person has like abandonment trauma, stuff like that. You know, they might latch on and cling on to every dick, Tom, and Harry, of course. Those things come into play. However,
hang on. What is an average guy, Mika? Mika, what is an average guy? Give me the description about what an average guy is.
I'm just out here observing the observer. I don't judge anybody, so I don't know what an average guy would be like.
So how can you make that statement, Mika?
He just asked me a question, Fisher.
Because you said
let
it.
me answer his question, Fisher.
Mika, I'm saying there's inconsistencies in your logic, baby. That's what I'm saying.
What is you brought up the averageness. Okay, so an average guy, I would think would be like.
Mika, but you saying that we can't handle the truth?
What? I was getting ready to get into the point.
But you say that we can't handle the truth. That it's objective to what he's saying. That we have to multiply.
To what he's saying. Say it one more time. I'm sorry.
Men can't handle the truth.
Sure.
So, no, you just said we can't. So you're justifying what you're saying that he's saying, telling you the truth. That we have to multiply what you are saying. Because we can't handle the truth. You're discounting what you're saying, and he's multiplying what he's saying. So in theory, he's saying exactly what you're saying.
I don't disagree with you. I just said that. I just said if she says 3, I fucked around and said 6. I said I came back and said 9. Okay, multiply the 3 times the 3. Okay, that's 9. If you're gonna hit the daggone roof,
but you're saying that we can't handle the truth, so you try to deny what he's saying.
So you justifying the lying.
No, I'm not justifying the lying. I'm justifying that we try to pacify you guys. That's what I'm justifying.
She's trying to make your image be better so she can get better results because it's called hypergamy.
If a woman came to you and said,
I want better results.
9 men in the last 18 years, you're gonna lose your mind.
27.
That's not that bad. If she's in her 30s, that's not that bad. That's understandable. Not saying that it's for everybody, but that's understandable.
Make it 10 and you won't flip a fucking lid. You don't wanna.
Listen, my personal no, it might be okay for some men, and it's understandable depending on who she is, right? She might be a good person, but just shit didn't work out.
Relevant information, as long as she's not clean, as long as if she's not still with anybody.
Listen. If it was irrelevant information, you wouldn't have to lie about it.
Well, if it's irrelevant information, then you shouldn't ask about it.
I didn't say it was irrelevant. You said it was irrelevant.
It's irrelevant information.
Yes, it is. It's very relevant.
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not. It is. This is something men. But even if you say you think it's irrelevant, now you're telling me what my preference should be. You can't tell me that.
Your preference is wrong. I didn't say that. I didn't say it was wrong. I'm just trying to maybe give a standpoint, a point of view.
I think when we think about like as women, like I had a good conversation with this dude one time where he was like, most women want a man that's gonna lead them, that's gonna, do all these things. And that's not every woman, obviously. This is like majority speaking, that's taller than them, all of these things. And so there are things that like as women, we prefer in a man. Like I'm not for nothing, like not to be rude toward, but I'm not about to be dating no bum dude. And so like, that's my thing. And so for him, he was kind of like the same way we have preferences is the same way men do. And that just happens to be one of their standards and one of their preferences. And so for me, it's like, I always had an issue with that question. And not because I've slept with multiple people, but I just always felt like as an adult, like, why do I got to explain to you what I did prior to you? But then when I think about it, and I had to like really have these conversations with different men, and there's certain things for me as a woman that I require of a man. And some of them, the men might feel like it's not that deep, but to me, it is. Like I said, I don't want no man I don't want community D. I don't. And so for me, it's like, I can't say nothing if you don't want community V because I got it. I mean, that's the same thing with me. That's not what I want. I don't want to go to every party I go to. Some chick is staring at you because she done been in your drawers. I don't want that. And so I think it's all preference. And I think for me...
Question, may I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
You said you don't want a bum dude, right?
Nope.
No, community.
Why don't you want a bum dude?
I don't want a bum dude or
But you're not a bum. No. I assume that you're right. So if a man is saying that he doesn't want a woman with a high body count, I expect him to have a low body count as well.
But what if he doesn't?
Go ahead.
Nothing wrong with that.
What if he doesn't, though?
Well, then don't be a hypocrite.
So
my thing is though, like for me, if he does, like if he has a high body count, then I have a right to
one
say
of your requirements. Your requirements, though, is that he's not a bum. He's self-motivated. He is protecting, leading, and providing.
He's not community D.
She did say community
D.
D.
And that you didn't mention that first.
She did.
So I'm talking to you, woman, as your requirement. What's your name, baby? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Rennie. Okay, so listen. You said you don't want a man. That was your first thing that you said. So I'm going to go off of that. And he's not a bum. You're going to need that man to meet you where you are in life, and y'all can elevate together. Bingo, period. So with that means that you're not being hypocritical. It's not like you're laying on the couch eating bonbons all day, and you're requiring a man with this certain type of elevation. That's different. Then in that case, you would be being a hypocrite, right? So if a man has a high body count, but he's requiring the woman that he chooses to be with to have a low one, he is being hypocritical and misogynistic.
I'll sway.
Hold on. That wouldn't be misogynistic.
How?
My whole thing.
I just literally explained it.
Hold on.
It was inconsistent when you
were. Hold on. Guys. Hold on. Let guys. Hold on. Just let Rennie respond to her, and then you can say what you want to say. Go ahead.
So like, as far as like, and I'm gonna just be transparent with it, because I don't believe in it like wholeheartedly in my heart. Do I believe it? No, but is it what it is? Like, do I have to be accepting to certain things? Yes. Because the reality of it is double standards exist. Men and women are not the same. And we're it's plain as day. It's what it is. It's always been this way. There are certain things that women get, and benefit, and there's certain things that men benefit. And so for me, I view it different. One, I don't think that's misogyny. I think misogyny is very different. And that's why I said I think sometimes misogyny, that term gets overused or used or misused in situations. Do I feel like it could be a little more hypocritical? Like if we wanted to use a term, yes. But do I feel like at the end of the day, like men for generations and forever have been praised about the bodies women that they've slept with, if they're older, if they're beautiful.
Well, yes, because we're all participating in the patriarchy. Right.
But that's why I'm saying, so for me, it's like, at the end of the day, I just accept it for what it is. I mean, double standards is just, it's what it is. Like the conversation that I had, I mean, it makes sense. Like we could get into clubs for free and until a certain time. Men ain't getting that. There's certain things that women get away with that men can't, and certain things men get away with that women can't. And so that's just one of those things I feel like they get away with. Do I agree with it? No. Like I said, I don't want community D. That's just what it is.
You mentioned bum first, though, because, of course, to us, it's not that big a deal what their body count is as long as they're clean. So you mentioned bum first.
Mm-hmm. I don't. But that's
that. But it's not as important for us, the body count, as it is for a man to be able to protect, provide, secure, lead, all that stuff. You said bum first, so that.
But I want to be clear. Even if I said I don't want to date a bum, right? If I was a woman that didn't work, and whatever the case was, men will still pick me up. Me not having a job, if I sat on the couch and ate bonbons, it doesn't mean that a man won't pick me up and provide for me. And so at the end of the day, the way I look at it is, but for the most part, a woman's not going to go for a man that's sitting on a couch. A woman's not going to go for a man that don't work. But men will provide for a woman that doesn't work. He will make sure she doesn't have to work if he's a real husband.
Type of thing. You come on now. Now, Rennie, I let you leave. Now let's be for real. Yeah.
I'm being for real. This is exactly what I'm telling you.
No,
we're living in a world where that is a thing.
Yeah, well,
there's a difference. A woman will choose the boyfriend that she wants, but the man will choose the woman he marries.
At the end of the day, the man is the person that controls whether or not the woman gets married. The woman's the person that controls if they have sex.
After that,
okay, that's true too.
So Mika is not misogynistic.
It is absolutely misogynistic.
It's not.
It is. Go ahead and go ahead, Fisher, and let them do me like they did me the last time. But
But
at the very least, it is hypocrisy. Absolutely.
Okay,
have the same standards for yourself that you have for the other person and expectations in a relationship.
Okay.
Hey, Mika, I got a question.
All right, go ahead.
What is it called when a woman got two kids, right? From a previous relationship. She got 2 kids. Absolutely. And she don't want to date a man who has 2 kids of his own from a previous relationship. What is that called? Because from what I'm saying, it sounds like you would agree, like, hey girl, you don't have to deal with that.
No, I'm not agreeing with that. Again, I just said hypocrisy.
But why is that not just a preference, Mika?
Comparable. I don't know any woman. I personally do not know any. If I've got kids at my ripe old age of 40, I would expect that the men in that same category are probably going to have kids. So I'm comparing apples to apples. I'm not what I'm saying is this: if there are women out there that have kids and they don't want to date a man with kids, then that it would be misandry. Like in my mind, that's a hypocrisy.
It's just a preference.
It's an hypocrisy. Set the same standard that you have for the next person. Make sure your standard is above that.
Okay, hold on. I got you. What about when it comes to the dollar amount, like money that they make? If a woman makes 60K, and she like, I'm not gonna date a man who makes 60K. Is that misandry?
Nobody say that either. So with that being said, in my own household, I am the breadwinner. Like I make well over 6 figures. My husband didn't make that. He doesn't, and he didn't make that. Doesn't mean anything to me. So again, with
how long y'all been married?
14 years.
Oh,
and we're working on it, of course.
Damn, we didn't have to know that.
I don't know. Do you proving my points? No,
I'm not.
I'm sorry to say.
Wait, what happened to the therapy? I thought y'all was doing good.
We're still doing that. Oh, Fisher, last week the therapy was terrible. Oh, he hung up. It was terrible. But anyway, nonetheless, go ahead. I'm listening.
I think you're looking for the bigger, better deal, Mika.
I'm not looking for anything. I was looking for it in him, and he wasn't able to give that. And we haven't neither one of us have filed yet. Let's be clear.
So there's hope.
I don't think it is.
You gotta be positive.
I don't think it is. I just have to do what I have to do for my children and make sure that they are not traumatized, and that's it. And myself.
So ain't nobody on the back burner? Ain't nobody waiting on the back burner?
No, I'm chilling. For me? You talking about for me? I don't know what he's doing. It's not my business. For myself, I'm chilling. I'm working. I'm trying to look up the word misogyny in the Black's Law Dictionary. If y'all hear me flipping pages,
you should have been did that.
Actually, it's funny because I was just looking at that too, because I was thinking, because I had did this live one time. I was trying to think of like a great example to me of like misogyny. And there was this one dude that came on my live and was trying to tell me, because I run an agency. And so he was trying to tell me that as a woman, because I run an agency, I'm less likely to find a man that's going to want to be with me or my pool becomes smaller because of the fact that I'm a leader where I am, and you can't be a leader. I have to be a stay at home. Like, I can't work. I can't go to school.
Isn't it awful?
This to me, this was like, I'm like, wait, so you mean to tell me that I can't be successful? No, if you do that, then no man's gonna want you. And if you
they don't.
And I'm in my head, I'm like, that to me is like like you want women to basically just be what you want to put them in a box, and like this is how the woman needs to be in order to be deemed valuable to a man. And that to me is more like misogynistic than like a man having a preference of like what he wants in a woman. That's
But Brandon, you gotta understand that the reason why their preference stands like that is because they become insecure and they feel like, damn, if she's been with these many men, then my little stuff ain't gonna work.
Well, hold on.
Even if we wait a minute, Fisher, let me finish talking to Randy very quick. Let me complete the cycle. So with that being said, the only reason why they ask that is not because of truly the number itself. Because if we said we've been with 100 terrible dicks, then of course they want to be the first one to prove that they're the best. However, if you just said the number, 100, and I'm just throwing something out there. They become insecure about what they're bringing to.
No, I'm worthless to you. I'm absolutely worthless
Ma'am,
to that.
wait.
Like you're right.
No. You don't prioritize love over sex.
Wait, hold on.
Demonstrate it.
If we have a high number, you feel worthless. Thank you for bringing
No.
that up. I'm glad you said that.
No, I'm saying I wouldn't be appreciated. That's what I'm saying.
All right, guys, hold on. I'm not gonna get. Hold on, Mika, hold on. It's not that somebody feels worthless. It's simply a preference, and I literally gave you.
It's because you feel worthless because you become insecure.
No, listen.
Why would you feel worthless?
Hold on.
101.
First of all, Mika. First of all, I didn't say that I feel worthless.
I didn't say you did.
Hold on.
It was Jay Sean. I know it was him running his mouth.
Hold on. All I'm saying to you is that it's not necessarily that, but for what Rini was saying,
he just said it on the head.
Well, hold on. Oh my God, hold on. I'll let he can explain that to you what he meant. But to Rini's point, I don't think that necessarily you will necessarily from you having a position at your job, I don't think that's necessarily going to make men not want you. But one thing that I will say is that when it comes to a woman making more money, usually if she's single, her pool of men usually goes down, just because, well, when you make about $100,000 or more a year, usually what happens is you fall into like the 15% of society, and that number is even smaller for women. But and usually, not all times, not all cases, but usually depending on your mindset on the situation when it comes to dating, and it would probably apply to you because you said you don't want to bum. So at the very minimum, you will probably want somebody who's making just as much or more money than you. So because of that, you automatically eliminate a lot of men from that pool that can qualify to date you based on your standards. And that's probably what he was trying to say, but it didn't come out right.
He was saying, because I'm a leader in my role, I won't, because I said to him, I know how to come home and turn that off. Like, I understand that the man's role is to lead in the home. And he was saying, because I'm a leader in my field, that I'm going to be less appealing to men because they can't be more than one leader in the home. And so I said, I understand that, but I was like, I know how to turn that off. And he was just like, no, like, men are not going to find you appealing because you're a leader. Like, you're not allowed
yeah,
to.
Well, that's just different. I don't know what he was talking about.
No, that's true.
Randy, baby, don't get Federline out here in these streets. Don't get Federline dating down, baby. Don't do it to yourself. Don't get Federline out here.
Wait, all right.
What does Federline mean? What does Federline
Is
mean?
it Kevin Federline? Is that what you're referring to?
You're right. What does that mean?
That is Kevin Federline.
All right, hold on.
What about it?
Guys,
What
let's
about it?
hold on. We can get into that after. Let's just let Donnie introduce herself and where you're from so she can get in on a conversation. Let us know what you think about the topic, and then we can all interact from there.
I know I've just been arguing with someone in the chat, so I've been entertaining myself.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Danny. What do you want to know? Sorry.
Let us know. Wait, what's your name? Well, what do you want us to call you? Where you're from, and what do you think about the topic?
Oh, Danny from LA. Regarding the topic, I mean, I feel like it's jumped around to a lot of different points within it, but like the original one of why are men called misogynistic for not wanting women with a high body count? I think because not for everyone, but for a lot of people who are using body count as a metric for trying to make character judgments about the people that they're dating, those tend to stem from misogynistic beliefs that like if women are having sex somehow that's damaging to their value or to their character, and it is those assumptions that are often misogynistic, and therefore you would say the man himself is misogynistic for holding that belief. And I think in like the way you've talked about it, you've actually been doing that a little bit, which is trying to make these big broad sweeping assumptions. Well, if they have this body count, it means XYZ, instead of kind of what Mika was talking about, which is like, you can just get to know the person instead of making these assumptions based off of body count.
Well, first and foremost, I did hold on. I did say, Mika, don't be rude. I did say that there's criteria to getting to know somebody, right? And I said I don't necessarily ask that question. I never really do, unless a woman just comes out and tells me beforehand. And I said, past, phenotypical, like, traits. Once you're past that, I said, what I normally do is I normally, then I get to know that person. But there's not getting to know somebody is not the end of it. Obviously, there's a lot more reasons as to why I have those beliefs, right? There's studies on it. There's science behind it. That's first and foremost. And
a lot of people don't understand that science. I'm going to tell you, a lot of that science is misrepresented.
Oh, okay. Well,
and this comes from someone who works in this field. So I'm a mental health professional. I read these things all the time, so I'm pretty familiar with it.
Okay, no, that's fine too. And I'm also studying to get a to be a, like, how do you say, I don't want to say that, but I'm studying to get a psychology degree too, right? So I can start charging people insurance. Long story short.
Oh God, don't even get on those insurance panels. Do you want to go private?
But maybe
you'll never get paid if you go through insurance. Just say it.
No, I have a way I want to go about it. But aside from that, I don't think that even still that's not misogynistic by the very definition of the word, because it doesn't fit. And even still, even if you go down to basic preference, yes, I can get to know somebody, but I also believe that somebody who doesn't have necessarily respect for themselves, right? If you're just indiscriminately sleeping with people, I think you're subjugating yourself to all types of diseases, all things that could alter your life, change your life, and even diseases that could end your life. And I think
you're assuming they're not having safe sex.
Okay, well, indiscriminate, you can still have safe sex and still catch something, right? And the probability the probability of that happening increases the more partners you have. And there are diseases you can have.
And the same goes for men.
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. And there are diseases that you can catch from not even having sex. You don't even have to be having intercourse for you to catch some of these diseases, right? And I never said that this wasn't only mutual exclusive to men. But what I'm saying is, for the simple fact that I have this preference, and the simple fact that if I say this person can lay down with people, and it goes to show me something about them. It goes to show me a lot about them. If I think that you're not discriminating on the type of men that you're getting with, it maybe allude to the fact that she has a very poor filtering mechanism. She's not good at filtering out the men that are good for her, that are bad for her. And it's the idea of scarcity in general. Scarcity translate into every aspect of life. If you go to this idea of scarcity, at the simple fact that you have not been with anybody can make you more valuable in somebody else's eyes. And then with all that being said, it still doesn't make the word misogynistic. Even if you say somebody had misogynistic beliefs, what beliefs, what old, and somebody tried to say this earlier, but I didn't really want to drill her on it because I can tell she wasn't prepared for that kind of question. What beliefs makes someone misogynistic if we're using the definition of the word?
Right. So the definition would be beliefs that are rooted in dislike of, hatred towards, or prejudice of
Right.
women.
Now give me some of those beliefs, please. Elaborate on that.
Right. So again, if we're saying that women who have sex are dirty and unvaluable and diseased, that is a dislike and a prejudice towards women. That is misogynistic.
Well, first of all, I said
if that's the belief you're running off of, that women who have a lot of sex, women, they're not discerning, they don't, there's all of these negative qualities,
right.
especially if it's only being applied towards women, which in large cases, when we're talking about body count, is what's happening. That is a misogynistic belief.
Right.
It is held in a dislike of women because we know actually factually that sex does not decrease your value. It is actually not a good indicator of your ability to discern things. It does not necessarily mean that you have more diseases. There's a lot of other factors. What's happening is that we're dealing with both a dislike of women and then Christian puritanical values in the West that are kind of overlapping and make this really big mess where we want to control and demonize women for having sex.
Okay.
And that is misogynistic.
Okay, well, let me hold on. Let me reply because you said it a lot. First and foremost, I didn't say that if somebody's just having a lot of sex, they're subjugating themselves. No, what I'm saying, if someone's having a lot of sex, they could be subjugating themselves to a lot of diseases, which would probably imply that this person doesn't have the type of respect for themselves that I would want in a partner, right? And obviously, somebody
Again, you're making a big assumption.
hold on. Yeah, it's an assumption that usually translate, and you can say that well, hold on. Listen. All right, hold on, ma'am. Let's try to give some structure here. I let you talk, so let me finish. Let me get my sentences out. You keep cutting me off. Now, like I was saying, it is an assumption, right? Because like I said, if you're having protected sex, that doesn't mean you're not going to subjugate yourself to a disease. That's first and foremost, right? And when you talk about, how'd you say it was misogyny again? You said it's misogyny because if I don't want a woman with a high body count, it's based off hate for what? Well, first of all, I don't understand how I could hate women if I'm dating women, right? Especially if I have a past of dating women. Hold up, ma'am. You have to let me finish my sentence. Like I was saying, I don't understand how I could date women, right? And respect women. I don't harm women. Me personally, I don't have a history of domestic violence. I treat women nicely. I can even treat this woman nicely in this time of getting to know her. So by definition, that word doesn't fit. The word is being misused at a very high level, right? And I think what the problem here is that this word is being misused because when it comes to a woman's promiscuous nature, women don't want to be condemned. It's either that or the shoe is fitting, so they feel as if they have to defend it. This is nowhere near coming from and even if you say that you think a man is misogynistic, it's so subjective that you would have to know that man on a personal level. You would need more characteristics, you would need more information on that person on a personal level to subjugate him to misogyny. You would literally need details. You would need his past. You would need so much so that you couldn't even conclude that this person is misogynistic without having those details. There's no way you can apply this word to someone having a sexual preference. And the way you're wording it, it just seems as if a man cannot have a preference where he doesn't want a woman to have a lot of sexual partners. Even if you didn't even put studies in it, the word misogyny still never applies in this situation.
So I think the thing that I'm seeing here is more so that you just have an issue with being called misogynistic or with men being called misogynistic.
No, the word doesn't apply.
I said this at the very beginning. Hold on, let me finish. I said this at the very beginning.
Hang on. Down, I was finna ask him something.
Okay.
Hey, Fish.
Okay.
Just go back to my point. Remember when I was this is what I was saying though. This is my point. Remember, how I was saying they saying that you're not taking into account their humanity as a woman with autonomy. They saying that that's what's misogynistic because they understand it like how we saying it. Men can go sleep around with whoever they want to, but women can't because it's something about them not being human. But when we understand that they can get a lot of more sex than the people that they're seeing get all these women, so their exposure is thus like limited because they don't see people below a 5.
But this is the thing. I want to let her finish. Oh, hold on. I want to let her finish. I should, but even still, they should have enough intellect to come to that conclusion on their own, right? You should be more balanced because not everybody's taking that stance. So, but let her finish what she was saying because I want to hear what she has to say.
So just to kind of reiterate what I was going to say, which is like I said it at the very beginning, that having a preference for your sex, for whomever you're going to date with their sexual past is not inherently misogynistic, but very often when we're talking about body count, a lot of the rationale is rooted in misogyny. So not every person who cares or has a preference is going to be misogynistic. Any preference can be rooted in something misogynistic or hateful or racist or whatever, but not all preferences are.
So you're backpedaling.
Exactly.
She just said it's
I'm not backpedaling because I started this conversation saying that.
No,
I started this conversation. And I even said, like, I don't think a lot of the way that Fisher, you're talking shows to me that this is like a very deeply rooted misogyny. I think there's maybe a misunderstanding of what misogyny is in like a broader societal sense. Because we're kind of talking in two realms. We're talking into like the individual, or you, or whomever, an individual misogynistic for having this belief.
All right, hold on.
Broadly, when we talk about body count, is that generally misogynistic? Yes.
Hold on. Well,
first, Daddy, can I ask you this question? Oh, go ahead.
Hold on. Let me just reply, and then you can ask your question. First of all, I think that it's only confusion on the person that's using the word. I think nothing about this situation is misogynistic at all. If we're using the definition for the word for actually what it means and not just misapplying it to situations where it doesn't apply, it is not misogynistic at all. Even when you get into details, hold on. You can't prove it that way. You can't prove it by its definition, because even if you get into situations where you're talking about somebody and you're talking about, well, some men that hate women, that's completely subjective. And then you would have to, just posing the question, you can't use that argument, and you can't use that definition, right? Because if you say somebody hates a woman, you would then have to give somebody's details about their life. You would then have to subjugate somebody's personal experience and give me a reason as to why this person is misogynistic. But if you're taking the title for what it is, and then you're saying inherently, or you're generalizing it, it can no longer be misogynistic, because it by itself, it's a preference. You already conceded to that. But then when you get into details, the word just simply doesn't apply. And this is a clear example, especially for somebody who's working in the psychology field. It's a little alarming that you would say that, right? It's a little alarming that you would say that. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. Let's be respectful. It's a little alarming that you would say that, because the word doesn't apply at all. You're talking about an arbitrary hate for women, or some type of hold on. Let me finish. It does. Mika, hold on. Mika, stop. Even if you use the
tangent, is what he's on. His speech is
Mika, I don't want to have to mute you. Come on, be respectful, dude. Mika, stop. Just stop. Just stop being rude. Stop.
Go ahead.
Even if you apply the word, even if you have different definitions, at the very minimal, you can say that this is a hate for women. At no point you can, even if you say somebody who's dating women, they can hate, even if you would literally have to bring up specific situations. And no circumstances can you apply this situation to a misogyny. It doesn't even make sense how you can even go there.
So again, I think we're going to go back to, I don't think you're understanding misogyny.
Let me know what I'm not understanding, because I don't know. Please let me know what I'm not understanding exactly.
Misogyny can be.
Let me jump in here.
Oh yeah, you could go ahead, Mika.
So I'm right here. Let me ask you this question, Fisher, and Jay Sean. He's still on. The other guy left. What is the definition of misogyny? Let's start there.
You want me to read it to you?
I say the hate and downplay it. I say the hate and downplay. That's how I understand it.
Say it one more time. I'm sorry, because Fisher was talking and I couldn't hear you.
I say the hate and the down playing, like stunting, like trying to how do you say, like, say that women are I ain't sweat, like, not, the way I understand it, people put it like I'm not sweating them. I'm not sweating them. I'm downplaying them. I'm like basically condescending, like kind of acting like I'm above them, sort of ordeal, and hating them at the same time.
So let's give actual definitions, right? And there's obviously
the actual definition says right here on Google. It's not in my Black Laws dictionary that I have open, so I had to go to Google. It says dislike of, contempt for, or ingrained prejudice against women.
Right. Now, and I'll give you another one. Hold on. Let me give you another one. And usually they're always going to say the same thing, so it really doesn't matter. So reflecting or exhibiting hatred, dislike or mistrust for women, reflecting or exhibiting ingrained or institutionalized prejudice against women, sexist, misogynist attitudes stemming from the highest corporate level. So that's a full definition. Those are two definitions. Now give me those two definitions and tell me how applying someone's preference is now misogynistic.
So the preference become misogynistic because if you're not getting on men about high body counts, and the last time I was on your live, you talked about how you cheated on women. So with that being said,
don't equivocate. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because now you're making shit up. Don't do that. 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 And now I'm gonna respond. Hold on. Don't do that, because no. Stop. Now you gotta stop. Because no. Stop.
Misogynistic is being used all over the place.
Exactly. Stop. Because first of all, you just talked about me cheating. I gave you one situation where I ever cheated. One in my entire life, right? In a relationship. And you just generalized and said I cheated on women. So that's not fair for you to bring that up. And now I can see you're just no. It's one woman I cheated. It was only one woman I was in a relationship with. So stop. So now you're misusing that. That's first and foremost. So don't do that. Don't do that.
She tried to hit you with the who hurt you question.
No, but it's not who hurt you, because now she's using things out of context. And even if you talk about cheating, that's still not misogynistic. So please stick to the topic.
Say that cheating was misogynistic.
All right. So what was the point of mentioning that? What was the point of mentioning it? I'm just trying to understand, because you're trying to attack my character now.
If you're not going to get on men about having a high body count, and you are saying that women have to have a certain low body count without using the word preference. Let's be clear. Without using the word preference. Again, why does it make a difference to you if a woman has a high or low body count? Don't use the words use another word.
Okay.
Use something else.
Okay.
Besides using the word preference.
Okay, cool.
Because preference seems to me like a safe word these days. So with that being said, it's just my preference. So
can I just wait a minute, Brandy.
I want him to answer.
I'm about to hop off, but what I'm gonna say is this is the issue. The issue is that women don't just want to be accountable for certain things. The reality of it is women, in order for women to have a high body count, they have to participate in some sort of high-risk sexual behaviors. That's what it is.
Men too.
But hold on, and I get that. But the reality of it is, just like women, men there's differences in men and women. There's certain things that are acceptable for men, just like there's certain things that are acceptable for women that are not acceptable for men. There's certain things that women get away with that men don't, and vice versa. It's just the way the world works. The difference between men and women,
the patriarchy works that way.
The difference between women and men participating in sexualized behaviors is that women's motives are different than men's.
What's the difference? What's the difference between a woman's motive for having a high body count versus a man?
98% of the time.
What's the difference?
Let us talk. Relax.
You gotta listen.
Damn.
You're talking over people. The reality of it is 98% of the time when they participate in these sexual behaviors, a lot of it has to do with mental health, and that's it.
We said
that's
that.
not true. That can happen, but that is not the majority of cases.
We said it from both ends.
You're in the mental health field, and so am I. And so you can't tell me it's not true.
What you do?
Sexualized behavior, daddy issues, people that have been what is it called? Essay. I don't want to say the word, so I'm trying to think. Essayed, and then their body becomes it's not a temple anymore. It becomes an object. Things like that. Or
that is not how that manifests.
Or
All right,
the
let her
women,
finish. Let her finish.
Or the women.
It could be.
That could
No,
be.
I'm not saying hypersexuality isn't a manifestation of SA sometimes. But your body not being a temple is not the result of someone saying.
How do you agree with her and then trying to disagree? Just let her finish.
Right.
I'm not the way she's talking about SA now.
All right, just let her finish because you disagreed with her. Like, stop. All right, guys. All right, hold on, one at a time. If I got to give some order here, just let one person speak at a time.
The reality of it is, we have too many women in the world that just don't want to. They don't want to accept it for what it is. They don't want to be transparent. Women behave when they're exhibiting sexualized behaviors. That is exactly what men look at. There are certain things. It's okay for a man not to want a woman that has a high body count. That doesn't make him misogynistic. The same way a woman doesn't have to want a man that has a high body count, or that, you know what I mean, is a player or whatever it is. Women don't have to want that either. Why does that make people misogynistic? Because they don't want something specific. Just like if we don't want something specific, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with having preference. There's nothing wrong with saying, I don't want a woman that's had sex with Tom, Dick, and Harry the same way I don't want Community D. That's just what it is. So y'all want to call it misogyny? That's just y'all putting up a defense. That has nothing to do with nothing.
So that's all it ever is.
It has everything to do with this life because
it doesn't. It doesn't, because the question is the answer to the question is no.
It's a preference.
For a man, it's not misogynistic for a man not to want a woman with high body count. That's his preference. He has a right.
Absolutely misogynistic.
And that's what
some preferences can be misogynistic.
But
it's
all right,
not misogynistic.
exactly. But see, this is the.
Can be.
All right,
Depends
all
on
right.
the person, but it can be.
All right, so you still hold on. You still never gave an example as to how a man having this preference is misogynistic. You said that, oh, there may be undertones or whatever you said. This you still never gave by the definition of the word. No one on this panel still justified how someone having a preference can be misogynistic. And I challenge that you can't even do it.
I bet you I can.
All right, try.
I already kind of gave you.
You didn't. It wasn't valid. Not by the definition of the word.
Hold on, backtrack. So my rationale for why a preference can be or may be misogynistic is because the belief that it is rooted in is misogynistic or sexist.
Okay, so now with that, hold on. With that being said, hold on.
Depending on why you believe body count.
All right, cool.
Would determine if it is misogynistic or not. If your preference is, I want someone who has a similar life experience to me, and I have had, say, 3 partners, so I'm looking for someone who has around the same level of experience, and that's important to me, I wouldn't say that's inherently misogynistic. If it's, I want to, have a partner who has very few partners because I think that if they have sex because they're a woman, that makes them bad or less than or disgusting, that is misogynistic. So it depends on why your preferences are what they are.
Okay, now,
does that make
sense? Now, let me ask you this question. With all those reasons, will you ever know somebody's reason as to why is it a preference? Would you ever know that reason?
You just gave
no. Let her talk. Stop. Mika, stop. Let her talk. Mika. Let her talk. Now, answer my question. Would you ever know an individual specific reason as to why they are choosing to have this preference?
Not unless you talk to
exactly my point. So how can you say it's misogynistic?
My whole point was it can be.
No, but you don't know that. You wouldn't. You don't. Hold on. But that's the point. You can't make the claim.
A lot of the dialogue around body count, right? If we're looking on TikTok, we're looking at how people discuss this in the news, what research comes out. It's rooted in the idea that women are less than for having sex. And that is a sexist belief. That is a misogynistic belief. A majority of the people using body count as a metric of preference, more likely than not, those preferences are rooted in misogynistic beliefs. Again, we're talking
individual versus like a broad generalization.
Like I said,
and obviously not everyone is going to be misogynistic who has this belief.
Exactly.
But broadly, I would say
Exactly.
yes.
Exactly.
More often than not, that metric is misogynistic.
Exactly. But like I said, you cannot. There's no quantify. You can't quantify that number first and foremost, right? You can't quantify. You can't because there's no study showing why specifically people are having this preference. And when you do get down to it, it's usually religious. Hold on. It's usually religious, and then even still, like I said, but you don't know everyone's specific reason. So even if you said outside of here, whatever, but for this live, you can't say that because you don't know anyone's specific reason unless they told you. And then even if they told you, they're probably not going to get into details where you can determine that this person's a misogynist. There's no specific situation.
I mean, honestly, the misogynist
misogyny
tends to like yell at the top of their lungs the first time someone opens their mouth. It's pretty obvious most of the time.
Somebody yelling doesn't make them a misogynist. Like what?
Broad generalizations of are people who have this, this preference in general more likely to be rooting into misogyny. We're obviously talking not every individual. We're talking about the majority and what we're seeing, the bell curve of things. We know all of these things exist, not as like a holistic statement to everyone. But if you're asking your question, why men are getting called misogynists for having this preference, it's because the majority of the time it is rooted in misogyny.
Listen,
here's some few individuals where it's not, and good for them. But broadly, the topic of body count is very sexist in nature. And a vast majority of the arguments for why it matters are sexist in nature. It's just the majority.
No, you already conceded to my point. Unless you know someone's specific motive for why this is their preference, you cannot call them misogynistic. And then you gave a whole bunch of reasons as to other conversations. And the point is, if you don't know someone's specific reason as to why, like you said, you can't use that. You can't call them.
Right,
you can't call them. All right, hold on. Let me finish. All right, hold on. You can't call them a misogynist. And then even still, for the simple fact that you're saying that.
I mean, you can call someone anyone you want.
Yeah, and you're misusing the word, and it's highly ignorant. But even still, outside of that, when you're calling someone a misogynist and you're saying that this person's dating women and you don't know their past with women, it's still another misuse of the word because you're saying, oh, it's coming from a system where there's patriarchy. Fuck that, because you don't know that person.
I didn't say that.
That's basically the argument you're making, right? Because it's rooted. Hold on. You're saying it's rooted in misogynistic beliefs, but when you get down to the individual, you don't know that person's belief, you don't know their past, and you don't know their reason unless they're giving it to you. And usually, when they're giving it to you, outside of that reason, you probably still can't call that person a misogynist. Why? Because outside of that reason, I want a woman for this, I want a woman for that. And usually why a man chooses certain women, those reasons aren't usually hatred or some arbitrary hate or prejudice against women. It's a fail conversation. The point of this is to stop using that word. Because that's the only reason why the question is there. You can't apply it to the situation. I can understand. No,
you being uncomfortable.
No, it's not. It's not uncomfortable. It's ignorance because the word doesn't apply at all.
The thing is trying to get people to not use this word, which is very applicable in a lot of these conversations.
You can't. All right. So
you just don't want people running around calling people misogyny when they're being misogynistic.
No, because by definition, the word does not apply. So, okay, cool. So you're saying
it absolutely applies in a majority of cases.
Okay,
You're leaning into the minority of like, well, here there might be a few dudes who don't, and I'm conceding those people probably exist.
Okay, cool. So that's in the conversation right there.
Misogynist without information. But
all right, cool. Hold on. You already conceded that it's not misogyny. Boom. And I think that you literally just said I concede to that point.
Discuss the nuance doesn't mean I'm conceding.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna take it a step even further. So we already got to generally you just can't call people misogynists. Cool, we got that out the way. Now, if we're talking about someone's preference, please give me a possible reason where someone has an arbitrary hate or prejudice against women in this type of situation. Please tell me. Give me an example.
I think you're missing the subtlety.
Because you can't. Is it because you can't?
No,
So why won't you just give me an example?
But I think
so give me an
what
example,
I think
ma'am.
you're looking for is for me to say, well, here's someone who is dating women and obviously like hates women. And I mean, those people exist, by the way. You can be attracted to women and still dislike them.
The point is you can't answer the point is you can't answer the question. Therefore, you cannot
you wanting to have sex with someone does not mean that you don't hate women broadly. There are so many people who exist who hate women, who don't think women should have, you know, freaking the right to vote. The fact that is some people's genuine opinion, that they hate women and think so little of women, but they would fuck them. They would have sex with them. That is misogynistic.
But
those people
the point
hate women.
the point
people
is
who view women as just a tool for their sexuality hate women.
Yeah, but like I said, you can't answer the question.
And those people date and have sex with women.
Yeah, because you're just making a whole bunch of random shit up, right? You can't give me a specific situation.
Examples.
You can't. Then you can't give me one.
What is some? Give me an example of someone who can date and also hate women at the same time. And I just gave you probably about half the population, if not more.
Okay, so if I say, give me an example of a man, right, who says this is my preference, and for him having that preference, he is now misogynistic. Give me an example, because you just named a whole bunch of hypothetical situations that did not apply.
You are your own example. You are the person who said you have a preference for body count.
Okay.
And all of your rationale was sexist. You were your own example.
How was it sexist?
You are your own.
Yo, you can't make this shit up. It's nuts.
In the beginning, that the assumptions that you are making about the character effect of sex and women is uninformed. It's prejudice. It's sexist. You are your own example.
So
of
give me some examples of how I was showing hate for women.
It's not hate. Contempt is also another word.
It doesn't matter. It still doesn't apply. So give me some examples of some of the things that I said. Give me some examples.
You don't hate women, but you do.
They won't, fish.
Huh?
That's what they're saying. They're saying that you saying they can't have sex with whoever they want when they want, because they don't understand the disproportionality that women can get it whenever they want.
Exactly, but
women
that's
that we can get laid when we want.
Exactly, but that's the point. My point is, it still doesn't apply, right? That still doesn't make me a misogynist, and my question still stands. You cannot
give making a character judgment based off someone's sexual history. They're dirty. They're exposing themselves to all of these things. Is sexist and misogynist.
It's not. It's not. It's not.
They're going to leave you.
It's not because
partners to settle down with. That their pair bonding is impaired, which, by the way, is bad information.
Right.
It's not accurate.
Mothers,
right?
Because they had a high body.
All right. Nobody said nothing about a mother. Stop. Okay. Cool. But I'm gonna tell you here. I'm gonna tell you here why you're wrong, right? Because if I have a belief, right, that now falls into morality. If I think someone doesn't have a high level of morality based off the criteria that I have, which is a belief, maybe a belief that billions of other people.
Your beliefs are rooted in misogyny.
All right, but that's the problem. But that's the problem, because my belief says nothing about hating women. My belief honors women. It puts women on a higher level.
Think that.
No, I know that. Hold on. One person at a time, guys. One person at a time, please. One person. Everybody can't talk at the same time. No. Let Donnie finish what she was saying, because if I say that, if I think it comes down to a morality thing, and I think that you're immoral, and you can say that morality is I would say subjective, but if you don't have a level of religiosity, it now becomes subjective. Therefore, anything is subject to change with you, right? Because you don't have a reference. If you think religion is misogynistic, that means you don't have a reference. That means anything for you is subject to change. Because if I says my religion says this, and that's immoral, you're probably not understanding, but try to comprehend. If I say that, hold on. If I say that this is my criteria for objective morality, right? And you say, well, I think that's misogynistic in itself, so I'm not going to follow that. And you say, well, what's it for you? It's what I think it is. That is always subject to change. But now, if I'm saying it's morality, now not only am I misogynistic, my belief is misogynistic. Now you're insulting not only me, but billions of other people who have the same belief. It's a lose-lose situation. You cannot apply this word in somebody having a sexual preference. Because you still didn't tell me. You tried to use me as an example of some of the things that I said for my reasonings for having a preference, right? But now you still can't tell me what was it that I said.
Sexist beliefs, which makes them misogynistic. which makes you misogynistic.
What sexist belief did I have?
Let him talk, Danny. Let him talk.
What?
Fisher, am I free to speak?
Say what you like.
Okay, yeah, because you already know. You already know. So here's the thing. I said before Danny even got into this, I said another reason why body count is so high for us versus you guys, or such an issue for us versus you all, is because you have this image of us that we are higher than y'all in terms of just morality.
I never said that.
Let me get it out. Let me get it out. You just said, before you went again on another tangent, you just said that you hold women higher. We're supposed to be higher.
I said that? Those words came out of my... I said that I hold women higher?
No, Danny, don't even answer the question. Jay Sean, did he just say that?
No.
You lying.
Wait, ask the comments. Did I say I hold women to a higher standard? I said that?
Expect us to be held at a higher standard.
Those words came out of my mouth.
I might have missed that one.
No, because I didn't say it, Danny. Don't lie. I did not say it. Don't say you missed it.
I said I might have missed that.
No, call it for what it is. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Nobody heard it.
It's the reason why. Okay.
I didn't say it.
Danny, can I ask you a question before you go? Can I ask you a question? Okay, my question was, all right, what's worse? Having sex with your partner 100 times or having sex with one guy 100 times?
What?
That was the same scenario.
No,
just
it's
one
not.
is your partner and one is not your partner?
I don't think she even understood the question. That's crazy.
That's what
That's what he said.
I ain't saying at one time. I'm not saying at one time. I'm saying 100 people over the course of time.
That's what I understood.
You have one person.
Right. Versus one person 100 times. I don't think there's necessarily a difference. It would depend on the scenario.
That's crazy. And you said you're in the psychology field?
I'm a sex therapist.
There is no grossness to these people.
I'm an sex therapist.
That's
This is my bread and butter.
That's crazy.
They have no ick filter. There is nothing. They just like what's the name? They just like Tony. They don't have no type. They just like Tony.
So they're just attracted to lots of people and enjoy sex. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think
crazy.
Anything beyond that.
So you said I have so many questions. So you're a sex therapist. So you don't think that you don't think that when you lay with different people, you don't think that you're exchanging different types of energy? No, I'm asking the sex therapist. You don't think that people have any, you don't think there's an exchange of energy? You don't think that somebody essence being inside of you don't think that affects you in some type of way?
So all of your relationships will have an impact on you, just as you will have an impact on all of the people that you are with. This is sexually and non-sexually. So I don't fully understand what you mean when you're saying like.
All right, so you basically just understood my point, because you just reiterated. You just said that, and when you have a relationship with somebody, sexually, non-sexually, it's going to have an impact on you. So you don't think that you having tons of these interactions is going to be some way detrimental to you overall, especially if it's indiscriminate?
Not necessarily. It all depends on the context in which these things are happening, right? So if someone is just a really sexual person, they love themselves, they love having sex, they're very open in terms of their attraction, maybe they're in open relationships, and if they end up, I know people who've racked up 500 bodies. If they've racked up 100 and it's within a place that feels safe and exploratory, that is generally positive. It doesn't actually have to be detrimental at all. You can have sex with just 2 people and have detrimental, really traumatic experiences, and that goes for both men and women. And it all depends on you can have sex with one person 100 times, but if that was in the context of an abusive relationship where you were shutting down sexually and become sexually averse, like, yes, might have been one partner, but there was a lot of sexual damage from one person. So it all depends on context.
This is an example of somebody working on themselves. They work on it.
But you know what's so
you can use sex as a tool for healing and learning and exploration and fun and processing and figuring out trauma. You can use sex for those things. It's just you have to talk to a person to figure out what they're using sex for and what they're getting out of it.
So you agree that somebody can have an impact on you sexually, but you think it's depending on the context, that if this person has a multitude of partners, let's say anywhere from 60 to 100 people, right? And they believe in having casual sex. So you don't believe that.
I mean, talk to any sex
hold
worker.
on.
Let me
finish. You don't believe that these sexual encounters are having an effect on this person's body, are mental?
Not necessarily a negative effect. Okay. You're assuming that effect means negative. These could be having positive effects.
Over 9,000. Your power level is over 9,000.
Thank you. Is that a good thing?
So do you, so you don't think there's anything wrong if for example, I forget what I was watching. It was some interview with a girl. I forget what it's called. It's called something Van, or OnlyFans Van, some next shit. And the girl was like how she had sex with almost just about for the year she had sex with just about almost somebody different. So you don't think that it is in no way unhealthy?
Again, unhealthy is going to depend on the context.
Because you said
there's absolutely situations in which it can be unhealthy, 100%. But it's the assumption that you know that just because a number is present that it is healthy or unhealthy. The health is always going to be determined on the person's experience and what it meant to them and how they handle it, their supports. There are plenty of sex workers who are insanely traumatized and hating their jobs and have been trafficked and are dealing with a lot of stuff. And there are sex workers who are living their best lives and, really enjoy their work, and it's a job and it's fun and it doesn't really have negative impacts. They probably have similar body counts. Context is what tells you all of the things you want to know about a person.
So if you say it could be dangerous and you give that possibility, how can you then say this person has respect for themselves if they're subjugating themselves to all types of situations and things that could harm their life and their body? How can you say that person has respect for themselves?
I mean, a woman having sex with a man in general is taking on an element of risk.
No, answer my question. How can you say this person who's having this promiscuous life,
because
how can you then say they have respect?
Take on calculated risk. We choose to take a calculated risk every time we step out of our house. So how someone's approaching that risk of, hey, I'm going to have more sexual partners, and therefore these are the methods of birth control that I'm going to use. I'm going to make sure that we're using condoms. I'm going to get tested at regular intervals. I'm going to talk to them about my boundaries and the partners that I'm having sex with, which especially for my non-monogamous clients is just kind of par for the course. That is very different, and then decreases the risk that you are taking on, despite the fact that you're increasing your numbers. If you're not having any of those conversations, but you only have sex with 2 people, your risk is higher. The number is not the biggest variable here. It's how you go about having sex and what it means to you.
Dude, you don't think that people fucking lie? You know how many? I think it's like 1 out of 5 people in the United States have herpes. You don't think people are lying about that?
Herpes is very stigmatized. That's why you use the condom. It's about what are your boundaries as a person in terms of, are you using condoms? Are you protecting yourself? Are you going to get checked, like she said, at regular intervals? Are you just out here to fucking every time Dick and Harry just because you have an abandonment issue or something like that? Okay, that's different from like somebody who's enjoying sex casually, protecting themselves and making sure they have their boundaries in place. That's where the context comes into play.
How do they value people? How do they value
when
people?
You're using safer sex methods.
Hang on.
How do they value? It's about their experience. It's about the person's experience. It's about
how is that valuable to someone else? Is my question. No, that's what I'm asking.
The same way that we don't. Women typically are not sitting around having these immature conversations about the body count of men. You understand what I'm saying?
How is this an immature conversation?
So really, I don't have this conversation. We're still looking.
Yeah, we know you don't. I don't have these conversations.
You talking to me? Wait a minute. You're talking to me, Fisher?
No.
Like I just told you, I've been married for 14 years.
Clearly, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about the sex therapist who sees nothing. First of all, relax. Stop talking to me like you're going to beat me up or something. You need to relax. That's first and foremost. Second, look, first of all, you need to stop talking to me crazy. This is my live. So stop talking crazy. Second, stop cutting me off because I'm trying to talk to Donnie. And I just said to her, we know that she don't have a problem. And we know she don't have this conversation. If she thinks that's oh my God, just shut up, please. We know that she doesn't have a problem with it if she is a sex therapist and doesn't condemn people for, you know, having casual sex on a regular basis. We know you don't have a problem with it. And this is the problem. It's like it seems almost like because she already conceded to the fact that you can't use the word misogyny, right? She's not going to say 100. You did. You did. You did. No, you did. You did. And you even said it. You did. And then second, it seems as if somebody who is living this lifestyle, and it's what I and I hated to call it this. These are the only type of women that justify it. The women that are hypocrites. And why are they hypocrites, right? Because they don't live that life. Somebody that's been, hold on, let me finish. Somebody that's been married for some years, right? Maybe more than a decade. So she's just not arbitrarily having random sex with people or having casual sex. So the women that justify it but don't do it, probably hypocrites, right? Probably except for Rainey, because she's the only person that didn't justify it, but stood on her stood 10 toes on her position. And then, yeah, of course you're gonna call him a pick me, whatever. And then Donnie, and then Donnie is somebody who obviously doesn't condemn it. So maybe it's a lifestyle she lives on herself. I don't know. She didn't disclose that information, but usually what I see is the women that live that type of lifestyle, right? They usually live that type of lifestyle. So when you say, I don't want a woman past a certain number, which is subjective completely, right? Somebody could say, like, well, I think 50 is a lot. For some people, that may be a lot. Some people, that may not be a lot. Nobody actually ever gave a number. But this is how you know that people feel some type of shame, because they're using a word like misogyny that doesn't even fit the situation at all. That's first and foremost. And then second, it's like you're almost exposing yourself, because usually it's like, if you don't live that lifestyle, it's like, why are you going so hard to defend it? And it's usually the women, and even some who admitted it. Who's like, I had one woman on one time, she said, yeah, I have casual sex. So I feel like sometimes, if you say that, I may not qualify to be the type of person for a guy that I want. And I think overall, women don't like, they feel like their freedoms are being infringed upon. Nobody's saying you can't go have sex with a man every single day, a new man every single day. Nobody's saying that. What I'm saying is, I ain't gonna choose your ass, and the person that has some type of standard ain't gonna choose your ass. That's all we're saying. But it seems as if there has to be this.
But you see how like that makes the assumption that the people who would want to be with women who have had higher body counts somehow don't have standards. You're now like saying that the men who would choose them are men without standards, and that's a negative criticism.
Wait, no. Our standard's subjective. Hold on. Our standard's subjective.
Yeah, but you just said they don't have standards.
Okay.
Not that they have different standards.
Okay. Your standards, and I think when it comes to some men don't have standards. Some men, and I find this to be true, and I think this is.
The men don't have standards.
Hold on.
Choose those women.
Hold on.
Men.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. I don't think he was being facetious. I don't think he was being actually serious. But the point is, yes, there are some men who don't have standards, right? That doesn't mean that there are men with different standards. And I think this is something we all can agree on. Some men will have sex with anything, quite literally, right? Just like a man that we had on earlier today. I forget what was his name, Tony. He said he doesn't think anyone is ugly. So he gives everyone a chance and gets to know them. Well, I'm saying, well, no, I have standards. I have to first find her attractive. That's first and foremost. And then we get to know her character.
That's misogynistic too. That's misogynistic.
I know, because I have standards, right? So if somebody doesn't have standards at all, if somebody, which is completely subjective, and there's somebody who has different standards, that's them. But you can't, it just doesn't make sense. Like, it's just nuts to me, like how, because you don't like something, you're going to attack it with these negative connotations of words, and then try to defend it. And it's funny how Mika, she's been married for 15 years, but she goes and tries to justify a life that she's not even living herself.
No, I'm not justifying.
You are.
Life that I'm not living myself.
You are.
Fisher.
You are.
What I'm saying is, no, I'm not. What I'm saying is, men are walking around here not holding themselves to the same standard that they so brutally hold women too.
Ma'am, that's not even the conversation, though. That's not even the conversation.
But did you hear what I just
but
said?
that's not the
Fisher?
conversation. I heard what you said. That's not even the conversation.
No. You trying to be condescending. I want to ask
I'm not trying to be condescending. If I speak loud, he gonna mute my mic.
No, because you like cutting people off.
To correct them, then he's gonna say I'm trying to beat him up. Listen, Fisher, did you just hear what I just said?
Yes, I did.
Whether I live it or not, I am still a woman, and I am still a human. So with that being said, if you guys, single, are not holding women to the same standard as you are holding yourself, then that is misogyny.
Okay, but hold on. Was that even the question?
Let me ask you a question real quick, Fish. Do average men get laid at the same rate as average women?
Absolutely not. 30% of men in America are how do you say, are celibate, are non-sexual, or some may fall into incels or something like that. So no. And then even still outside of that.
So what do you call a person who overindulges in something that they have like unlimited access to?
I would say an addict or a nympho, maybe.
Ooh, hedonist would be more accurate.
Hedonist. Can you define hedonist? You just said somebody's religion was misogynistic. I don't think you can use that word.
That's not a religious term.
All right, but that's where it's mostly derived from. When somebody, oh, you're a heathen. That's usually where it's derived from.
Hedonist.
Oh, okay.
To practice hedonism is to like indulge greatly in the pleasures of things.
But I think even still, I think still the word applies though, right? If you just have no type of self-control, you just do things randomly. You don't say no.
Addiction is a very specific term with criteria that it needs to meet. So
all right,
that's
but
why
you can't call why does addiction not apply?
Because certain criteria have to be met to be qualified as an addiction.
Well, the way he posed the question, addiction probably would not apply either. You could still use it because he didn't specify anything. He didn't specify anything. So why not?
Misogyny, I'm surprised you don't have a problem with it being used inappropriately here.
Okay, but it what he said, he didn't specify, right? So it wouldn't it would not apply. It would not apply. We gave like 5 different words.
I gave one. I said hedonism.
Okay, but nobody was wrong.
He said heathen, and that's not the same thing.
Well, because I misheard what she said. That's what. But y'all trying to win little battles because y'all overall wrong here. But let him finish what he was saying.
Okay. So as we understand, somebody who gets something in access that they have access to, but they overindulge in it.
Okay.
And they won't recognize the plight of people who don't get it if it's normal that they get it. It's what I can get it anytime I want, but you can't get it. But then I'm applying my logic to this small minority of guys that get laid way more than the average guy. So it's like it's disproportionate thing. So it's kind of like a little delusional in essence.
I think that's
I want to break it down more. I want to break it down more.
It's definitely a mental disorder going around nowadays. Delusion, strong delusion.
That's not accurate use of that word either.
No, I think there is a delusion. For you to call someone misogynist for their preference is delusional.
It's delusional.
It is
exactly correct.
It is for calling someone a misogynist for their preference is delusional. For even trying attempting to use the word.
Version that has never been with anybody else in the world, and you've probably had however many sex partners, then just say that.
Okay, Mika, but let me ask you something. Is that the case here? You're posing a scenario that no one is talking about. Nobody, hold on, but nobody said anything about a young girl.
Any experience in life and marry her and keep her barefoot in the kitchen and all of that. If that's what you want, just say that.
Mika, but who said that? Let me ask you, who said?
Just say that.
I mean, I hear it all the time on these.
No. Hold on. Did I say that the only man on the only other man? Hold on. But this, see, people, this. Hold on. This is the prime example of what I mean, right? Because someone's being shamed, She wants to try to make these assumptions or these presuppositions that I am, hold on, that I want something, that I never said. Nobody else on this panel said that that's what they said. So now you're trying to say, oh, if you want that, just say that. If you want a virgin and a slave and a maid, just say that. No.
Just say that you only want a girl who's never been with.
No, but that's not even what I said. That's not even what the question says. It's somebody without a high body count. That's not even what the question says. So you're trying to manipulate the situation now. But look, you see how you're trying to manipulate the situation. But this, hold on. This is a prime example of how people are trying to. Well, she's just a hypocrite, straight up, right? Because she doesn't live that lifestyle. She's been married for more than a decade, so she can't relate to that world. I'm assuming, unless somebody's cheating, right? But that's none of my business. But the point is, look how someone is being attacked, and I never even said that I want a virgin or I want somebody to stay in a kid. Nobody even said anything about relationship dynamics, right? I simply said that's not even what the question says. Somebody without a high body count. Who knows what my limit is, right? My limit could be 20, 15, 10. I even said I understand how a woman could be 30 and have 10. That may be too much for some people. But nobody said anything about a virgin. But this is the prime example of how when something doesn't go with a narrative, people are attacked, right? Even if I have a belief, you can't even respect my belief. You just told me my belief is misogynist. Like, that's nuts. It's nuts. And this is a ploy that people go to. And it's done. You can't even say it's like, because that's their narrative, because you're a woman that don't even live the lifestyle, and they'll try to justify it too. It's just 1,000% nuts.
High status and high value.
Say that again.
Right. Human beings, right?
Introduce yourself. Hold on. Introduce yourself first, where you're from, and what you think about the topic, and then say what you guys say.
My name's Dan. I'm from England. I think everyone's entitled to their own preferences for a start, but human beings, they value things that are hard to achieve. Things that are hard to achieve are respected. So for a man, it's hard to achieve a high body count. It's harder in relation to a man and a woman. For a woman to achieve a high body count, it's very easy. So it's not respected. It's a simple economics, supply and demand. If you put your body on the market and there's a high supply and there's a high demand, it's not that valuable. Whether it's a low supply and a high demand, it's more valuable.
I agree 1,000%, but apparently, and it's probably not an angle that I spoke from. But apparently I still think, even if you give that argument, and I did say scarcity, and I didn't go into with scarcity, but you just explained the idea of scarcity in detail. But I think that still women would still have a problem with it. They would still try to justify it, right?
Yeah, I have a problem with that way of thinking.
Like I said. So tell us what's wrong with the idea that he just said.
I don't think that something being hard or easy to achieve necessarily makes it valuable.
Ma'am, do you understand how scarcity works?
Yes.
Or if I went into a store,
right, but I don't think the value of sex is rooted in how much you can get.
Yeah, I think it's rooted in morality.
How hard it is for you to get laid.
I mean,
because by that metric, if you could then say like, oh well, a really ugly guy who makes more money, if he just gets one, he's now more valuable than the hot guy who gets, 50. How does that work? Like, what's the math here?
Because this is why. Explain why, right? Because
so an ugly girl who gets laid once, she's super valuable now, right? Because she was ugly and it was harder for her. It doesn't make sense.
Because what men value and what women value is different. Can you accept that?
I think it's personal.
You don't think men and women are different?
I think if we're gonna go down this, women want resources and men want sex. That's a subsect of people.
You don't even have to go to that. You don't even have to go to that. Men and women are different in general, down to a biological level.
They're not that different biologically. Honestly, they're not.
So you believe that men and women? You believe that men can compete in women's sports? You're one of those.
We are not going to get into the.
Oh yeah, exactly. So don't say they're the same, because they're not. because they're not. Down to
saying that there's not as many biological differences that you think there are, especially from a psychological standpoint.
Ma'am, a man's capacity for strength, a man's capacity for strength, a man's capacity for his ability to accomplish things and get things done. You don't think that is different?
Your physical differences does not have a huge impact on your psychology. You being able to lift heavier stuff doesn't have a huge impact on how you
yes, it does.
from a psychological standpoint.
Yes,
and
it
if you
does.
keep going to school, maybe you'll learn that.
No, it does. Are you serious?
One study that shows because you are stronger as a man that changes something about your psychology.
How about all right? How about I think it's in Scandinavia where they talk about where they talk about disproportion. Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish, guys. Let me finish. When we talk about disproportion into where the jobs that men, the difference between jobs that men and women choose, right? Well, the whole point of bringing up Scandinavia, hold on, the whole point, well, let me get down to it. The whole point of bringing up Scandinavia, because they have an egalitarian society where things are more equal than in other places, right? But when you go down to the specifics as to why men are making more money, it's not because of men, there's a patriarchy system. No, that's not the case, because men tend to work longer hours, right? Because men usually have more strength, men usually have more durability. So on average, men usually make more money. And also men are willing to do jobs that usually pay more on average. The dirty and gritty jobs that women are not willing to do. So you can see where that can changes a man's psychology. Well, I can make more money, I work harder than you, right? It's a lot of different things. For you to sit here and say that we're not different, we're barely different, it's so disingenuous.
It's about preference as well.
Except from a biological standpoint.
That is biology.
What you're talking about is sociology, culture, anthropology. Right.
And so a man's biology and his strength.
Behavioral patterns.
All right, cool.
Affect the psychology of how you process things.
So do you think that a man's strength and him willing to do jobs that require him to use his strength and his mental energy, which is his biology, and for the reasons that women are not choosing that, maybe it could be too much adversity for them, you don't think that makes a difference?
There's your answer. Why do you think women aren't choosing more physically demanding
labor because jobs? Biology says that's not something that favors them. That's not something that they would want to do. Maybe when they get pregnant, perhaps they need to take a leave from work, and let alone them doing a job that they don't want to do.
Biology, that's society.
How is that not biology,
ma'am?
Enter
into these fields because they are very difficult, and women are blocked from entering into these fields. And when they do get into these fields, there's a lot of negative repercussions for them from a social standpoint.
Ma'am.
They are harassed. They are belittled. It is very hard for women to break into male-dominated fields.
So why are like 80% of no, let's do truck workers. 93% of truck workers are what? Are men, right? 93%. 93%. Because
why would there be more male Uber drivers than female drivers? Give me one reason.
Well, because how about her fucking how about the most basic reason, and that comes to mind, and I've never read any studies on that, but her safety. How about a woman doesn't want to be driving strangers around because maybe biological no, and this is why hold on and this this is why I know your logic is flawed. How about for the basic fucking reason that people don't prey on men? Why? Because they know there's some type of consequence for trying to prey on men or trying to kidnap a man or trying to get into a fight with a man. You don't know what that man has done. And biologically, men are more prone to violence. Why? Because women aren't preyed on like men aren't preyed on like women. So for the basic reason that a woman doesn't want to drive around at night, she knows that she doesn't fear against fighting off a man, because on average, men are bigger, men are stronger, even if they're smaller. You don't think biology plays any part in that?
That's not the biology. That's the societal
Dude,
element.
are you fucking serious?
You're mixing up like nature and nurture stuff.
Oh my God.
If it's environmental, if it's, hey, she would be in danger, that's not her biology. That's the environment.
So why do you think men are more willing to do these jobs and a woman isn't?
Preferences are going to be based off your environment. So
because society orients men,
but you don't think that's ever a woman's rationale?
For women to get into those roles.
You don't think that's ever a woman rationale?
who would do those jobs.
You don't think
if there
that?
was a society that did not judge men and women for the jobs that they did and didn't tell them that there were specific roles that they had to do.
In our military. What about our military performance, right? In our military performance, like when they're doing like basic training and stuff, they change the standards for women based on that same biology.
Perfect
Yes,
example.
women are less physically strong than men.
All right, that's all I was saying. So how can you concede to that point? That's literally what I was saying.
That is not psychology, dude. That's
Bro,
not psychology.
oh my God.
Hang on. I gotta know.
We know on average men are stronger. That is not.
Bro, she just wants to debate to debate. Like she's
based on age as well. So if a 70-year-old man that's in the military, he can't do the same amount of push-ups as a 20-year-old man either.
all right,
So
but
again,
we're not
it
talking
is
about that though.
biology at the basic level of things, but this is a social thing.
Yeah, but
so you're gonna hold us a 70-year-old man.
You're saying it's biology and psychology that are preventing women from doing these things, and it's not.
It is.
Are you gonna hold?
It is 1,000%.
So
It
are
is.
you gonna hold a 70-year-old man that's in the military to the same standard as you would a 20-year-old man?
No.
It's about outcome.
Right.
But we're not talking about man versus old man. We're talking about man and women.
What you're
A 20-year-old woman to a 20-year-old man.
What I'm saying, since y'all
We know on average men are stronger. That is not the point you
All
think
right,
you're
that was
making.
that was my exact point. Because biology plays a point. Biology plays a point in your psychology. It definitely does. It definitely does.
Not in the way that
It definitely does.
You were using that line of logic incorrectly.
And how am I using? No, I'm not.
Psychology and like it gives you a predisposition to anxiety and depression. That's how biology plays a role in your psychology. Not your biology affects your psychology, so you choose to
Yes,
be a
it
nurse and
does.
not a
Yes,
truck
yes,
driver.
it does. Because
That
if somebody is not going to choose a job that is mentally or physically exerting to their body, that's basic fucking logic.
Women choose
How can you
exerting jobs
not like men do, especially in predominantly man fields?
That is social. It's
No,
because
it's
society
not.
makes it difficult for women to get into those fields.
Dude, if all right, would you? Okay, you already agreed. Hold on. You already agreed that a man is not equal to a woman as far as his strength goes. You don't even need fucking studies. Hold on. Exactly. And you don't even need studies to show that because of a man's strength. This is some of the because he's a man. Men usually work longer hours, right? So, and men usually do jobs that hold on. Men usually do jobs that women are not willing to do. And their biology definitely plays a point in that. It definitely plays a role in that.
No, from a woman.
Women are not willing because it is difficult to get into those roles because they face extra barriers that men do not face to get into those roles, and because they get into those roles, they face harassment. Have you ever met a female construction worker or a female?
Yes, and there's very few. There's fewer than many. I've literally met one female mechanic my whole life, and it has nothing to do with that because that's not what women are interested in.
Have you talked to her like how do the people treat you? What is it like for you? What is your experience now that you've made it into that field? Is she like, oh, it's all roses and daisies and everyone respects me?
No. That's first of all, you're just making shit up because you can't pull any anecdotal data. That's one. Two. It's bullshit. You can't. There's bullshit. And then the one female that I did meet, she was a mechanic, and her job was literally the best job she could ever have because she worked in her father's shop. So it was easy for her. Nobody's treating her wrong. Nobody's discriminating against her.
I work in construction. Listen to me, right? Listen. There's very few women in construction, but when you meet a woman in construction, which I am in, and they've got through those hurdles, right? They get the ultimate respect because it's like, wow, you're actually on my level, and you've gone through. I know it's harder for you, and you're a peer, right? So what you're saying isn't right.
No, it is right. From a woman who now.
How you gonna tell a construction worker he wrong? Like,
Fisher, please let me
no, man, I'm getting tired because y'all just be chatting, y'all just be pulling shit out your ass.
I also spent 15 years in the military as well. So with that being said, once I put on my rank and I became sergeant, those men put me through shit that I endured racism. I endured. I couldn't make my rank. I went through so much other stuff that I never accounted for. And like you said, Dan, if those women, once they make it past all the harassment, all the other things, after 20-something years, if you can bear and stand it, then she becomes the standard.
Yeah, but here's why, right? Here's why, men.
Listen, that's what I said. I also work in the industry as a nurse that is 98% female dominated. So with that being said, when a man comes in, nurses don't treat that man the same way as me being in the military treats women that are trying to climb rank.
Because men interact with each other in a certain way, right? So don't interact with me like that. My colleagues, right? We can harass each other. You'd call it harassment, but that's just how men interact. It's banter. We insult each other, but we know there's no hard feelings. But when a woman comes into a male environment, they don't interact in a certain way, and they want the men to treat them like women. But they're gonna treat them how
treat me like a woman. I want you to treat me like a human being. Grade me on the things that I'm supposed to be doing. If I'm doing those things, then make sure I'm doing it right. At the end of the day, don't mistreat me because I'm a woman in this industry.
We don't got.
No, you're not getting mistreated because you're a woman. You're getting mistreated because it's hazing. Right? And you're a woman, so that's how they're gonna use that as the
what it is,
and the hazing for women is different than the hazing for men.
No, yeah, but it's let's be clear. The women that do tend to climb ranks are the women that are promiscuous and they're sleeping with so and so and so. So if I go in there and I show up the way I'm supposed to, I do my job the way I'm supposed to, because I'm not sleeping around, I'm gonna definitely be faced with bullshit. So if we want to talk about sociology versus psychology, let's talk about it.
And that's not even to speak of the sexual assault that happens in the military for women at a much higher rate.
And then if you speak up about sexual assault in the military, you're going to get punished.
Well, nobody's denying that sexual assault and women are subjected to these things. But like I said, if we bring it right back around to the topic, they already concede. Well, Mika's she just be chatting, but Donnie, she already acceded to the fact you can't be misogynistic for having a preference.
Danny, you hear how he always tries to
You do. You just be chatting. You do.
No, you're just not listening. Go ahead.
Is that to me? Or who? Yes, they have the same talking points. I can read it like a script. It's so.
I know you. You literally brought up all their talking points before any of them came on. I know. I agree with you. It was like premeditated.
It's so sad because they stuck in this loop, and they only thing I can understand from this loop is that they have to come to a grip with male nature, and it's frightening.
Yeah, this is equality. To a grip with women nature.
What you want to call male nature is not male nature.
It's some bullshit.
You want to use it as an excuse.
But I'm a man though, and they're telling me what I'm wrong about myself. They're telling me I'm wrong about myself. And I can't tell them what's wrong about them because it's misogynistic.
People like,
and they're going to talk over me. They're going to stake their points because belligerence is a show of intelligence, but only thing is there is a such thing as being intolerable and insufferable. And a lot of times it comes off as being
because you're stronger, then you have the right to feel the way that you do physically. Is because
we on the phone right now. You interrupted me, so I have no strength when you
and I said what I said. Go ahead and talk, Jay Sean.
I'm just trying to say that y'all reading off a script that was programmed on y'all. Like, hang on.
Do you think you're not reading the same script we haven't heard 10 million times?
There you go again.
Do you think your thoughts are like that?
There you go again.
Then why are you?
It's because I spoke all this stuff before y'all even came up. And
please make a point that I haven't heard before.
A point that you haven't heard before?
I would like if we're not
You had no
always
points today.
talking in circles about the same stuff. I'd love
Donnie,
to hear
you
something
literally
new.
had no points today. Like, stop. You had no points.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening. You're not taking
She had
it
no
in.
points. She already having a preference is not misogynistic.
They don't understand the logic that I'm working with. They speak in emotions.
God.
He said something that was misogynistic, and I haven't given any points to the body count. I didn't never
That's
give
right.
any,
You haven't given any points
statement about body count because I was already coming to the conclusion that they're gonna say it's misogynistic because if you can have your preferences, that limits me from my abundance. That's the problem.
You can have whatever abundance you want. That's not the point. No one cares about who you're having sex
And then
with.
when I turn the mirror back on them, they still trying to put the onus on me. They can have unlimited sexual partners and access every day of the week, but they do not understand that it is not the same way on this side as being a male.
Exactly. I mean, men complain about it enough. Trust me, we know it's easier for us to get laid. That's not news.
You don't get to the root of it because you still think men have this abundance that they don't. Because you just said it yourself. You don't think that having a scarce mindset
between the access between men
Thank
and
you for the
women
flowers.
in terms of sex, then why is it such a big deal? If you already know that we are more abundant in that nature.
Thank you for the flowers. Appreciate it.
It goes back to what I was saying about what is scarce. And I wanted to ask Danny what she didn't answer the question, right?
I don't think you actually, I don't know if I heard it. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm going to answer my own question and I'm going to ask you another question because I already know the answer. Men and women have different preferences, okay? It's not equal. Like some things that women value in a partner, men have no care about, okay? So, for example, in general, if you ask women if they'd like a partner that is taller or stronger than them, they'd say yes. Yeah? Height is not important to a man as it is to a woman. So
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. There's a lot of background noise.
Somebody washing dishes.
Yeah, it's not me.
Jay
Right,
Sean,
so
I'm washing dishes.
Men and women have different preferences, right? For example, in general, a lot of women prefer a tall man. Okay? Now, if you look at men in general, most men aren't tall. Like, if you look at the proportions, if you look at what women want, like, say, for example, I want a man that's 6 foot tall. That's a small percent of men. But that's not saying, you hate men because you like this small sector of men. It's rare, so it's valuable. So, like, women, it's easy to get sex. We all agree on that. So, a small percent of women have a low body count, right? So, men look at that and think that is higher status. That's hard to get. So that attracts them. It's you can call it society, call it psychology, call it what you want. But the reality is, we like things that we think are special. And if everybody has it, it's not special. It doesn't mean you hate women. It just means that you want something that is yours, it's special to you. That's how men see it. And it's not that we think, oh yeah, you're dirty because you've had a lot of sex. Yeah. Like if I see a woman, right, in my own mind, if I see a woman that's had a lot of sex, right, I'm thinking, well, I can get sex from her too, and I'm trying to have sex with her, but I ain't trying to wife her. She's not special to me. That doesn't mean that I hate women. I just want to have a casual encounter with her. But then I see another woman, and she's similar to that woman, but she hasn't had a lot of sex. I'm thinking, well, this is rare, this is special, it's high status, and that's how men think. And it's not.
That's misogynistic. That's misogynistic.
That's how men think, and it's not. It's not. It's not.
Because you're putting women in a comparative status. You're putting women in a comparative status. You shouldn't compare women. Each woman is their own unique individual unicorn, and they shit rainbows and they fart fucking Skittle.
So that's not. Well, you're right that it is misogynistic, not for the right reason.
He was being sarcastic.
Status symbol for yourself is what is misogynistic. Viewing women as a tool to get yourself status. That's what you said. You said it's of a higher status.
not for yourself, but for them. You regard them in higher status than other women.
And so they keep saying it.
That's some Madonna horse shit.
That's what it is, and they keep saying that.
No, it's not Madonna horse.
But that's still rooted in the idea that sex is something that devalues women, not men.
Because you have
women.
it in access. You have it in access.
So if you are access,
but if the same act devalues one and not the other, that is sexist.
Who is this other?
And again, it's not even a consistent thought process because you're rooting it in the idea that something that is harder to achieve is therefore more valuable. So if a 300-pound woman who is viewed as undesirable gets laid, she is now more valuable. It doesn't make sense.
Guys, let's run up the likes.
It doesn't make sense. It's not logical. It's not logical.
I want to get to 30K likes.
The world is different for men and women. The fact that we're even having this discussion, it's about a male preference. Is it bad or is it good? Name one TikTok live where we're talking about is women that like cool men hating men or like anything like that. We don't talk about that. It's
Well, Dan, hold on, guys. Well, Dan, we already established. Hold on. Dan, you don't even. She already conceded to that point. None of them can say or try to justify it, especially by using the word how. You did. Hold on, guys. Stop. Right, stop. Let's give it, guys. Stop. Let's give it some structure. No, it's not. Hold on. It's not being. Because we had this conversation, you couldn't tell me any situation, especially specifically.
You as an example.
You didn't, because you didn't tell me what I said was misogynistic. Tell me what I said was misogynistic. No, give me it again. No. Everybody stop. Give me an example of what I said about my preference, and when I did give preferences, I said generally. I didn't even say me specifically because I didn't even say the body count that I would consider high. But give me an example of some of the things that I said that is misogynistic about my preference.
We already did this. We literally did this an hour ago.
No, say it again, because you already conceded and you said I concede to that. Oh, you can't choose that.
Stop saying I conceded.
You did. So tell me again. I'm waiting.
Oh my God. I do not remember verbatim what
you
said.
All right, so you can
all of this jumbled mess.
You can try to bring up a reason.
Right, you're gonna be, that's not what I said. And I don't
no, I won't. If I said it, I will stand true to it.
I'll tell you what he said.
My God, so many misogynistic things have been said at this point. It's hard to keep track.
Okay, well, he'll tell you. You can respond to that. Go ahead, tell her.
This is what you said, Fish. You said that you see a woman and you objectify her because you're judging her off of her looks.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you get to know her and you say that she gives a body count freely and unasked or provoked about it, and then if it's something that you find like beneath you, which you should never do because a woman is never beneath you. So these are the examples of misogynistic view.
It's not exactly what I said, but even still, that wouldn't be misogynistic.
Along those veins. But it wasn't okay. So if you
why women allow preferences? Why are women allowed to have preferences?
Men and women are both allowed to have preferences.
So,
preferences aren't the issue. It's just that some of your preferences may be
hold on, let her finish.
Misogyny, and you might just want to unpack that a little bit. It doesn't make you a bad person.
Okay.
You just might want to deeply reflect.
Okay. Look. Okay, cool. No. Hold on. Let her finish. I want to expand on this. So you said a preference is not misogynistic, but can be rooted in misogyny. Now tell me how a man that's literally what you just said.
That's literally not what I said.
All right, so tell us what you literally just said. Tell us what you literally just said. So let's reiterate so we don't have any excuses when I dismantle your whole argument. So say what you said.
The concept of having preferences as a concept might not be bad at all. You can have perfectly healthy, perfectly fine preferences. That's not the issue here. The issue is that sometimes some preferences are rooted in misogyny or sexism or racism or classism.
Hold on, let her finish.
Some of your preferences might be rooted in some hurtful, harmful beliefs, and you might just want to reflect and dissect some of those things. Some preferences might literally
hold on,
be
let her
racist.
finish.
Can you agree that
let her
some people's
finish.
preferences might be racist?
We're not talking. Hold on. Hold on. Let her finish. Let her finish. I really want to get into this. We're not talking about racism. We're talking about this. Let's stick to the topic.
What she said.
Okay,
No. Let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish. I want to get to the bottom of this. Let her finish. Ma'am, just can you let her finish? See what you were saying, Donnie.
You can have a preference that is rooted in something healthy and rational and fair. And you can have a preference that is maybe rooted in some misunderstandings, misinformation, biases, misogyny, racism.
Right.
Your beliefs are informed by things, which means some of your preferences may be informed by misogyny and misogynistic.
Okay. So now, with that being said, okay, cool.
If it's misogynistic.
Cool. So now, given the topic, why are men considered misogynistic for a high body count? Tell me how that this preference for a man could be rooted in misogyny.
Oh my God, I feel like I'm saying the same thing 20 million times.
Because you denied that you conceded to the point. So we got to go over it again. So tell me, please answer the question.
Because generally speaking, the rationale for why body count matters and matters for women is because it makes women less valuable to have sex, because it makes them not good partners, because they're gonna cheat, because they're dirty, because they're used, because their vaginas are stretched out and they're not gonna be as good, because you're not gonna be satisfying to them. There is a litany of reasons why, broadly speaking, that's misogynistic.
So hold on, hold on. So hold on. Let her finish, please.
Jason, I'm washing dishes.
Hold on. So when a man says, when a man says, he doesn't want a high body count, you don't have his specific reason, and then even all the hold on, let me finish. If you let me finish my sentence, ma'am, I let you talk. And I told other people not to talk when we were talking. Now let me, ma'am, I didn't finish my sentence. How could I move a goalpost and you didn't let me finish my sentence? Ma'am, how can you say I moved the goalpost and you didn't even let me finish my fucking sentence? No, let me finish. Let's. Okay, now let me finish my sentence. Hold on. Let me finish my sentence. Like I said, let me finish my sentence. Like I said, now, now, you just said that a man discriminating on a woman for those reasons. First of all, like I said, you don't even know those reasons. That's first and foremost. Let me fucking finish, dude. Can I finish my sentence? Bro, like, come on, let me finish. Now, like I was saying, like I said, you don't even know those reasons. That's first and foremost. And now, for those reasons why a man is not choosing a woman, that still is not an arbitrary hate or prejudice towards women. He's just deciphering between the woman that he wants or what he don't want, especially a man that is dating women. Though you can't use those reasons and then attach misogyny to it, because that doesn't even define the word. Once again, that is not misogyny by its definition. So you can't say that someone that is not choosing a woman because of the amount of sex she had or who she had sex with, whether she has 10, 20, 1,000 bodies in between, it doesn't matter. That's still not misogyny. Now, can you please try to give me an example on how somebody's preference for a low body count is misogynistic? Try this again, because that wasn't it.
Right, so see the question, yeah? The question says, why are men? So what Danny's doing, she's focusing on the small times when it is, because it can be misogynistic, so she's focusing on when it is. But if the question said, are men misogynistic?
No, but see, but see, it's not though. Because even if let's read the definition for the people that didn't get it. Misogynistic, reflecting or exhibiting hatred, dislike, or mistrust for women. We're reflecting or exhibiting ingrained or institutionalized prejudice against women. Me having that preference has nothing to do with any of that fucking definition. So how is it misogynistic?
But we have to, as men, right, we have to agree that there's a small proportion of our group that do hate women.
Right. But even still, cool. Even if you say that, you would specifically have to individually ask men what is their reason. So if just given this question, you still no, stop, because you didn't answer when I asked you to answer. So you gave up. So stop. And like I was saying,
I didn't realize I was muted.
All right. So answer the question. So can you tell me how, given that definition, it's misogynistic? Because the reasons that you gave is somebody not wanting somebody for a preference. Once again, it's still no arbitrary hate or prejudice towards women. So please tell me how that preference is misogynistic.
So let's actually stay on one goalpost
Right.
versus the other.
No, we're still on topic.
Or are we talking at an individual?
Well, given the topic, if you read that question like we did, right?
Well,
hold on. It's very general, But reading the question,
So
if you read that question,
this one man exception, right? We're just talking broadly speaking. People who use body count are using the rationale. Most of the arguments for why body count matters is because women, it makes them bad partners. It means they don't respect themselves. It means that their vaginas are disgusting and used and not good enough. It means that they're not good enough. It means they're not going to be good mothers. It means that they're going to have a bunch of baby daddies. It means that they're going to have a lot of diseases. All of those things are misinformation. They are prejudice, and they are rooted in a dislike of women, especially when they are not, the same rationale is not applied to women.
Ma'am, you are literally using words. You're literally using words. Hold on. Let me reply to her. You're literally using words that don't apply. If I have a preference, right, and I am not choosing women because I feel like if I have a preconceived notion, she may be a certain way, I still love women. Hold on. Let me finish my sentence because I let you talk. Now, let's go over this. If I have a preference, right?
You can't get from A to B to C here.
No, because you're the one having. Hold on, let me finish. You're the one having the hard time here. So, like I was saying, if I don't choose somebody for my preference that is not having a hate for women, right? Now, prejudice. Let me finish, because you have a hard time with understanding words are. So let's define prejudice.
You just like the word hate and think that
no. We're gonna
that doesn't make something misogynistic.
Okay, cool. You like prejudice. Hold on. You like prejudice. So hold on. She likes prejudice. So let's define the word prejudice. I'm looking on Google right now. An opinion that is not based on reason or actual experience. Like I said. Exactly. So exactly my point. Bingo. Fucking exactly.
So you have a prejudice.
Hold on, Mika. You got to stop for real. Like I said, opinion that is not based on a reason or actual experience. So like I said before, okay, cool. Now let me finish. Let me finish. Like hold on. Let me finish. If you don't let me finish, I can't talk. Like I said, you said prejudice, opinion that is not based on reason or actual experience. Now, like I said, when you said I was changing the goalpost before, when I was referring to prejudice, which you clearly didn't understand, if somebody, you would specifically need someone's reason. Now, if you don't know their reason, so how can you call generally people misogynistic for saying that and it's prejudice? And even when you look at the other meanings of prejudice, give rise to prejudice and someone made biased, right? So unjustly biased. Sorry, you can look it up yourself. It's giving reasons without reason for judgment. It's prejudice.
Oh my God.
That's not.
All of the things I use against women are unjustly biased reasoning.
Oh,
you're using your own bias.
If I said opinion based on reason that is not without experience. So if I say I'm choosing a woman, right, based off whatever experience that I have, whatever the experience may be, and that's my reason for it, that is not prejudice. And that's what I was. No, but that's what I was saying. Hold on. But hold on. Let me finish. If it's an opinion that's not based on reason or actual experience, and everyone has a reason as to why they're coming to this conclusion, but the only thing is, hold on. It says opinion that is based on reason or actual experience. That's not based on reason or actual experience. So if it's not based on reason or actual experience, It's not prejudice if I have a reason for it. And which is, this is what I was trying to tell you before, is that you were saying, oh, I was changing the goalpost. The thing is, you don't know anybody's specific reason as to why they are having this preference. What,
you asked me, are we speaking generally?
Is that not general?
But what about the
Is that not general?
We're not talking about the individual.
Wait, hold on. Is that not general? But wait, hold on. Is that not general?
So you asked me about my opinion on a broad topic,
right?
Speaking broadly,
right,
and then
right.
you moved the goalpost to say, well, but you don't know the individual, so how can you speak broadly? Because you asked me to speak broadly,
ma'am.
You asked me to use a general basis of knowledge to make general statements.
What are you?
Of course,
Yes,
I'm not
yes,
speaking
yes,
to the
yes,
individual
yes,
level.
yes, yes, yes. And what are you not comprehending?
So don't ask me about the
No,
individual.
no, 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 no. Stop, 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 stop. What are you not comprehending? You just, we gave misogyny. Misogyny doesn't apply. Then you say a prejudice. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. You said misogyny. Misogyny didn't apply, right? Because it's not a hate for women. Hold on. If it's not a hate for women, hold on. If it, hold on, let me finish. If it's not a hate for women, right? Then you said it's prejudice. I gave you an opinion for prejudice. Prejudice gets more specific. We are still dealing with the word. We are still on the topic. It's very general. And that's my point. Because it's general, you can't make any specific reasons as to why it is this prejudice or hate for women. That's why I said, that's why I define prejudice for you. Opinion that is not based on reason or okay, right. But do you not understand where I went with that? But wait. Do you not understand where I went with that? Did you not understand why I said it's prejudice?
Yes.
Mika, you got to stop. Mika, you got to stop.
And it is bias and it is sexist. At least many the reasons that I gave that generally justify body count mattering as a preference are misogynistic examples.
No, it's not. No, it's not. All the reasons you said is not a hatred towards women. How is that a hatred towards women?
I don't think you understand.
No, I don't think you understand. It's not a hatred towards women. But somebody who says, I don't want a woman with a high body count because she's loose.
The or is really important here.
Okay, cool. You said prejudice. Let's define prejudice. Opinion that is not based on, hold on, because you're clearly not comprehending. An opinion that is not based on reason or actual experience. So when you say that, now you have to get specific, which is why I got specific, because you don't know, because you don't know anyone's reason. You don't know anyone's reason for having that prejudice, because it's not prejudice. It's based off experience.
It's not a reason, it's reason. It's logic not based on logic. Not a reason. You can have a reason for anything.
Okay, so but that's prejudice is it says opinion that is not based on reason. Everybody has a reason.
Experience, it's based on biases.
All right. Okay, biases with without reason. Without without reason. You are not applying the word properly. It is not misogynistic. I literally did. And every definition that you define misogyny, it is not misogynistic or rooted in any type of misogyny for men to have a preference on the type of woman that he wants.
Because they have more sex.
That is not all right. So tell me how. So tell me how that is rooted in misogyny, because I have a preference. I do not now hate women.
It's not true. It's not true.
All right, you can believe it's not true, but that doesn't make. All right, cool. Hold on.
It is based on biases and stereotypes and misinformation. It is misogynistic.
Hold on. Even all those things is not an arbitrary hate for women. Why it's not arbitrary?
It doesn't have to be just an
but that's the definition. That's the definition.
You say it doesn't count, but that's not how those words work.
Yes, that is. That's the definition.
It's
So
not and or. It's not and. It's or. It's or. It means it could be either of these components.
but it's neither of those things, though.
I don't know why I'm having to explain
It's neither or those things. I gave you a definition for prejudice. It says without reason. Everyone has a reason for why they want to choose their preference.
It's not true.
All right, studies say otherwise. People's reasons say otherwise.
Believe the sky is green doesn't make it so. But that's logic. It's not logic.
All right.
If you're believing something that is incorrect, It's not logic.
First of all,
You're
all right.
trying to draw all these conclusions
No,
that don't make sense.
no.
All because you don't want something to be misogynistic, but you do not understand what hatred is.
No. First of all, it's not hatred. If
you think it has to be this overt thing. It is not. It is subtle. It is nuanced, and it is in everything.
No, even still, it doesn't. Hold on. It doesn't matter if for every nuance how you say it, it does not matter because it's still not misogynistic. There is no. I'm not dense. Don't insult my intelligence. The word doesn't simply apply. Now, misogyny is somebody who says that I don't think women should be able to drive. I don't think women should be able to go to school. That is especially without reason. By definition, without reason, having a prejudice.
You think those people don't have reason? You think those people don't have a justification for why they think that way?
Okay, so, but all right, but what does prejudice mean? An opinion that is not based on reason. Hold on. Let me finish my sentence. Hold on, let me finish my sentence. Now, you just said you don't think those people have a reason. Are they prejudice? A prejudice literally means, and misogyny literally means prejudice means. Hold on, you gotta let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence. Opinion. Let me finish. Opinion that is not based on reason or actual experience. Okay, so look, if a person is prejudiced, they have an opinion that is not based on reason or actual experience. So if a person has a reason as to why he wants a specific person with not a high body count, he's not considered prejudiced by definition. Now, misogyny and arbitrary hate for women.
Tell me what you think misogyny is. Tell me where you think it exists.
I would tell you.
You are misunderstanding what this is.
I'm not misunderstanding. By definition, I'm not. Somebody who thinks that women shouldn't hold on. Hold on. Let me. You just asked me a question.
Nothing could be misogynistic.
Hold on. Let me give you.
Give me an example of where you
think it exists. I will give you examples right now. Someone who would be considered misogynistic thinks that women shouldn't be able to be able to drive like they do in some countries just because they're women. I think somebody's misogynistic because I don't think that. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Hold on. So, guys, let me finish. So, if I said that I don't think women should let me finish. If I just said that I don't think women should be able to have sex, and I didn't give any reason, I didn't give any explanation, I said, oh, just because they're women, because they're not men.
Do you think that the people who say women shouldn't be able to drive don't have a reason beyond that women?
Okay.
Do you think it's but they don't have as good eyesight. They can't measure things as well. They don't have as good of depth perception. They lose control. They
hold on.
Reason.
Hold on.
Everyone has reason for everything. But those reasons can be rooted in sexism and misogyny and prejudice and bias and misinformation.
Hold on. Let me respond to her. Now, those reasons you just gave, those are not even fucking logical reasons, right? But even still, but hold on, even still. All right, hold on. But even still, but if we're going by definition, right?
It's all about how you feel.
No.
What it's about.
All right, but if we use the word by its definition, and this is the problem. We're not using words by their definitions anymore. We're using words.
How to read these definitions.
I'm literally reading it to you. I'm literally reading it to you. I gave you a definition. I gave you what I read
it 10 times and have had to repeat yourself 10 times.
Yeah, because you're not understanding. If somebody says
you don't have anything better to do, support your argument, but to read off of Google, which, by the way, the concept of misogyny requires a lot more than a definition.
All right, so if we're not defining things by what they mean, how are we defining things then?
My God, you might need more than a sentence to understand the concept of misogyny.
But that's the problem.
You might need a little bit more than that.
But that's the problem. Even if you fucking give examples, you say it's rooted. You give examples, you give fucking definitions. Now you're changing the goalpost. Oh well, you need more than a definition. The definition is not it. You need more just to explain the definition.
So simple.
It is simple.
It has to be this irrational hatred that I don't understand because I don't want to be the misogynist, but you are.
But that's the thing. See, like now I'm using the words. She said it's prejudice. I give you the definitions now. Oh, that's not enough.
And
You need to.
it's prejudice.
You need
examples
to.
I've given have
Okay.
all been examples of prejudice.
Okay, it's prejudice without any reason, opinion, or experience.
Don't mansplain to her. Don't mansplain, right?
Like this is nuts. It's literally nuts. It's like when logic doesn't work. Oh well, that's not enough. That's
logic.
that I don't understand the logic. So I use words by what.
No, don't like that. Let's go route it somewhere else.
I use words for what they mean, but I don't use logic.
Right, Fisher.
You don't use logic. You don't actually understand the concept of logic. We've experienced that many times in this. Just because you can't understand the fact that, like, just because A but not B doesn't mean C. Like, it's a very simple logical recipe.
Dude, like,
nobody
what
in this
the
chat is saying that
fuck?
women shouldn't have sex.
Exactly. Like they change it. That's not even a conversation. I literally give definitions and she says, no, that's not what that means. Oh, you're dense.
For the sex that they have in a way that is negative, in a way that does not happen towards men,
okay,
in a way that is used to mean their character.
Any action will be judged differently by every single person. Okay, look, when I'm
and that's still not misogynistic.
A lot of sex,
it is
right?
those beliefs that are used to justify why body count matters. Those beliefs are misogynistic. The fact that they're used to justify the body count matters makes that misogynistic, makes the people who use that and believe that misogynistic.
So Danny, woman preferences are they deemed to be misogynistic
or misandrous?
Preferences.
Misandrous.
Misandrous.
People don't even know the word because no one even.
Exactly, no one even fucking uses it. Wait, say that again.
Listen, please. I just had a point. I really want people to hear this. Nobody is judging women for the amount of sex that they have based on
yes,
their dirty. Some people are. Some people do, and I agree that is misogynistic, right? But what we're saying is, we're talking. I feel like there's like a misunderstanding here because men think body count matters in relationship, not in the world. Go and have sex with all the women, the men and women. Do what you want. Be hedonistic. It doesn't matter to me. You can be my friend. You can be my best friend and sleep with me. It doesn't matter to me. But I'm not going to want you as a wife because of that. And that is my preference, and I'm allowed to have that. It doesn't make me hate women. Just like if I say I don't want to have a wife that's a lawyer because she's going to be working too much and I want to have a lot of time with my partner. It doesn't mean I hate lawyers.
Like it's nuts. And even still, if you can use that same rationale, you can still. How can you use that rationale for other people who say that they don't want women because they have a high body count or they think it's disgusting, they think it's repulsive? That's still reasoning. It's not random. It's not arbitrary. You can't say it's prejudice or misogynistic. But what?
You can make a reason for why you think something inaccurate.
Okay, even if you say that, but by definition, if you're using that reason, it does not matter. The word does not fit. But if you're not using it, the word doesn't fit, so you can't use it. It's simple.
Yes.
Especially the hatred part. Especially the hatred part.
It's giving you don't love your mother. It's giving you would argue with your mother this way.
Exactly.
It's giving toxic masculinity. It's giving
bro. The fucking logic. It's out, and this is fucking somebody who gives people advice. That's the scary part.
I'm a therapist. I don't give people advice.
All right.
That's not my job.
So you don't make suggestions for people? Exactly.
No, that's a psychiatrist.
All right. So what do you do for people?
What do I do for our people?
Basically, just listens.
You don't give your opinion?
My opinion is irrelevant.
But do you give your opinion? Answer the question.
I can psychoeducate on certain things.
All right, exactly. You give your opinion. If you don't think that a woman sleeping arbitrarily, just sleeping with, it does not matter. It doesn't matter because your fucking opinion is rooted in ignorance.
Between me having my personal opinion and me educating on a topic that I am educated on.
Okay, so you're being so disingenuous. You're claiming you're a therapist, but you never give your opinion.
Someone a diagram of a clitoris, which is part of my job, by the way.
Okay.
Is that my opinion?
Okay, so you never give your opinion.
It's not my job.
No. Answer the question. You never give your opinion.
No,
you're being so disingenuous, bro. Like, come on, that is so like.
Because you know me here,
bro, you're being so disingenuous. You're being so disingenuous. You're being so disingenuous. You're saying you're a sex therapist, but you don't. But
facilitate people meeting their goals.
but you don't give your opinion, bro. Like that's so disingenuous.
That might be useful to them. It is not my job to give my opinion on those things. That is different.
And what are the reasons that they're in therapy for?
You don't know a thing about it.
But you're being. I would be afraid to even for anybody to even come to you as a therapist. This is nuts. But you don't give
a long wait list, so we're fine on that.
Yeah, and this is why I think you're a part of one of the components is in people like you are the components why half of the women by 2030 in America will be single, right? Because you don't see anything wrong with some of the things that people are doing. Exactly. You don't exactly you, and that's very much a problem. You don't see that as a bad thing.
Make them happier. It is perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's
all genocide, sweetheart.
Exactly. If a society can't continue, if a society can't continue,
they didn't have the option. You're playing a game right now.
That's disingenuous. People genuinely want to find love and connection. They really,
some people do.
No, majority of people, right? They would choose to be in a happy relationship over single, but they can't find that.
Some people want long-term relationships. Some people want short-term relationships. Some people don't want romantic relationships. Everyone is an individual, and everyone has a right to choose the relationship that is going to work for them. And if that is being single for some people or single for a period of time, there is nothing wrong with that.
Guys, let's run up the likes. Let's get to 20K likes, please.
Hey, Danny,
before I turn off the comments.
There is nothing wrong with that.
Danny, I got a question for you. What is an average man? What does that mean to you? Can you describe an average man for me?
Probably makes around 40 to 50K depending on the state.
Okay.
Depending on the demographic, is going to have a certain race.
Exactly. The first thing she mentioned was money, right? But preference don't matter.
Hang on. What does he look like, Danny?
Because that's the easiest average I can pull from. The rest are going to be more demographically related.
Because that's what women value.
Exactly.
Because women value that. But
I don't even know what someone makes.
No, you don't.
But you averages. The first thing I had off the top of my head was median income.
Just let her answer the guy's question.
What do you want to say? The average race of an American? The average age of an American? How do you want me to average that out?
All of give us the profile of these average guys that you think have this level of misogynistic view, because it's not real.
It don't matter. They apply it to everything. She literally said, "What if?" I said, "What if the reason why is somebody's beliefs?" She said, "Then your beliefs are misogynistic." Literally,
your beliefs can be misogynistic. Your religion can be misogynistic.
Yeah. So if a religion says that I don't get with women that are so if your religion saying don't have sex before marriage, or you don't want to get with this type of person, then now you're misogynist. Get the fuck out of here! Like everything is misogynistic. You literally, but this, dude, it's not just Christianity. You have Abrahamic religions that are practiced by majority of the planet of the earth. So you can't just say, "Oh, it's just Christianity." No, it's most of the fucking earth. It's most of the earth. And see, the problem with that is, when you call somebody a misogynist, what you're doing is it has a negative connotation. Hold on. Let me finish. No, it has nothing to do. I don't give a fuck what nobody thinks. And I don't. First, that's when you got me fucked up. Hold on. I don't give a fuck. Hold on. No. I don't give a fuck what nobody calls me, because at the end of the day, my views ain't gonna change. I have enough mental fortitude. No. Stop. Let me finish. I have enough mental fortitude to not care what anybody thinks, and I'm gonna stand 10 toes on it until. Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. I'm gonna stand 10 toes till I DIE on what I believe. That's first and foremost. But the very problem is you're calling someone misogynistic, right? It has a negative connotation, so that can be seen as negative, and then you're making that person. You're offending that person. But when you take it to the next level, when you say now somebody's beliefs are misogynistic, there are billions, probably total about maybe 3 to 4 billion people who share this ideal, right? Even if that's not their preference, they believe that maybe that's their belief. You literally offend billions of people by saying that. And you're literally applying misogyny to literally everything. And that's how you know it's a misuse of the word.
James asked Daniel, right, what is the average man? Yeah, and her response was, he makes about this much. That is because inherently, Men are valued by what they can provide and if they can protect and their status, right? So a preference for a high value man, then if the average man makes this much, a high value man is going to make more than that. Yeah, that's just basic logic, right? So if a woman says, I want a man that makes this much, well, that means you're excluding all the men that don't make that. That don't mean you hate the men.
That's misandry. That is misandry. We're going to use her logic back on her. That's misandry.
That's the thing misandry. I would like her to answer when it's okay for men to judge a woman on their body count, because it's not always the misogyny. It can be, but I would like her to say when it's okay. And also,
I said that at the very beginning.
The same thing of when it's
Thank
not
you for
okay.
the gift.
Because I feel like that's where you both disconnect. You're trying to win the argument, but reality is you both not seeing each other's side. Because there's times when it's bad for a man to say, "Oh, this woman's dirty because she's had sex with so many people."
But does that does that now hold on? But does that now mean he hold on? But does that now mean he hates all women? That's not, but even if you say that's bad, misogyny is not the word to be applied here. That's not misogyny, because you can't now say he hates all women.
The fact that you don't understand misogyny.
No, but you can't say that.
No, I feel like you don't understand misogyny, sis.
No,
you're equating it with something that has nothing to do with it. You're equating it with a preference that he has. You're equating it with a preference that he has. Nobody bats an eye when women say. Nobody bats an eye when women say, "I don't want to date a short man," right? Even though it's not the short man's fault. Should we say you're misandrous for saying that?
Wait, hold on. Just introduce yourself. Hold on. Just hold on. I think Mustafa just.
It's not misandry is not like an inverse.
Hold on.
Copy of what misogyny.
Hold on. You can apply that, Mustafa. Mustafa, just introduce yourself first, and then say what you had to say. I just want everybody to introduce yourself.
Peace and love, everybody. My name is Samir. I hail from Canada. You know, I've been watching this live for a little while now. I like what you're doing, brother. You're raising some really good questions, you know. And today I just thought I'd come in and chime in real quick.
All right. So make your points you were making. You were just saying something.
My point is that, you know, you can't equate everything that has to do with men's preference as misogyny. That's asinine. That's asinine, especially when we don't do it to you guys. We understand it is what it is. It's a biological trait for y'all to look for the tallest guy, the guy that makes the most money, all of that stuff.
That's not
we don't
true.
call you misandrous for it. We don't say you guys
it's not biological.
You're mansplaining, Samir. You're mansplaining.
How am I mansplaining?
He's being sarcastic. He's not being serious. He's being sarcastic.
Okay. But yeah, it's just that's a toxic way of going about things. You know, you guys have to respect our preferences and our views as well, and stop like making it seem like we hate you.
Because we respect women's preferences. Men will try to reach that hurdle, try and jump over the hurdle. Like, I need to be wearing, maybe I wear Timberlands so I get a little bit taller, I'll make some more money. Like, we try to reach the goal. Women just
every single friend that I had growing up, that I knew growing up, that was either short, didn't make enough money, any of these things, they said at the end of the day, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna have to just step my game up. They took it in the chin.
Exactly, but women don't want to step
theirs up. They never said women hate them or anything like that, right? So I don't know.
It's giving who hurt you. It's giving who hurt you.
Yeah, and it's sad, really. It's really sad, you know? Like, be fair about it, ladies. Be fair.
So there's some
at no point did I ever speak in absolutes.
Pardon?
At every point in this conversation, I said that the idea of how many partners you have a preference for can be a healthy, normal thing, or it can be rooted in misogyny.
No,
by definition, I am doing exactly
Those are conflicting statements.
Just being fair.
Sister,
I have been fair the entire time. I'm not saying.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, you see this shit?
I'm not rationalizing all men.
Are you conceding to the point or are you not? Which one is it?
How do you discern when it is? How do you discern when this preference of body count is rooted in something healthy versus rooted in something misogynistic? Which I think, Dan, you asked.
But it's not. It's not misogynist. That's the thing. You're trying to throw it into equation. It's not.
No. You just want to be in this world where you think that it can never be misogynistic, and that is simply untrue.
It's not. It's not misogynistic.
If anything, then you propose a question that you believe to be impossible.
It's
just
not.
So that you can wonder yourself.
It's not misogynistic, ma'am.
Your mother is a woman. Your mother's a lot of my friends.
Thank you for the gifts. It's not
I
misogynistic.
advise a lot of
Give
my
it up.
friends to look for a woman that does not have a high body count.
Thank you.
Because it ties into a lot.
Thank you for the
And
gifts.
some of their reasons might be perfectly fine and healthy, and some of their reasons may be misogynistic in their root. I don't know that.
Okay, so can you give me an example of what reasons that could be
She
misogynistic?
can't.
Oh my God, we have done this. Does anyone else want to repeat something that I have said?
Exactly, she can't. She can't.
I'll see what you've learned fast.
I'm new here. You could teach me something. Maybe you could teach me something, right?
I'm gonna tell you her whole rhetoric, her whole spiel. I got it.
How about the belief that her vagina is all stretched out?
And how does that
And
make
they
me
don't
hate
want someone
women?
whose vagina is
That's not a
loose.
fact, though. That's a lie. That's not a fact.
Nobody.
Yeah, but
talks
people
about body
believe it.
counts
And if
ever says that.
their decision is, I don't want to be with someone who has a loose vagina because I've seen that in the chat, that is misogyny.
How is that a hatred for women? Do these men still not love women? Wait, hold on. Do these men still not love women? Do they still not want to get with women? How do they have some arbitrary hate for women?
It's not the same as loving them.
What?
Nor is it respecting them. Just because you want to have sex with someone doesn't mean that you love or respect them.
No, they're talking about viable partners. We're talking about viable partners.
I didn't ask you to.
Bro, like you can't.
If your friend doesn't want to have a woman with a high body count because he thinks that means that she doesn't respect herself, even though she has a high body count because
Oh my
she
God.
enjoys sex and takes care of herself. That's the misogynistic belief.
So he hates.
You have that misogynistic belief.
Trauma after trauma after trauma after trauma.
Why is all sex trauma?
Being ran through that creates issues for your.
That is the misogynistic belief. You have the misogynistic belief.
That
That is
misogynistic belief? We know that we're built different. Men and women,
look at the way you talked about that. The way that you said she has been ran through and she has experienced trauma. So you think that because someone has had a lot of sex, that means that they are used and that they have trauma and that they don't have self-respect is misogynistic.
It's so misogynistic. Now they hate women.
You say don't exist. It is.
We're not going to do the whole emotional sis. We're not going to do the whole emotional thing, sis.
Oh my God.
Thank you for the gift.
This is logic. This is the most logical. Just because I'm raising my voice, because I've been talking about the same stuff,
Ma'am,
but it's so apparent.
it did sound like she was about to cry.
Far from tears.
It sounded like he was about to go cry in the car. I ain't gonna lie.
Different life values. Okay, so some people are taught that sex is meaningless. Other people are taught that sex is valuable and that they're spiritual. I don't believe that when I have sex with someone, I'm connecting to their soul. And I'm not religious, right? I don't believe that I'm having an energy exchange with the person, right? But there's the reason personally why I don't want a woman with a high body count is like I live in a small town, right? So high body count means I'm holding a hand walking down the street and then every single person I know is fucked her. So I don't want that. You know what I mean? Like,
but that's misogyny according to her.
I wouldn't say that's misogynistic. I'd say that's maybe a little insecure, but not misogyny.
Oh, now you insecure. Wait, hold on, guys.
The mind of a man works.
Hold on,
I do. It's an insecure thought.
Oh my God.
It is.
Now
It's
you're.
the fact that you don't like the fact that other people have been with someone before you.
No.
Why? Because they're going to compare them to you, or what?
Now he hates men.
No, because she's going to have problems pair bonding in the future. Every guy that she ends up with, she's going to end up comparing.
That's incorrect information.
Yeah, but even Dan said he doesn't believe in that. Even Dan said he believed in that, and he still believes that he doesn't want to look fucking stupid. But
okay, but Dan, question for you: why don't you want that experience? I get you're in a small town. People know everyone's business. That sucks. I get it. But why, when you're in that small town, do you not want your partner to have? Why do you not want to run into their past partners? What is it about that that's uncomfortable?
Let me give you an analogy. And I don't want, when you give a woman an analogy, they don't want to get the point of it. They want to be like, don't compare me to this, right? But say you go into a party. Say you go to a party. You go to a party, right? You go to a party. Listen. You go to a party. You've gone to the shop. You bought this dress. It's a beautiful dress. You're like, I'm gonna look great in this dress. You go to the party, and then 7 women are wearing the dress. Yeah, that's how men feel with the analogy, right?
So you don't feel special. Is that it? You don't feel special.
That's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, you just feel like it's not a special thing. It's not. It's
She's with you now.
You tried to shame him just there. You're not gonna act like you didn't just try to shame him. Yeah, you did.
I absolutely did not.
Special? Yes. So what? If he doesn't feel special,
I was asking if I was correctly understanding his analogy, which he said yes to. By the way,
yeah, part of it is I don't feel special. But like, how would you feel if you go to a party, yeah, and it's like, or you're going to like, it's a big deal, like. It's a work conference where you're going to win an award or whatever it is, right? So you've got to put on this dress and look your best, right? And then you go there and like the majority of the people are wearing the same dress. How would you feel about that?
I know I'm about to give, if I get married, I'm about to give half of my life to a woman, right?
Exactly.
I'm going to give half of my life. I'm going to be protector of that woman. I'm going to have to provide for her and our kids, right? The very least, I can have a certain standards that she will abide by. And it's simple. Like at the end of the day,
can I say something?
Now you're controlling.
Girls see it as
Wait, time out. Hold on, guys, hold on, guys. But do you hold on? But guys, hold on. Let me, guys, hold on. Let me make one point. Hold on. Let me hold on. Let me make one point. But do you see that
some preferences are unhealthy and some preferences are controlling?
Yeah, hold on. But do you see the trend here? No matter what, no matter what you choose, you have some type of negative attribute put on you. It's either you have some high level of insecurity, you are misogynistic, you somehow hold on, let me finish. You somehow have this arbitrary hate towards women, or you want to be, or somehow you want to be controlling. But do you understand the problem here? And this is why I say, hold on, let me finish. Hold on. I'm not just talking to you. I'm talking to everybody. And this is what I mean. No, and this is why I say you don't compromise on what you want, and you don't give a fuck about what people think when it comes to your preferences. Because when I say you're using words incorrect and I define the words, now I'm dense. Now I'm being insulted because I don't know how to use the words. And there's a lot of different nuances for using the word, right? And then even when I use another word that's being used incorrectly, I'm still using the word. But when you're not prejudiced, or if you're not misogynistic, you're somehow insecure because you don't want somebody who slept with 1,000, or it doesn't matter what your limit on, whatever your subjective number is. You're insecure. You're trying to be controlling, and you see how when you have a standard as a man, you can't win. And this is why I say it's 1,000% bullshit. And this is alluding to the fact that women just want to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And even if at no point
you're a hater for women.
Hold on, let me finish. And at no point hold on. And at no point did I say women can't have a high body count. No point did I say women can't have sex with whoever they want to. No point did I say that women can't go and sleep with whoever they want to. The only thing that I said is you're not for me. But because, but listen, fine. But hold on, let me finish. But hold on. But because, but because I have that preference, they want to feel the need to attack because maybe it targets them. Maybe they feel ashamed. Hold on, let me finish. Maybe the shoe fits, right? I never said, and I even gave understanding for a woman in her age. I even said that I can understand that a woman at the age of 30, you can't expect her to have 3, 4, 5 bodies. Maybe she had a few failed relationships, 1 or 2 night stands, right? So maybe her body's about 10, 11, 12. That's fine. And that's understandable. And she may genuinely be a good person. And there's always exceptions, but that's not even the case here, right? They just straight up can't say, oh, well, it's just a preference. And is that it? There are some women who do say that. There are some women who do use logic, but this is the problem here. Either the shoe fits on them So they feel guilty, or if they don't live that lifestyle, they fall into direct hypocrisy because they want things for other people in which they don't want for themselves. And when you have a preference, and if you want, and then when you have a preference, it always falls into one of these things. You're insecure, misogynistic, or you're trying to be controlling. It's bullshit. And I just want to make this point. Do not concede to any of this shit. If you have a preference, stick to it, no matter what anyone says, and don't ever give into it, because it's 1,000% bullshit. And yes, I agree. Obviously, looks and who she has sex with is not everything. I already said these things. I already said get to know somebody, right? You shouldn't just jump into relationships. Get to know somebody a few months so their true colors show, and then you set strong boundaries when you make things official.
How dare you set a woman up to fail? How dare you wait for her to do something wrong to diss her and ghost her after she's given her body and her time to you?
Yeah, because they don't take accountability. That's all our fault if she decides to go sleep with 1,000 people. But let's let the last person that came on introduce yourself. Let us know where you're from and tell us what you think about the topic.
I'm Ria from London. I think the thing is that there's so many different types of men and women, so not every single person's going to have the same preferences.
Here we go. So exceptions.
Hold on, let her finish. Hold on. Let her finish. Let her say what she's got to say.
So sometimes it's like the people who really do believe the opposite things from each side arguing, and then sometimes it's like...
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, and then sometimes it's like people who actually do probably think the same things, but are like pitted against each other in this, like, I don't know, just war that's going on between men and women. Because I can see where Danny's coming from in like the underlying thing of what she's saying sometimes. Like, it can be a bit paradoxical for some men. So when I'm listening to you, the host, actually all of you except Dion, who I haven't spoke, that's up here now, you don't come across as men who necessarily fit into this. But the paradox could be that men could say they think it's bad for a woman to have a high body count, but then have a really high one themselves, and then it's like you're condemning the women who you do it with. So I do understand that side of the argument. However, any preference is okay to have. And I don't know, Danny, like, say if you were with a guy and you lived in a small town like Dan, would you feel fine if like every girl had slept with him and like knew like everything about him?
Personally, it probably wouldn't bother me too much.
So
not to say they would never have some moments of insecurity, but
so that's just your preference.
Hold on. Hold on.
Hold on. 40. I make more than my partner. Money is not an issue for me. I'm the breadwinner. I don't judge people on their income.
So you make more than your partner. You don't care significantly. Body count. So he doesn't really have any right to say anything different to you because you've been honest from the start. And you don't care about his, and you earn more money than him, so he's not really like the leader. So I get where you're coming from, but in general, having a high body count, you know that if you slept with more than like 10 people and you marry, the divorce rate goes up by 50%. That's just a statistic. It must do something to us.
There's a lot of stuff to be processed in some of those research studies. It's not necessarily purely just the body count.
Can I? Right.
And it's been a while since I've referenced them, so I would have to go back and read
it. This is my problem, right? When people bring up statistics and facts, she still wants to go against it and not even concede to that. So it's just like, well, if the facts say this and statistics say this, it's like, well, it's more to it. I'm not gonna use that.
Danny, because it's true.
No, it's just because a lot of these things are misused to project a point. They're used in these red pill environments and they get misrepresented. That's it.
This is not a red pill environment. Hold on. Come out. Stop. Hold on. Pause for a second. This is not a red pill environment. I don't agree with all those ideals.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that this was. I was just saying that statistic has been pulled and used in a lot of those environments and therefore regurgitated by people who hear them. But a lot of people who are referencing that are not actually going to the study and, you know, combing through it, and they're misunderstanding a lot of what the data is showing.
Okay, but this is a woman. All right. Okay. What about the woman who quoted it? This is a woman who quoted it. Is she red pill?
That wasn't specific. That was for men and women. Yeah. So,
no,
for example,
that was my opinion on stats.
Sorry, one sec. If you find a man and woman who are both religious and have never slept with anyone, hold marriage to a very high esteem, and choose to do that in the eyes of God, obviously it's going to be better than two people who just have no morals, are sleeping around. Like, the statistic does make a bit of sense when you think about it, to be honest.
But I don't think she cares about that. She thinks religion is misogynistic also. She doesn't care about those ideals. I think that I think with her the morality thing may be subjective. So I don't think she really, and this is why I say it, I really think it comes down to morality, because not everybody's has a moral compass as far as religion goes, but things become subjective, you know. So I think that for her it's subjective.
Right, so in my personal life, yeah, when I've had casual sex with women, right, and I've said to the girl, like, this, I don't really feel like, and I'm an honest person, I'll be straight up and I'll say, look, I don't want a relationship here, but I like you and I like what we're doing, so we can do this casually, like friends with benefits. In my experience, after a amount of time, the woman will become emotionally attached to me and want more. And it seems to be, in my social circles and in my life experience, that that's a female nature rather than a male nature. Now, I'm not saying that men don't do it too, but in general, when you have sex with a woman over a period of time, there'll be the "where's this going" question, or like they'll feel emotions, but men don't seem to be inclined to do that in general.
Can I just chime in real quick, because I don't want to like talk over everybody, but I'll say this: men and women, we're different. We know we're different, right? For a woman to get sexual access, right, it's not as necessarily as hard for a woman to do that. Whereas a man, right, for you to get sexual access to women nowadays, you need to bring some type of value. There has to be some kind of value within you for a woman to even deem you.
Not according to Donnie. She doesn't she don't think there's that much of a difference.
I think there's like I think her perception is skewed as far as relationships, to be honest. Like, you know, and I think you should like you should get out of your own head and like start. You can't
give her advice. She's a sex therapist. She's educated. So you can't do that.
That's loud.
Yeah, and I work with a lot of different people and a lot of different relationship dynamics.
It's crazy.
I agree with a lot of stuff Danny says, but she does have it gives me this feeling that she's coming from a victim's mindset.
Or maybe the shoe fits.
If that's what you want, you're looking for a guy that's like that, that's fine. Me personally, right, I would choose, if I'm going to settle down with a woman and I'm going to give the rest of my life to her, right, protect and provide for her, put my life on the line. If anybody says anything crazy to her, I'm going to put my life on the line for it, right? At the end of the day, I have a right to at least have certain preferences. And you're not going to make me feel like I'm being misogynistic for saying that.
It's not their misogyny. It may be rooted in misogyny, is her belief, you know. But I just think that with her, I think she's just a very free spirited, and I think she believes that everything should be free spirited, especially when she said someone's beliefs are misogynistic. That said it all. That goes to show you where someone's mindset is at. You know, anything goes. So you know, the morality is now subjective. So even if you say, well, I just think it's immoral for a woman to just sleep with anybody. Oh, thank you for the glasses. Even if you think that, it's just like, well, that your beliefs are misogynistic, right? Now everything is rooted in misogyny. And even if the word doesn't apply, that is what you said.
That's technically what you said.
That is what you said, and everybody heard it.
Things can be that there are certain situations in which those preferences are not misogynistic, and there are certain contexts in which those things are misogynistic.
Okay, Donnie, when I said,
Yes,
well, hold on, Donnie. When I said, what if it's somebody's beliefs, the reasons why they're making these decisions and they think it's an immorality? What did you say? Then your beliefs are misogynistic. Did you not say that?
Yeah.
I said some beliefs, especially
No,
certain
bro, you
religions,
said then your beliefs are
misogynistic.
misogynistic, straight up and down. Don't say some.
Yes,
That's what you said.
The belief system can be misogynistic.
All right, so everything is misogynistic.
Hold on, brother. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but explain to me. I'm a religious man. I don't make it public like that, but I'm a religious man. I pray, right? I'm a Muslim man. I pray my 5 times a day. I make sure that I hold myself to a higher standard. Do you feel like I don't have the right to be to have certain preferences?
You can have whatever preferences you want.
It doesn't, but it doesn't.
Everyone can have whatever preferences that they want. The argument is that are some of those preferences misogynistic? Depends on the preference and why it is that preference.
Not at all.
That's
There's a reason. There's a reason why certain, like, personally, I feel like my religion protects women. It protects our women. It's simple and plain, right? The main reason why I believe in it so much is that I know, okay, at the end of the day, when I do get married, when I have children, if I have a daughter, my sisters, everybody around me, it protects them to a certain extent because it holds me to a certain standard, right? That even the men in their lives move a certain way. So it protects them at the end of the day. There's certain duties that we have as men.
But she would probably say that that's controlling, right? I don't think she adheres to those. Exact. See, but see,
I don't know. I don't practice his religion.
Yeah,
How would
but
I know?
bro, you're not being genuine because I can already tell by some of the things that you said the conclusion that you would draw on some of his beliefs. I already know that you would think it's misogynist, or you would think that he's being controlling.
I might think some of them are rooted in misogyny. They might be. I don't know. I haven't heard enough from him.
The problem is, our society, it has a delayed reaction to the technologies that we have.
I'll tell you this: a lot of women within our community, they'll come out straight up and tell you, we feel protected. We don't feel like they're being misogynist. We don't feel like they're controlling us. None of that. I've been on lives before where somebody tried to say something slick, and the women came up and says, "Hey, no, that's not true."
No, I know a lot of women who are practicing Muslims and do not feel restricted and do not feel a lot of what their faith is rooted in is misogynistic. I think I've met and talked to those women. I've also talked to women who have opposing views. And I think, religion, as much as we want to paint it in one stroke, is practiced very differently in a lot of different ways. And so I think there are versions of religion, depending on how it's practiced, that are wonderful and healthy and a great connection to community and to a larger understanding and meaning and guidance and morality. And I think religion can absolutely be something that is twisted and used in a negative way and can be rooted in misogyny and power and control and lots of really bad things.
Bruh.
That's what I've been saying for everything the whole time.
In that kind of way, most people that use the religion in that kind of way, right? They're not really versed in the religion itself, right? And at the same time, religion itself gives us rules and regulations as to how to operate.
But you got to understand that's what she don't like.
She don't. Rules in some of those systems can be misogynistic and misused and cause harm.
But how do you know?
You may want to say that that's not a true understanding of the religion, but the other people where you don't practice the way they do would say the same about you.
What?
Well, no, because you said those people don't understand the religion truly, but the people who practice that version of religion would say the same thing about you, that, you're the one misunderstanding the true the true purpose.
There's no that version of the religion. The rules are set in stone.
No, there is that version.
Everyone interprets them differently.
There are different types of. You can say there's one Quran, right? But there are different rules. Some people practice Sharia law. Do you believe that?
But listen, hold on. Even if you talk about Sharia law, when it comes to the ideals on women, those don't change. They don't.
They do not change.
They do not change. They
don't. There's a reason why. There's a reason why when you get married, right? There's certain rules that you have to abide by. There's certain rules. If you can't take care of a woman, they tell you straight up, do not get married.
Nobody's gonna say, oh yeah, well, whether you're Shiite or you're Sunni, nobody's gonna agree. Nobody's gonna come to the agreement that yeah, our women can just go sleep with whoever they want. If a woman wants to have 12 husbands, nobody's gonna agree with that either way. So there's no version of the law that's gonna agree with what you're talking about.
There was some misogynistic
rooted in biology,
but that's not a hate for women. That's not. That some countries, yeah, but that has nothing to do with the religion. Like it's just nuts to me.
To justify a lot of it,
bro. I'm glad you're saying that, brother. I'm glad you're saying that. There's a big misconception, when it comes down to religion and stuff. And
so explain it in India, not in India. Sorry, I forget. Forgive me, I forget the country. There was a woman that was raped, right? And
be careful. Hey, be careful. Hey. Be careful with that word, please. I don't want to get the live bin.
There was a woman that was odd,
yeah.
And then because of that, she was then killed after.
Listen, that has even if hold on, even if you hold on, even if exactly, even if you bring that up, that has nothing to do with the religion.
But don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying all Muslims do that, but I'm saying that is a time where religion has been a tool.
Yeah.
For
okay, but hold on, but hold on.
Yeah, but is that not the people, not the religion?
Exactly, but and this is my thing. Hold on. No, stop. Time out. Because hold on, because there's nowhere. There's hold on. But we're not. Hold on, guys. Let's give some order, guys. Let's give some order. First and foremost, we're not talking about Christianity, right? Let's not go back and forth. I don't think anybody here was bringing that up, so they won't be able to justify that. 2, there's nowhere in the Islamic religion where it says graping someone and then unaliving them is okay. That's that.
You said you can be punished by death
for grape. Wait,
so it's not a gender thing.
Hold on, for grape.
There's nothing in it that says that.
No.
Put things on my religion for no reason.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
But
no, I can't send you the link.
But the whole point is there are people who do things, but they may not be the best representation of the religion as an entirety, and that's the thing that you're mixing up. What someone does.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree with that. One thing where it's crazy as a tool to hide.
Brother, if you agree, then why would you bring that up though? I don't understand.
Yeah, if you have that understanding.
Because when you have a debate, you have to concede that the other person does have valid points in certain areas. It's not just about winning; it's about
valid points. If we can agree that that's like that's a misconception, and that's like a situation where somebody that doesn't represent.
Look, it's like this argument about body count. It's not always misogynistic. It can be misogynistic.
Tell us how it can be.
Like now we're talking about a religion.
Hold on, Dan. Tell us how can it be. And the only reason we got on religion because Donnie said that religions are misogynistic also. So, but tell us how a preference. Hold on. Yeah, because we were talking about morality.
No,
but the whole point is, Dan.
I have the preference. This is interesting, right? Because I have the preference of a low body count.
Right.
But I can see where some men, a small minority, I would say, would be misogynistic and then grab a hold of the small body count as a tool to attack women. Like, you're disgusting. They think women are disgusting anyway, so then they grab a hold of the body count thing. It's like, the more men you slept with, the more I can say you're disgusting.
Bro, what is
but hold on, hold on, but how is that a hate for women though? Because if a person is still
or dislike or prejudice,
even still, how is that even fall into that, right? Because this person still wants women.
No, I'm saying some men.
Hold on, no, let's stop. Let Dan answer. Let Dan answer.
They might not like you, but it's not because you're female. It's because of your actions.
Oh, guys, let Dan answer, please. Guys, let Dan answer. Say what you were saying, Dan. Guys, please let Dan answer. I wanted to hear what he had to say.
Okay, some men I think we can all agree that some men are misogynistic.
I guess you can fall into that category, but not for having a preference.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's like cause and effect. I'm not saying because you think, because I have the preference. So I'm not saying because I have the preference I am misogynistic, but I'm saying some men that are misogynistic will grab a hold of certain things at like body count, and they'll use that as the tool to vent their misogyny.
Yeah, but if it's a preference, how can it fall into misogyny? Because it's just not arbitrary, right?
It's not hatred of women.
Hold on, exactly. It's not.
You're not getting what I'm saying, right? So I personally,
I get what you're saying.
Hold on.
They're using the small example to make the extremist point, which is done a lot in every debate everywhere. Everyone picks on the smallest, most insignificant thing to make it the biggest thing. Whereas that doesn't work because you can't use the extremist left and right. You have to use the general consensus.
I'm not arguing that. Recently, right? I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing for the point that it is misogynistic because I don't think I'm misogynistic and I have the preference.
Okay? I'm exactly the same. I have a preference and I'm not misogynistic in any way.
But what I think people don't understand or just ignore is the fact that, say, for the red pill community, right? I would say that I agree with a lot of the red pill stuff, right? But then they ignore the fact that there is a lot of incels and women haters in the red pill community.
But see that I can agree with in the red pill community. That's why I strayed away from trying to consider myself red pill, because you have a lot of men that hold on. Let me. No, but see, some of the points they make is true. I wouldn't say that all women are 304s, and because they're 304s, that's the reason why they're just having all this sex. And some people will call Donnie and they would just try to say, oh, she's a hoe. No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, you can't say, and that's very specific, and especially if there's no reason, right? But you can't, especially when you generalize it. But that's not even what's going on here. That's not even the topic here. You can't even put this topic in the realm of misogyny, because now, because how you justify it to say it's misogynist, you can literally do that for anybody. For the people who have good reasons, it's all right, so you can call this misogynist too. And that's the thing. The word can just be thrown around so loosely when you concede to that. The word is not misogyny. That's not it. Preference. Exactly.
I think so. Can I say my experience? So my view on a high body count is that if a woman's got a high body count, for me personally, I'm a British person. I have my experiences. A woman with a high body count means she's been to a club and been bought for a bottle.
Okay.
Now, personal experience, that's quite common in most places. But that means she's not loyal. Because if she can be bought for that, what am I going to do if someone else offers her more? There's no loyalty. So my preference is lower numbers, more loyalty. And the stats
we're not understanding that there's these preferences before even the red pill community came up, right? These preferences had a deep-rooted, it has deep roots in biology. In the way
for men want the best bloodline. That's what it comes down to. We want to raise the best child possible to keep our line going. That's simple biology and human race.
It just in our case, we don't question women when it comes down to their preferences. But for some weird reason, nowadays, whenever a man says, you know what, I'm not cool with that, it's considered misogyny. And I feel like you guys are doing a disservice to women that are going through misogynistic individuals, right? Like at the end of the day,
I'm not saying they aren't there. I'm saying that all men aren't. You're using extreme cases to make generalizations.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not the case.
Our society, right? Our society catches up to our technology. 100 years ago, right? I don't know the exact year, but condoms weren't a thing in the past. Antibiotics for STDs weren't a thing in the past. So now women have more freedom to take risks that weren't risks before, right? So before, so wait, let me land here. Before, let's say 200 years ago, a woman that slept with 100 men will probably catch an STD, likely, because there's no protection, there's no antibiotics. So our society plays catch up. So now women have more freedom, which that's fantastic. I support the use of healthy condom sex and sexual liberation. I fully support it, right? But maybe not psychology, but the sociology of a man's behavior is still going to be delayed. We're not just going to, all right, now this technology is here, we're going to change up our fundamental preferences. Like, do people understand that? Like, we're delayed. Like, we're running off of, like,
Victorian tech, basically. Yeah. The British system hasn't updated.
It's about our preferences
viewpoints and how we're raised.
Are rooted in biology, right? Men are attracted to fertility. Yeah, that's a major part of our sexual desire is the woman fertile. We may not like approach a woman like, oh, you look really fertile, but deep down, that's what's happening. Okay, so but like. We're basing our desires of fertility, but we're not consciously thinking about that. So that's because we're running off of past. So now things are changing, and our preferences are still based off of the past. So we can't.
But equally to that, actions have consequences. You can be this modern woman all you want, but you can't expect a man to agree with you for your actions.
Exactly.
Like, actions have consequences. If you go sleep with 100 men, the chances of you getting an STD are increased massively. That is risk and reward.
But not now.
That's how the whole world works.
Let's flip that same analogy. If I stay at my mom's house, right, in my mom's basement playing video games, not do nothing with my life, be overweight, rude, crass, and just tell you, hey, you got to just accept me for who I am. Otherwise, you're a misandrist. That becomes problematic. You realize how that doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
This is just what dating is for.
But then on the equal point, a man who's sat gaming all day, who's fat and overweight, is told by every other man he has an issue. Exactly. No woman tells another woman she's fat and needs to sort her shit out. They all call each other tens and all think they're amazing.
Lizzo's still getting praised.
You're a queen.
You'd all have modeling contracts.
Do you think
that 10 gets a modeling contract?
Support each other in bettering themselves?
Yeah, but you don't. Women don't support each other and better themselves. 100%. People like Lido say are beautiful and perfect. She is not.
That women speak over.
I can tell someone that they're beautiful and perfect and still support them. Their whatever their goals are to better their health.
Yeah, but you're just lying to them.
They aren't mutually exclusive.
Let's get things right. You are literally lying to them to boost their ego. Whereas men are real about it.
No.
I'm an ugly person, but I'm 6'3" and
You're just mean and negative.
Hold on. Wait, guys, hold on. So if somebody's morbidly obese, right, and she comes to you and says, I'm having a hard time finding men, and you're gonna be positive. No, you're gonna tell, maybe, how about you just tell her, maybe you should lose some weight, and then you would increase your chances of attracting more men. So you're not going to tell her that. You're not going to tell her that the morbidly obese woman, that maybe she should lose weight. You're just going to try to boost her confidence the other way around. Maybe it's your mindset. What are you going to tell a woman like that? Thank you for the $5.
My friend is very overweight and saying she's struggling with dating. What do I tell her? I would ask her, what issues is she coming across in dating?
Men not wanting her. Men not attracting to her.
Not wanting her.
Period.
I'm going to tell you, men like curvy women. I've never had them not.
Okay, so you're using a generalization.
She's like, I'm having trouble dating. It's not really going anywhere, which happens at all sizes, by the way. Then I would just talk to her about what they're not connecting on. And encourage her to do whatever is right for her.
If curvy big women were wanted by men, they'd be models. They're not.
That's problematic.
Therefore, that shows what a man wants. So an overweight woman is not a model. Therefore, there's something wrong.
And you as a friend,
I'm not hearing you clearly.
You're not even looking out for your friend like that, because then when your friend gets diabetes, right, and starts struggling with life itself, right?
If my friend was having health issues and needed support going to the gym, I'd 100% support her in going to the gym.
You're pre-diabetic
and we need to change your diet, I'd be like, 100% girl, I'm with you. What do we need to do? What do you need from me?
But
As a friend.
do we need to
no longer go to friends?
Most
What
women
is it?
say each other women are 10s.
Yeah.
I will still call her a 10 while also saying I'll go to the gym and
But how can she be a 10 if she needs to
They're
lose
not
weight?
mutually exclusive.
No, they are. How can you be a 10 if you're not perfect? 10s get modelling contracts, work for Playboy, or the girls on Formula One that hold boards.
That's your subjective opinion on what a 10
No, that's reality.
That's reality.
Yeah,
That's how it works. There are no fat Playboy models for a reason. Because men don't want it. So if your friend is overweight, there's an issue. That's because feminism has forced it into our lives. It's not for men. We don't want it.
It's
Just
funny
because you don't like it doesn't mean men don't like it.
Some men are okay with that, but the point is, right?
Some men, we had the guy earlier who loved everyone.
Men are more direct with each other because we have to deal with the harsh reality of the dating market. It's harder for us to get sex. It's harder for us to find a relationship. So we don't need to beat around the bush, because then that's an extra hurdle. You've got to decipher what I'm saying to you. If my friend's fat and he's overweight, I'm saying, listen, mate, you need to get in shape to be more attractive, period. There's no compliment sandwich here.
You know what might help you a lot more is working on your personality.
Go to the gym. I'm going to help you go to the gym.
Let's switch the analogy then. Let's switch the analogy. Your friend is rude, crass, right? Doesn't know how to talk to people, always cussing up a storm, right? And she's having a hard time meeting men, because every time she meets a man, the man says, you know what? I'm not going to deal with this. For serious relationships, every man that she's been with says, you know what? I'm not going to deal with this. You're rude. You're crass. Every time I talk to you, it's an argument. What do you say to your friend? Do you say, oh, love yourself, girl?
Then I say, hey, I love you. It sounds like you're getting some consistent feedback about how you communicate, and maybe you need to work on that.
Yeah, you see, and that's the difference. Men will tell their
indirect,
hey, fix up. You're moving like an idiot. Men won't sugarcoat.
It's not if you want to work on something for yourself, that's your motivation.
Yeah, but the difference between men and women is men will tell other men the problem there and then. There won't be sugarcoating. There won't be, you're beautiful, but you need to change this. It'll be, dude, you need to sort this out.
I have no problem being direct with my friends.
Then you might be an
mean that there's one
but
answer to everything.
For the generalization, which we're using here, that's not the case.
I don't think you are able to generalize what internal female friendships really look like. What is your experience being a woman with female friends?
Well, I'm a bar manager who runs a nightclub. I've seen
how are you supposed to tell me what it's like to be a woman with friends?
I'm not going to act like I'm oblivious to this stuff. I've grew up around and a lot of women that, set an example for me. So I've seen both sides.
I grew up with a single mum. My mum's the best example of a woman I have ever met. Modern women don't even come close to that for what they are as people. My mum would do anything for anyone, whether they're out on the ground, whether they're high up. A modern woman will look at a man who's down below them and walk away.
Your mom sounds like a nice lady. I don't know what you want me to say there.
I'm just saying, be realistic.
Anyway, guys, hold on, guys. Did the last?
I am being realistic.
Did the last two people who came on today get to introduce themselves?
No.
All right, I think it's SJ. I'm not sure what the initials are. You want to introduce yourself? Let us know where you're from and what you think about the topic.
Hey, I'm SJ and I'm from Canada. So, with regards to this, I don't think men are misogynistic for not wanting women with a high body count. I'm looking at this question in the context of marriage. So, I feel like when a man wants to marry a woman, he wants to marry the best woman possible. And I feel like, first of all, I feel like from the man's side, I feel like he shouldn't be a man who has slept around a lot. I feel like men who are good and who haven't been sexually promiscuous, I feel like they deserve non-sexually promiscuous women. I don't know if that makes sense. But I feel like a man who has slept around a lot and who has had multiple partners and is intending on continuing with the same lifestyle, I don't think he deserves a woman who's a virgin. So I just feel like good men
fully a
prefer good
balance.
women. And yeah.
Yeah,
So-
an F-boy doesn't deserve a decent woman.
So
but
if
then the same basis, most men aren't F-boys because it's really hard to date women
so
nowadays.
so wait, if a man did have a few bodies, but he's ready to settle down and wants a woman that doesn't have a high body count, you think that he's a bad person, or he doesn't deserve that?
No, I think if like you've changed who you are, if you are like, if you saw the wrongs in your ways, let's say for example, you used to sleep around a lot and now you decided, you know what, I'm not going to do that anymore. And you have practiced like not sleeping around for like a very long time, maybe for like at least a year. Because I feel like it takes a while for human beings to change their ways. I feel like if you haven't been promiscuous for a year, I feel like if you haven't slept around with anyone for a year and you truly are intending on being with one woman, I feel like you deserve a woman who is also like set on,
Okay.
you know, being with one man, or, you know, I wouldn't say necessarily a virgin in that case, because also I feel like if you have been promiscuous and then you find a woman who also has been promiscuous but isn't intending on being promiscuous anymore, I feel like if two people like that find each other, I feel like, you know, they, I guess, do deserve each other, but then, you know, I guess it doesn't really make sense. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. I feel like if two people have changed their ways and they're not intending on being sexually promiscuous anymore, they found each other, you know, they're willing to settle down and be a happily married couple, I think they could make it work. You know, I don't think, you know, that would be bad. But
of course
I
they
don't think
can,
that man should
but
now
then
go and say
the
like,
stats to
I
that
want
say
women
the
Hold on,
chances
let
are
her finish.
because you have been
Let her finish with it.
you know.
Well, I think that I think I understand what you're saying. I don't see an issue with it. I don't think that men who have slept around, I don't think that's necessarily makes them a bad person, right?
I don't think anyone sleeping around makes them a bad person.
Yeah, no, I don't think that makes them a bad person, but I do
But I
understand.
think that's like sleeping around, I feel like is a personality flaw. I don't think that's a good thing, because with sleeping around, you can like, you know, I do believe in like soul ties, and I feel like also like there's so many bad things that can happen to you if you're like a sexually promiscuous person, as a man, as a woman. I don't think a man or a woman should be sexually promiscuous. That's not a good thing. And I've noticed like in recent times, like I guess that has been promoted. It's like sort of been normalized. But yeah, I just don't think either gender should do that, really. I feel like
Well-
it's good to be disciplined. I feel like it's good to be sexually disciplined in every way. And yeah.
Well, I don't think it's a personality flaw. I feel like it's a morality thing. If you say it's a morality thing, and I guess maybe that falls into virtue, and that's usually with people who have a level of religiosity. People who don't, they wouldn't agree with that. I do think it may fall into a morality thing if you're just indiscriminately, you know, sleeping with people. But I don't think that makes them a bad person, because you can have somebody who is promiscuous, but they are great people. They donate. You know, they could probably do anything, and they probably have a wonderful personality, probably a better personality than somebody that is not promiscuous. But I don't think it necessarily makes them a bad person. Now, maybe it is a virtuous thing. It's hard. It's a teetering line. I feel like it's a thin line, but I do feel like it's a morality thing, though. So I can understand that. But
Yeah, that's definitely what I meant to say. What you're saying, yeah, that's exactly what I meant to say. It's not a personality flaw, but it's like a virtue thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I also feel like men have more of a point of contention when it comes down to a higher body count, or like not higher body count, but like a promiscuous woman than women have with a promiscuous man. Because again, like I said, for a man to be promiscuous and get access to women like that, he has to build some type of value.
The thing is, we lie to women, right? Men, if you have a high body count, some women will be like, "Oh, you're a fuckboy." But if you hit the other, say if I'm 6'3", I'm making loads of money, I've got high status, I've got great personality, and I've slept with a load of women. Yeah, majority of women are gonna overlook that. Whereas as a man, if you meet a woman, she's got a great body, beautiful face, like nice personality.